The prophecy says that a child with the hair color of the first saint will become a princess and bring peace and stability to the empire. The past saint healed tens of thousands of people, and with one word, stopped the bloody war. A child with pink hair was also supposed to be a harbinger of a new era. Irja Pasantria was born with pink hair, so everyone had high hopes for her. Pink was considered the main color in the temple, so when the prophecy appeared, everyone knew what it meant, but no one thought it was really possible. Many aristocrats discussed the possibility of having a child with pink hair. People thought that such an incredible event in the life of a great empire would never happen. Every day, more and more rumors and questions appeared, but one day the child mentioned in the prophecy was born. The girl's parents had white hair, but Ursha had pink hair from infancy. Mother and father did not even suspect the existence of a prophecy in which their daughter was supposed to participate. They rejoiced every day spent with her in her carefree childhood. But unfortunately for them, everyone around was sure that she was the very heir of the first saint. People prayed for her, saying that she would soon lead the church and lead the believers. Ursha was born into the family of a duke, so from childhood she did not know sadness and grief. All the castle servants were amazed by her beauty, so they constantly wanted to get closer to her. The girl always talked to everyone until she was completely exhausted. One day she was taken from her parents and then taken to the imperial citadel, where she was to live for the rest of her life. She was very small, but she was still able to pull herself together and behave well in an unfamiliar place. That day, an unfamiliar boy approached her, who in the future was to become her husband. He was the only one who smiled at the sight of her in this huge and unfamiliar place. She lived in the imperial citadel, far from her family, so the prince became her only ray of light. Ursha immediately trusted him, not yet suspecting what would happen to her in the future. Thanks to him, she took up her studies seriously to learn the science of managing an empire. The girl studied from early morning until late at night, doing everything she could. At such a young age, it was difficult to prepare to one day become a princess. Sometimes she wanted to give up this life, because she never wanted to be a great saint. But at such moments, all she thought about was that she could not let the crown prince down. Next to him, Ursha felt like the happiest girl in the entire great empire. Everything was fine. She was able to overcome all the difficulties. But in an instant, her position in the castle changed, as if God himself had decided to play a trick on her. When there was not much time left before the wedding, a clergyman came to her to inform her that the prophecy had changed. Such a statement from the man shocked Ursha, because all her life she had been preparing to become the wife of the crown prince. She was interested in the question of how this could even happen, because before that day, everything was different. The man sincerely apologized to her and stated that he did not know at all how to answer her question. The girl clutched the dress in her hands. A terrifying silence rang in her ears, and the thought flashed through her head that this was simply impossible. Rising from the sofa, she thought that even in this case, the crown prince would never leave her. To make sure of this, the girl went straight to meet Prince Damien. Ursha ran as fast as she could down the corridor, hoping that the crown prince would not leave her. Running up to the stairs, she saw Damien standing at the top, who calmly called her by name. As soon as their eyes met, he immediately announced that he planned to break off their engagement. His gaze was filled with hatred towards her and indignation at the current difficult situation. The girl, meanwhile, did not understand how at one moment her life changed so dramatically. The guy looked at her for a short time, after which he rudely stated that he was very sorry that everything had turned out this way. Ursha did not answer anything, but thought that all this time she had loved him, and now they could not be together because of the prophecy. She remembered the day when she first saw him in the large and unfamiliar imperial castle. The girl hoped that he would remember how everything was before, because they could still maintain their relationship. The crown prince looked at her sternly, showing with all his appearance that he was no longer interested in her. The guy said that from this day on, they are no longer bound by the prophecy, so there is no point in getting married. Ursha agreed with his words, but thought that she needed to preserve at least the remnants of honor, because they had been together for 18 years, and now he, without hesitation, leaves her because of the prophecy, like some kind of garbage. Having calmed down a little, she stated that she absolutely agreed with his words on this occasion. Within a minute, she was heading to her room without uttering another word to him. Thus, their 18-year relationship ended a month before the wedding ceremony. The next morning, she did not want to wake up, still hoping that it was a bad dream. The sun's rays passed through the canopy of her bed and then fell on her face, causing the girl to immediately wake up. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she thought that even the faithful servants who had been with her since childhood had abandoned her. Approaching the mirror where her future crown lay, Ursha involuntarily cried, and decided that this thing would no longer be needed. She sat in front of the mirror for some time, trying to figure out what she should do now. Suddenly, the girl heard sounds coming from behind the door, so she immediately wiped her tears. Ursha stood up and walked to the door, asking about what was happening outside and who the guards were trying to keep out. The door opened wide and an unfamiliar girl with pink hair flew into the room. The stranger stopped in the center of the room and joyfully greeted the crown prince's previous fiancée. Looking at her, the owner of the room thought that every girl dreams of one day becoming a princess. The girl who came in told her that it was an honor for her to meet her. Smiling happily, she stated that her name was Nivea Lurtella and that she must fulfill the prophecy. Ursha began to remember a little about who she was, and then she remembered who the Marquis of Lurtell was. Without waiting for any answer, Navia asked if she really had nothing to say. Straightening her hair, the owner of the room said that she was also glad to meet you, but she did not give permission to enter her chambers. The prince's new bride looked around, realizing that she had indeed entered without asking. Watching her calmly walk around her room, Ursha asked what she needed. Navia took the crown and said that she just wanted to look around, because now she will live in this room. The girl unceremoniously put the crown on her head, clearly wanting to drive her competitor into rage. Turning to the owner of the room, she joyfully declared that the royal crown suited her very well. Ursha thought that some stupid little thing would take her place, so she said out loud that she couldn't bear it. A couple of seconds later, a guard entered the room, saying that the girls were not allowed into the princess's chambers, to which she replied that she herself would soon become a princess. Unable to bear it, the owner of the room quickly ran up to her, intending to express absolutely everything that she thought about her. Navia angrily asked if she had done something wrong, because she was soon to become a princess. The owner of the room explained that the prophecy had changed, and soon this room would be hers. But at the moment, she had entered someone else's territory, and this was considered a sin, so she also needed to be punished. The new princess informed Ursha that she had simply taken her words the wrong way. She added that the prophecy itself speaks specifically about her, which means she will become a princess. The prince's past bride sighed wearily and menacingly, declared that the girl was simply the daughter of the Marquis. She explained that she was still a princess, so she had no right to barge into her room without permission, and then asked if she really didn't understand such simple truths. Ursha explained that she is still the prince's bride, and therefore the mistress of the citadel. The girl crushed her rival with the words that the newly made princess was a nobody here, because His Majesty the Emperor had decided so. Navia immediately reduced her ardor, realizing that there was some truth in the words of the previous princess. The owner of the room asked if the fact that the prophecy was about her made her consider herself superior to the emperor himself. The girl who came in loudly declared that this was absolute nonsense, because she had never thought about herself like that. The crown from her head fell to the floor, and Ursha ordered the guards to tie her hand and foot and then return her to the Marquis. The maids watched everything that was happening from behind the doors of the room, not understanding what was happening. The past princess said that she considered this a fair punishment for breaking into the princess's bedroom. The guards quickly ran up to the girl who entered and grabbed her, to which she began to shout that this was now her room. The men dragged her out of the princess's chambers, and Nivea continued to scream that they should let her go immediately. Ursha watched everything that was happening until the guards closed the door behind them. After that, she tiredly sank onto the soft sofa, thinking about everything that had happened earlier. The girl decided that it was a very stupid move on the part of His Majesty to try to replace her with Navia. Ursha believed that the new princess was simply a foolish girl who did not know her place. She covered her face with her hands, trying to push self-pity into the background. But after that, she felt completely different feelings. Suddenly, the girl realized that she wanted to make everyone involved pay for all their torment. Closer to lunch, she was walking along the corridor, where she suddenly heard words that God had turned away from her. Ursha began to look around, hoping to see who was spreading these unpleasant rumors. Girls passed by her, saying that otherwise the prophecy would not have changed so suddenly. They assumed that God had abandoned the precious daughter of the Pasantria family, but since she was still a princess, she would be married off to the king of another country. Ursha thought that even though she was no longer the crown princess, some ladies had no right to talk about her like that. She caught up with them and asked them to repeat louder those words that directly concerned her. The girls were seriously scared and quickly closed their mouths, not daring to answer anything. They quickly bowed and said that they were very sorry, and also that Her Majesty should forgive them. One of them said that she would never hear anything like that from her again. Ursha revealed that she is indeed no longer the crown princess, just like she said. The girls became even more frightened and began to say that they were begging her to forgive them. This whole farce was interrupted by the main maid of honor approaching, asking everyone what was happening. Hearing a familiar voice, the girl turned around and saw a woman approaching them. Noticing her disdainful look, Ursha immediately realized that she was thinking the same thing as these girls. The girl remembered that the maid of honor had been with her since childhood, but at an opportune moment, she immediately turned away from her. Realizing that she was alone in the entire castle, the former princess declared that they could all leave. She couldn't believe that they had known the maid of honor for so long, but it was all over so quickly. Ursha walked in the opposite direction from them, trying to suppress her anger. She was heading to the reception hall because the crown prince had invited her to meet him. Going inside, she found Damien sitting at the table, drinking aromatic tea. The girl still couldn't believe that they could now meet only in the reception hall. She couldn't help but think that they were no longer a family, which meant that the gay man would soon have to leave this place. Walking closer to the table, she asked if she had kept him waiting for a long time. The guy calmly and good-naturedly told her to wait for her just a little bit, and then ordered her to sit opposite her. Damien watched her slowly sink into her seat without saying anything. The girl thought that she was very used to seeing him every day, because she took it for granted. The thought occurred to her that from that day her life would change dramatically. Previously, she was next to the crown prince of the empire almost every day. After many years, they became good friends who could always find something to talk about. Now Ursha was holding a cup of hot tea in her hands and thinking that from now on it was all over. She decided to tell that the position of chief chamberlain in the imperial castle was inherited by the son of the former chamberlain. Damien looked at her carefully and stated that she didn't seem to care at all about what happened. The former princess looked at him in surprise and asked how she should have reacted. The girl understood perfectly well that her tears could not change anything, but if this were so, then she would definitely cry, and now she needed to preserve the remnants of her pride. The crown prince hit the table and rudely asked if she really wanted to tell him anything, to which she replied that she would like to speak. Ursha calmly asked when she should leave the castle, which greatly angered Damien. Trying to hide his anger, the guy laughed quietly, to which she added that the emperor never said anything, so this issue should be resolved by him. He looked at her angrily and asked if she really wanted to leave the castle so quickly. The girl was not going to answer him, drinking aromatic tea, and believing that she had asked a completely logical question. The crown prince stood up from the table and walked towards the exit, saying that she should do as she wishes. Ursha did not expect such an answer at all, so she did not answer him when he left. That same evening, she sorted through the notes that she was going to give to Damien when he became emperor. She got a headache wondering why she tried so hard. It was pointless. From early childhood, she studied various arts, including fencing. The girl trained with all her might, without sparing herself, in the hope that one day she would become an empress who could stand up for herself. During one of the training sessions, she was approached by the crown prince, who was a couple of years older than her. The boy told her not to force herself to train if she didn't want to which she replied that members of the imperial family should be able to stand up for themselves. Damien said that he was a good knight, so he coped with battles better than with state affairs. Taking the sword from her hands, he asked if she could allow him to protect her. Ursha looked at him with tenderness and thanked him from the bottom of her heart for trying so hard for her. She thought that he was good at everything, but every time he tried to cheer her up. The boy took her hand and said that they would go through life together, so he could always protect her. Now the girl believed that all his words were complete nonsense and nonsense. Deciding that she would no longer need the notes, she brought the paper to the candle, after which the writing burst into flames. Opening the window, the girl scattered the remaining ashes into the wind, watching them slowly fly away into the darkness. Suddenly she saw a bird approaching, to whose paw a package was tied. The dove sat on her hand, allowing her to remove from her paw the treasured message that he was entrusted with delivering. Ursha knew very well that only her father could send such a letter, and when she opened it, she was completely convinced of it. The girl quickly read what was written, after which she closed the window and returned to the fireplace. A guy entered the room asking her if she really called him. Seeing the guest enter, she joyfully announced that they had not seen him for a very long time. The guy's name was Ash. He was a loyal servant of the Duke's family, whom you sent to the Imperial Citadel without his father's knowledge. He was the only one Ursha could completely trust, because he was her blade. The girl told the guest who came in that he could come to her because she had been waiting for him for a long time. Ash told her that he was really looking forward to the moment when she would call him to her. Coming closer to her, the guy dropped to one knee as a sign of reverence and respect for his mistress. Faithful Blade extended both hands towards her, intending to take her hand for a kiss. She extended her hand to him, after which she felt his soft lips touch her wrist. Having finished with the greeting actions, Ash asked if he could help her with anything. The girl looked at him carefully and said that she had one single request. Ersha asked him if he could spread some rumors about an unkind person. In response to his silent question, she explained that she meant the daughter of the Marquis of Lurtella, Navia. The Marquis of Lurtella, apart from his title, had neither money nor any influence over the aristocracy. There are very few servants left under his command who have served his family for many generations. It all happened because 3 generations ago, the Marquis's wife used weak people to remain beautiful. Ersha handed over the notes to her blade, saying that they should play on such an important fact. She explained that first, he must spread rumors that the Marquis's daughter is kidnapping beggar children. The girl said that Miss Lurtella started first, saying that she was too wasteful and that she manipulated the servants. The guy rose from his knees and declared that he would not allow anyone to insult his mistress. Ersha did not immediately notice that bitter tears began to appear in the guy's eyes. She asked if he really wanted everyone to think that she had scolded him. Her trusty blade said that otherwise the servants might suspect something was wrong. The girl let him go and thought that it was very convenient when you could cry at any moment, and Anna did not expect anything less from Ash. She began to burn the letter. I thought that she would make Navia pay for daring to stand in the way of the only princess of Pysantria. At the same time, in another part of the empire, His Eminence was peacefully looking at his church. His peace was interrupted by a clergyman who ran up and told him that Princess Pysantria was at the center of a scandal. The head of the temple said that this could not be allowed because Ersha Pysantria should become only his. The man who told the news looked down and reminded that Miss Lurtella became the new owner of the prophecy, so she was also involved in the scandal. Having listened to him attentively, His Eminence laughed loudly and loudly, which greatly frightened the clergyman. Having calmed down, he wondered if all these rumors were the princess's tricks. He turned around and said that he was very interested in Lady Pysantria's next move. When asked by the clergyman whether he was really going to meet with Ersha, as he had planned, His Eminence answered in the affirmative. The head of the temple thought only that he could not wait for that very meeting with the Princess of Pysantria. The next day, the girl began to pack her suitcases with things, but to her surprise, there weren't many things. Ersha sighed calmly and thought that she could finally return to her father. She was determined that she needed to keep everything she had gained as crown princess. Taking the box with the wedding ring from the table, the girl thought for a long time about what she should do with it, after which she called the maid. She had never seen the girl who came out before, so she assumed that all the servants had been replaced after their breakup. They stood in silence for some time, after which the maid asked why she was called. Returning from her thoughts, Ersha handed her the box with the ring and told her to give it to the crown prince. The girl took the box and immediately left the room, intending to complete her mistress's order as quickly as possible. Having finished all the work with the ring, Princess Pysantria went to the closet where all her dresses were stored. Opening it, she happily decided that she needed to choose which dresses to get rid of. Having chosen some, the girl caught herself thinking that she wanted to throw away everything that she and the prince had bought. Suddenly, she heard a knock on the door, after which she invited the maid to come inside. The girl hesitated in the aisle for some time, clearly trying to delay the moment of conversation. Gathering her courage, she handed the box with the ring back and said that His Highness had asked the lady to return it herself. Ersha thought about why he wanted her to bring him the engagement ring in person. When they were teenagers, Demian gave her that same engagement ring. Then they both assumed that their fates were intertwined until the end of their times, so she gratefully accepted the gift. Now Princess Pysantria took the box from the hands of the maid and said to fulfill his conditions. As soon as the girl gave the box with the ring, she did not leave, but asked if everything was okay with the lady. The maid stood for a while, waiting for an answer, but Ersha sincerely did not understand what she was talking about. The girl worriedly said that she understood perfectly well that she should not be asked such questions, but she was very worried about her mistress. Princess Pysantria assured her that she should not be afraid of her because she did not intend to scold her maid. Her servants said that there were terrible rumors about the daughter of the Marquis of Lurtella, so everyone did not want her to become crown princess. After listening to her carefully, Ersha asked what the name of her new ward was. The girl was seriously frightened by such persistence and the sudden change in the mistress's face. She bowed her head and excitedly revealed that her name was Azel Portuba. Looking at how the maid was shaking with fear, Princess Pysantria thought that she was most likely the daughter of Viscount Portuba. Ersha immediately decided that she would definitely need a new maid one day. Immediately after talking with Azel, the girl headed to the crown prince's office. The guard loudly announced that Princess Pysantria had come to his master. Irsha involuntarily thought that she came to him again, as he wanted, but he clearly called her to mock her. Her gaze fell on a vase standing on the table, containing a bouquet of flowers that she personally composed. The girl carefully touched the vase, turning the most beautiful side of the bouquet towards herself. She realized that her bouquet had withered long ago, but the guy had clearly replaced the old flowers with new ones. The crown prince stood up from his seat, carefully approached her, and asked if she had really come to return the ring to him. Irsha Pasantria quickly took out the box and said that this is exactly what she came for. Handing him the wedding ring, she explained that the maid had told her that the crown prince had asked her to return it in person. The girl looked at him carefully and asked if things were really different. The crown prince took the box from her hands, after which Irsha began to get up from the sofa and said that the ring was safe and sound, so if he had nothing more to say, then she would go to her place. When she got up from the sofa, she accidentally hit a table with a vase, after which it fell to the floor and broke. There were broken pieces everywhere, as if to show that their love was just as fragile. Damien immediately ran up to her, telling her that she shouldn't move, because otherwise she would get hurt. Seeing that he was about to move closer to her, the girl reminded him that she was no longer engaged to him, so such behavior was unacceptable. The guy quickly pulled himself together, turned away from her, and quietly answered in the affirmative. Irsha also headed towards the exit, saying that it was time for her to go to her room too. The crown prince suddenly asked if she really had so much to do, because in his opinion, she shouldn't have any work. Princess Pasantria said that she has a lot to do because she no longer lives here, and packing her things takes a lot of time. He immediately turned in her direction and nervously asked if she had begun to pack her things. The guy began to slowly approach her and rudely ask what she wanted to say to everyone. Approaching her even closer, he took her hand and loudly asked what she was talking about. The girl broke away from his grip and declared that she was leaving, because she did not want to stay in this castle any longer. The crown prince stopped her from leaving the room, grabbing her wrist with all his strength. Irsha felt incredible pain in her hand, so she immediately turned towards Damien. The guy asked her if he could ask his ex-fiancé for something. The girl said loudly and clearly that she would listen to his request, after which he asked her to help him sort out the documents, because before that, she had been dealing with them. He carefully watched her reaction, but instead of willingness to help, he saw hatred in her. The crown prince released her hand and informed her that nothing was needed and that she could forget about what he had just said. The guy turned away and said that she could go about her business wherever she wanted. Irsha calmly agreed with his words, after which she headed towards the exit from the office. The girl quickly ran out the door, hoping that this time he would not be able to catch her. Princess Pasantria stopped running when she was a sufficient distance from the prince's office. She thought that if she left the imperial castle, she would not be able to return. Returning to her room, the girl tiredly sat down on a chair, after which she called the maid. Azel immediately came to her and asked why Her Highness invited her. Irsha gestured that she needed help with her legs, after which the maid quickly approached her. Seeing that one of her legs was bloody, Azel involuntarily screamed, and the princess stated that she wouldn't even have a scar, so there was nothing to worry about. Stretching her leg towards the maid, Irsha calmly asked her to bandage the bleeding wound. The girl immediately began to carry out her assignment with combat readiness. Azel quickly found a bandage, after which she deftly began to bandage her wounded leg. The maid asked if she should call a doctor for Her Highness, to which she answered in the negative. Taking a careful look at the servant, Irsha gently informed her that she would like to know something from her. The girl looked at her joyfully, and in the same gentle voice asked what exactly her mistress wanted to know. Laughing, the princess asked if she knew how to find out quite valuable information. Azel sighed loudly, then nodded quickly and clearly in the affirmative to her mistress. Irsha, like a creeping snake, affectionately asked if she could tell her in more detail what exactly Miss Lurtel's rumors were circulating, since she was not particularly interested in rumors. After some time, the girls were sitting on soft sofas and drinking tea and cookies. The maid said that she had heard rumors that the new princess was kidnapping children from poor families, because there had long been rumors that the Marquise's family liked to take bloodbaths. Calmly sipping her tea, Irsha thought that her trusty blade had done a very good job. Suddenly, the girl asked if Her Highness was really worried about this. The maid added that she could not believe that such a person would become the crown princess, because many believed that she was not worthy. Irsha confirmed her words and said that the future of the imperial family could not help but worry her. Deciding to change the topic, Princess Pasantria told her that she wanted to get to know her new maids a little. She said that she knew Mr. Rubel, His Highness's assistant. The maid joyfully exclaimed that this was her brother, and they had gotten along well with him since childhood. Ursha at this time was thinking about what it would be like for the new crown princess to have Ursha Pesantria as her enemy. When she released the maid, she saw a dove sitting in the window, with paper again tied to its leg. The girl opened the window to let the bird inside, after which she found a completely empty sheet. She immediately realized that there was an important and secret message written inside that no one should see. Holding the paper over the fire, Ursha was finally able to see what was written, which she was not at all happy about. Squeezing the paper in her hand, she quietly announced that her rival had never held anything heavier than a cup in her life. Navia was telling the people with all her might that she would take the bait with her name and the honor of the empire, that her family would take care of her loyal subjects, because she was the daughter of an oracle. That same evening, Ash came to Ursha with a report about Navia's new step against the rumors. He tensely said that with such meetings, she decided to tell the people that the rumors were false. After reading the report, the girl stated that her rival behaves as if she had already become a princess. She said that she wanted to ask her faithful blade something else, to which he replied that he would fulfill any order. Shortly before this, she had reread her father's letter again and again, which said that she must decide for herself. The girl understood that her father would never have said anything different, because she is the daughter of the Pesantria family, which means she cannot take back her words. She couldn't help but think about asking her father to block the road to the duchy, so she could stay longer in the castle, because she wanted to find out more information about the Marquis family. On the day of her departure, it was pouring rain, and the butler came to tell her that the trip would have to be postponed because there had been a landslide in the mountains. Ursha asked in surprise what kind of collapse we were talking about, and why she was learning about it only now. She thought about how her father was able to organize a blockage on the road so quickly, because she asked him about it only yesterday. Meanwhile, the butler told her that the only road was blocked, so they would have to wait. A couple of hours earlier, when she had just woken up, Princess Pesantria headed towards the front door. With her small blade, she broke the door handle so that she could always see exactly who was standing behind the door. Therefore now, when the butler told her about what had happened, she clearly heard the conversations of the maids. Ursha told the man that she could wait, and then asked how they should deal with Miss Lurtella. The girl reminded him that the new bride of the crown prince decided to live in her room, which means that other residents of the castle could suffer the same fate. She added that Navia came to her and told her to immediately get out of the capital, which means the new princess can do this to anyone. Ursha loudly asked how someone who couldn't even write could lead an empire, since she couldn't even defend her own lands. When the butler asked what she meant, the girl explained that the new bride does not have a penny behind her because she is completely supported by the temple, but she spends all this money on dresses and jewelry. The man was very angry when he heard such words about the new future empress. Princess Pesantria tried to calm him down, telling him that someone like her should have known how to properly manage the temple's funds. In response to his words that this was not the case at all, she said that she understood perfectly well that the crown princess should behave differently. When Azel was with her, the girl told her that if Naivia wanted to be crown princess, then she should behave accordingly. She didn't expect such a small rumor to spread around the castle so quickly, so now the butler promised her to always stay on her side. The man said that he was ready to risk his life at one word from her to stop the new princess, and he was also sure that his son would do the same. He told her that he still remembered the day when she was first brought to the castle. The girl held the butler's hand just like the first day, so he told her that she was such a small, fragile girl, but now she had grown up a lot. The butler ended the conversation by informing her that in this desperate situation, he would have to postpone her departure. Left alone, Ursha thought how good it would be if the rumors continued to spread further. She was very interested in how a spoiled girl would react to such information, who would most likely step on the same rake again. Princess Pesantria understood that even the emperor did not dare to touch the sword, shield, and treasure of the empire, the only princess of Pesantria. She imagined herself playing chess with an inept player who didn't even know how the pieces moved. As she made her move, Ursha wondered what kind of response she would receive to the rumor that she was spending the temple's money on unnecessary things. She wanted to know how the girl would try to get out of this situation, because last time she skillfully refuted the rumors in front of her subjects. The next day, the girl received a letter, after reading which she realized that rumors were spreading with great speed. Princess Pesantria understood that in order to get rid of some rumors, it was necessary to simply spread new ones. After sitting at the table for a while, she suggested that this situation with the temple was very disadvantageous for her. Naivia, as the daughter of an oracle, received many temple privileges, including funds from her subjects. A cool wind blew through the open window, so a shiver ran down Ursha's spine involuntarily. The girl thought that before, the high priest did not interfere in worldly affairs, but the current head of the temple was a little different, so she wanted him to come over to her side. She knew that Miss Lurtella was not supported by the fallen family of the Marquis, but by the sacred temple, which was very difficult to resist, because it had almost the same influence as the emperor. The thought suddenly occurred to her of what would happen if the new princess continued to discredit the name of the temple. Ursha assumed that the head of the temple was unlikely to want this, and judging by the fact that it was already useless to fight the rumors, everything was heading exactly towards this. The girl thought that she needed to somehow force the priest to act, because then neither the prince nor Navia would be able to do anything to her. At the same time, the head of the temple honed his skills in fencing and strategic vision of battle. His training was again interrupted by the cleric, who was about to tell him something new. The guy threw his opponent to the ground and then went to the approaching one to listen to a detailed report. The man told him that Princess Pysantria was going to meet him. The head of the temple smiled sarcastically and then informed him that the time had not yet come. He ordered him to closely monitor information about him to prevent the spread of false information. A few days later, Ursha was walking through the garden with her maid Azel. Seeing her servant shaking from the cold, the girl stopped and asked her to come to her. She took off her cape and put it on Azel, saying that it was really cool outside so she should wear it. Seeing the confusion on the part of the maid, the princess asked if she really had anything against it, to which she answered negatively. Azel Portuba is the older sister of Rubella Portuba, who was the prince's assistant. The girl understood that the maid could still be useful, but in order to catch a fish, she needed to throw bait and wait. The maid addressed her again, calling her highness, to which Ursha reminded her that she was no longer in the imperial family. She added that there was nothing wrong with this mistake, but from now on she can just call her princess. Azel was a little embarrassed by such frankness on the part of her mistress, but agreed with her words. After that, they went to the greenhouse, where a table for tea was already waiting for them. To the enthusiastic cries of the maid, Ursha explained that only representatives of certain families can enter this place, and since her brother is the prince's assistant, then their family cannot be called ordinary. She added that she could somehow ask her brother to bring her to this place, to which Azel again agreed with her words. The maid took her bait and began to openly talk about the fact that she really couldn't find a home for herself, so she still lives with her brother, because maids usually either go home or live at the palace. Ursha tried to maintain a frank conversation and asked if she really loved her brother that much. The girl embarrassedly answered in the affirmative, adding that she couldn't even imagine life without him. The princess felt that the servants had taken the bait, and now she had to get the most benefit from their conversation, so she said that she admired her because she had lived away from her family since childhood. When her mistress touched a lock of her hair, Azel became very embarrassed. Ursha continued to advance and asked what she and her brother usually talked about. She explained that she doesn't have time to talk to her brother, so she is very interested in what others are talking about. The maid looked at her mistress in surprise, but then hugged her hand, intending to console her with her story. The girl explained that they usually tell each other how their day was or what new things they learned, but sometimes they talk about work. Ursha calmly asked how much they talked about work, thinking that the conversation had gone in the right direction. The princess knew she was hooked when her maid started talking about her brother going on a dangerous mission. Her mistress asked if it was really so difficult to be the prince's assistant, since he usually does nothing. She began to move her hand away from her face and added that she saw him playing chess with another assistant the other day. Her maid began to justify her younger brother, saying that this was not the case at all. She said that working as an assistant to the crown prince is incredibly difficult, so he can barely hold on, because part of the responsibilities of the temple has been dumped on him. Azel explained that Rubel often talks about how difficult it is for him in the workplace. Ursha assumed that the crown prince wanted to pretend to cooperate with the temple again, because even in her childhood, when she first became the crown princess, the temple and the empire had a very tense relationship. She decided to figure it out on her own, so she told her maid that she was joking. The girl stood up from the table and said that Azel and her brother are very close, so she knows how hard he works for the good of the empire. The maid could not find words, so she simply quietly agreed with her mistress. Ursha said that she was very worried that her brother would soon return from the war, so she did not know what to tell him. Azel jumped up from the table and said that she was ready to help her mistress somehow. The princess smiled tenderly at her and told her that if she helps her, who will worry about anything? Soon the maid left her mistress's room, leaving Ursha alone with herself. The girl thought that she was so ashamed that she wanted to get closer to her brother. She asked the maid not to tell anyone about this. One girl sincerely swore to her of this. Suddenly, His Highness and his new bride appeared in front of her, who held his hand tightly. Navia peeked out from behind her future husband, cheekily greeting Ursha. Princess Pasantia did not say anything to her for some time, because she believed that talking to her was useless. The new bride ran up to the table and asked what she was doing in the imperial greenhouse. Ursha, in a calm voice, reminded her rival that she had already said that it was necessary to behave politely. She added that if His Majesty does not mind, then she is ready to explain again. The guy didn't answer, so the girl said that Navia was completely unaware of even the basic rules of etiquette that a 3-year-old knows, because she couldn't talk to her without asking permission. The rival asked if she really still considers her a simple daughter of the Marquis, because she herself is no longer the crown princess, but at the same time everyone treats her well, although they are on the same level. Ursha thought with horror that the girls really did not see the difference between them, even though her father was the Duke of Pasantria. Therefore, simply by being his daughter, she deserves good treatment from everyone. The princess sadly explained that if she said one more word, she would again order her to be tied up and taken away. Miss Lurtella said that she should be nicer to her, otherwise she will regret it. The entire dispute was observed by the crown prince, who never deigned to utter a word. Ursha decided that he was trying to test her patience, so she did not interfere in their showdown. Navia also noticed the present future husband nearby, so she immediately ran towards him. Catching his hand, the girl affectionately suggested going to a slightly different place. Damien, instead of obeying her, looked menacingly at his future wife. The princess thought that Navia was somehow too calm, because knowing her temperament, she assumed that if her rival once felt superior to her, she would immediately try to destroy her. Her thoughts were interrupted by the unexpected voice of the crown prince, who snatched his hand from the bride's embrace and explained to her that she must go alone. Seeing the silent question in her eyes, he explained that she should go without him. Navia bowed to him with concern and said goodbye to His Highness, saying that they would meet soon. The girl turned to exit the greenhouse, after which she quickly went about her business. At the very exit, she once again looked angrily at her rival, hinting that this was not the end. As soon as the girl left, Damien and Ursha smoothly sat down at the table for tea. She was the first to break the awkward silence, asking if he really wanted to talk about something. The guy leaned his elbows on the table and got as close as possible to the face of his past bride. He was only interested in the fact that many believed that the princess had been doing very interesting things lately. The crown prince glared at her and declared that she should stop doing this immediately. To her question about what he was talking about, he added that she herself understood perfectly well what he was talking about. Ursha assumed he meant spreading rumors about his new bride. He sipped tea from her and said that this was not a request at all, but a direct order from the crown prince of the empire. The guy approached her face, pulled her chin towards him, and asked if she understood everything. Damien admired her beautiful face for some time, saying that he simply wanted the best for her. She pushed his hand away from her face and declared that if this was His Highness's order, then she would not carry it out. The girl firmly said that he could warn her as much as he wanted. Once upon a time, she loved him because he often protected her from scary adults. When they offended her, Damien always came to the rescue and extended his hand to her. The girl fell in love with him because he always called her by name and nothing else. She was pleased to realize that even in this castle, she had her own protector, ready to do anything for her. The children often held hands, but now all those wonderful memories are in the past. Ursha explained to the crown prince that the Pasantria family would not allow those who went against her to live in peace, and she was simply following the family's rules. Damien tried to stop her, but she firmly and confidently asked him not to call her by name anymore. She reminded him that he broke off the engagement, which means they are no longer together. The girl said that from that moment on, she became for him only Princess Pasantria. Immediately after the conversation, she headed to the park to clear her thoughts a little. Ursha heard soft footsteps following her, so she assumed that someone was watching her. She decided that the stranger was waiting for her to enter a deserted place, so she decided to play along with him. The princess was heading to her faithful blade Ash, who was working in the imperial stables. As soon as he saw her, he immediately realized that she had come to him for a reason. The girl was a little out of breath, because as soon as she noticed the surveillance, she immediately quickened her pace. She understood that she was being watched all this time, and she thought that this man had a lot of courage. Turning around, Ursha loudly asked if Miss Lurtella was not afraid to be alone with her. The crown prince's new bride smiled tenderly at her, not expecting a warm welcome. The princess immediately moved on to the question of why she was following her. Navia playfully revealed that she just wanted to talk to her future husband's ex-fiancé about something. As soon as Ursha agreed to this, an evil grin appeared on the girl's face. She said in disbelief that various harmful rumors had been circulating about her lately. The girl confidently declared that none other than her only rival was disbanding them. The princess firmly reminded her that she was not the one who started this useless war. Navia arrogantly stated that she would never say anything bad about her, so the rumors were not her fault. Ursha asked in surprise who, in her opinion, was guilty of spreading false accusations. The girl laughed playfully and stated that she had no idea who she was talking about. The princess took out a small bottle, took off the cap, and then dropped a few drops onto the ground, which is why there was nothing left on the ground. She said that if anyone else had been following her, she would not have hesitated to throw the substance on him. Ursha stated that if a rival wants to discuss something, then she should write an official letter. Navia explained that girls shouldn't make her angry, and then raised her hand with a wedding ring. It was the same ring that she had recently given to the crown prince. The ring was on her left ring finger, which meant he proposed to her. Navia happily asked if the girl had finally noticed the ring on her finger. She added that the crown prince gave her a ring, which she returned to him, and she should be very sorry that from now on the ring is not hers. Ursha said that she doesn't regret anything, but before that, she didn't think that she liked used things. The princess added caustically that if she were in her place, she would not be so happy, to which she replied that it was temporary while they were making a new ring. Not intending to listen to her anymore, Ursha said that if she had nothing more to say, then she could go. The new bride couldn't figure out how to answer her rival, so she simply went back to the palace. The princess watched for a moment as Miss Lurtella walked off into the sunset. As soon as she disappeared over the horizon, the girl immediately called Ash to her. The guy asked if everything was okay with her, because he deliberately stayed nearby in order to help the lady if something happened. Ursha stated that she was a little afraid that she would not be able to cope with her anger and that she would be killed ahead of time. Her faithful blade told her that he wanted to hand over a letter to her personally. The girl immediately opened it and read that the war was over, and the soldiers would return this week. 3 years ago, the kingdom of Sepia asked the empire to send an army to help them, and in return, they agreed to become their vassals. Rias Pasantria, Ursha's older brother, became the leader of the army. Therefore, she thought that most likely the empire managed to win with almost no losses. She assumed that the same boy would return along with the main army. The princess decided that all these events could play into her hands, because people loyal to her would gather around. One day, she woke up at night and found many beautiful flowers around her. At first, she thought that the soldiers would arrive soon, so she needed to get a good night's sleep. As soon as she smelled the flowers, she immediately sat up on the bed, trying to figure out where they came from around her. She took one bud, after which she realized that they were not poisonous, because in the Pasantria family, a lot of attention is paid to medicine, including poison, so it was not easy to poison her. But there was still one single question about how they ended up in her bedroom. Suddenly, the door opened, after which a man she knew well entered the room, who was supposed to return along with the entire army. Alfredo Venezzi, who was the second prince of the great empire, stood at the door. Seeing that she woke up, the guy immediately asked if she liked his gift. The girl sleepily asked if it was he who personally brought them to her room in the middle of the night. Alfredo approached her bed and handed her a bouquet of beautiful roses, hinting that this guess was correct. Ursha wearily asked why he even came to her, since the rest of the army was supposed to return the next day. The guy was a little embarrassed, not understanding why she was even asking such a rhetorical question. Sitting down next to her, Alfredo softly explained that he really wanted to check on her. He added that he ran as fast as he could to the imperial palace because he was worried about her when he learned that the prophecy had changed. The princess assured him that everything was fine and he had nothing else to worry about. Alfredo was the only brother of the prince, the illegitimate son of the emperor. In 3 years he had grown a lot. He was 16 years old and no longer considered himself a little boy, but still considered her his sister. The guy rushed into her arms, as he once did in childhood, because before they were very close. Seeing the fear on her face, he asked if she had forgotten how they used to spend time. When he was little, he often hid in the garden from his brother and his family. One day, Ursha ran past him, but did not pay attention to him at all. The boy caught her by the hem of her dress, causing her to stop and turn around. To his question about whether she was very busy, the girl replied that she was ready to spend time with him. Alfredo always followed her tail, so they became very close friends. Now she was proud that he was able to return from the war unharmed, to which the queen sent him. The girl hugged him and said that he was a great fellow, to which the guy replied that he was very lonely without her for 3 years. He reminded her that when he turned 13, she allowed him to enter her room without permission. Alfredo took the bud in his hands and then placed it above her ear, saying that he decided that their agreement was still valid, so he immediately came to her. Enjoying her beauty, he sincerely wondered if she was now against this. When she asked if anyone had seen him, he replied that no one had seen him, because otherwise they would have problems. The princess believed that, although she and the crown prince had separated, she had no use for such rumors. She got up and went to the window, and meanwhile the prince asked if they had really broken up. Carefully pulling the beautiful flower out of her hair, Ursha answered firmly and affirmatively. Even in the midnight darkness, she could see his joyful smile on his face. The guy approached her, saying that the rumors he had heard turned out to be true. He took her hand and kissed her wrist tenderly, as required by an aristocratic greeting. Alfredo sheepishly asked if she would like to have breakfast with him. Ursha immediately said that they did not have the right to do this, because he still had not greeted him and Her Majesty. She reminded him that they could spend time with him later, but now he should go see them. Seeing how upset he was, the girl realized that he had not changed at all over these 3 years. Walking out the door of her room, the second prince paused briefly in the dark corridor and thought. In his heart of hearts, he was very glad that his elder brother refused his engagement to her, because now the road to her heart was open for him. The princess could not sleep, so she watched as the bustle began in the courtyard. The servants were carrying boxes, and she thought that most likely they were preparing for a feast for the knights. She suggested that it would be very interesting to see how the prince and his new companion would react if the former crown princess, who had broken off her engagement, appeared at such an event. Later in the day, Azel came to her and told her mistress that a letter had been sent to her. Ursha sincerely thanked her for her help and then began to read what she had written. The letter was from his brother, saying that he was returning to their parents' mansion. She understood that he was the heir, which meant that during this time he had accumulated a lot of work, but she would still come to the banquet. Putting the letter aside, the princess informed the maid that they should prepare for the banquet. She asked if Azel would go to a banquet in honor of the arrival of the army, to which she replied that her brother had invited her. The princess, embarrassed, asked if the girl could help her get ready for such an important event. The maid said that she would do everything possible to make her mistress comfortable. The girl continued to play on the feelings of her ward, so she looked sad. As soon as Azel ran up to her, Ursha said that she remembered what happened a couple of days ago. When questioned by the maid, the girl calmly stated that nothing bad had happened. The servant furiously said that she could tell her absolutely everything, because she would try to help her. The princess hooked her again, after which she asked her not to tell anyone what she would tell her, because it could harm Miss Lurtella's reputation. Hiding her malicious smile, the girl told her that the new companion of the crown prince was pursuing her. Shortly before this, she was thinking about how she could destroy her rival, because even if her temple debt became even greater, nothing would change anyway, because she was so mired in debt that there was no point in it. Ash came to her again, whom she asked if he found out what she asked him about. The guy explained to her that he provided her with all the information he found about the Marquis's family personally. The princess asked if he had found information about where the Marquis got the money, to which he replied that the money was lent to the Marquis by a merchant guild, in which there is a man in love with Miss Lurtella. Ursha asked how things really were, not for the record, but according to his personal feelings. Her trusty blade said that most likely the Marquis found a weakness in the trade guild. He explained that the son, in love with Navia, killed his mother, but his father still does not know the truth, but the Marquis found out about it. The girl suggested that in this case it would be better, of course, to pay than to go to the execution. The guy interrupted her thoughts, saying that there was much more important information about the Marquis's income. He said that the temple also lent money to the Marquis, and it wasn't even that his daughter was a child of prophecy. Ash explained that the Marquis began receiving money long before the prophecy changed. Her trusty blade explained that the new priest announced a change in the prophecy, but before that, he began to pay the Marquis money. Ursha jumped up from her chair and asked if he knew the reason why everything turned out this way. The guy said that there were rumors that the clergyman was having a secret affair with Miss Lurtella. The girl said that all this sounded strange, because priests were forbidden to have relationships. For those who serve God in the temple, relationships are a strict taboo, but for some reason, one of them decided to break the rule. Ash carefully covered her with his cloak, after which she informed him that he had to do something for her. The guy bowed and declared that he would do absolutely everything she ordered him to do. The princess approached him, stroked his cheek, and asked if he had learned about Navia's own weakness. He calmly explained that her main weakness was beauty, to which the girl replied that she surrounded herself with elaborate dresses, a collection of jewelry, and beautiful servants. Having looked carefully at her ward, she asked him if he could seduce the crown prince's new bride. Ash closed his eyes, sighed heavily, and said that if this is what his mistress wants, then he will do everything in his power. The guy said that she needed to arrange just one meeting with her, then he would be able to put the plan into action. Ash is a dagger that her father gave her. Before meeting their family, he grew up in a guild where he was trained to become a killer. Of all the recruits, he was the only one who survived after difficult trials. At one point, the guy found himself on the street with a puncture wound in his side and was bleeding. He had no hope that he would be able to survive, so he simply waited for death to take him into its arms. It was at that moment that the Duke of Pysantria came for him and took him with him. In gratitude for saving Ash, he promised him that for the sake of their family, he would make any sacrifice. When she was little, she walked along the corridor, holding in her hands the treasured book that she had been meaning to read for so long. His Highness had given her the long-awaited day off, so she wasn't going to waste a minute. Seeing the light in one of the rooms, she thought that everyone should already be asleep. Approaching the door, she quietly asked who was inside the reading room. Through a small gap, she saw Ash, who was completely covered in blood. Suddenly, someone grabbed her leg with all their might, causing the girl to squeal quietly. There was a half-dead man lying on the floor, who in a hoarse voice asked her to help him. Ash stepped on his hand to prevent the criminal from touching his mistress, and then he told her that she should return to her place. The girl screamed that first he had to explain everything, after which she would go to her place. Her older brother Rias, who was also stained with someone else's blood, came up to the screams. Ursha plaintively asked what was happening and why they were all covered in blood, to which her brother simply took off his gloves. He handed the item to Ash and then picked up his little sister to carry her to the room. The girl kicked and squealed in his arms for a long time because she was seriously scared that they had to fight. When he sat her down on the bed, he immediately asked why she came to that room, to which she asked what happened. The guy affectionately stroked her head and told her that children should sleep at this time, because none of this mattered. Ursha could not sleep for a long time, so her older brother decided to stay with her for a while. Seeing that she was tormented by questions, he said that he would try to answer them. The elder brother kissed her lovingly on the forehead and declared that good girls should sleep at night. When he left, the girl noticed that the servants did not react to the blood on his clothes. It was at this moment that the princess realized that everyone around her was aware of what was happening. That night, by some miracle, she was still able to sleep, but she had nightmares all night. Much later, she learned the truth that that night her brother and Ash were dealing with the assassins who were sent to her. The girl suspected that because of her, many services were damaged or even lost, and her family suffered a lot, and she had to go through a lot as a child. So now, when she was surrounded by more mercenaries in the garden, she asked if they thought this was all funny. The princess asked in surprise whether it was the same Miss Lurtella who had sent them. She explained that she had long noticed that she was being followed, and now it was time to deal with them. At that same second, a man who had come from nowhere began to attack the mercenaries. Ash knocked out one of them with a kick, after which he began to attack the rest. First of all, he tried to cover his mistress, who was the target of the attack. Ursha confidently told her trusty blade that he should deal with everyone. The guy sincerely apologized for not dealing with them much earlier, and now they were bothering her. Starting the attack with a knife, he asked the princess to close her eyes so that she would not see the bloody carnage. The girl didn't even think about closing her eyes, because it wasn't the first time she saw her ill-wishers being killed. Her trusty blade acted clearly and carefully, killing her opponents one after another. The princess decided to help him, and reported that the next enemy was attacking him from the left. Thanks to her advice, the guy was not seriously injured and repelled the attacker's attack. After he had dealt with all his ill-wishers, he approached his mistress. Getting down on one knee, he said that he didn't want her to see it at all. Ursha explained to him that he had absolutely nothing to apologize for, and then handed him a handkerchief so that he could wipe the blood from his face. Ash sheepishly informed her that it was her personal scarf, and he couldn't just take it. The girl did not back down, and said that he got it precisely because of her, so she did not mind giving away her thing. The guy took the object from her hands and said that in this case he did not dare refuse. Suddenly, one of the vanquished men stirred and began making hoarse sounds, asking someone to help him. Faithful Blade informed his mistress that he had left one alive, and then asked whether to deliver him to the Duke's estate. He added that with this person's help, they would be able to formally charge Miss Lurtella. Ursha thought for a moment, and then said that they should keep this all a secret. She added that precisely because they were sent to her by the Crown Prince's new bride, everything needed to be hidden, because it was clear that no one else would dare to carry out such a daring attack right on the palace grounds. The girl knew that until she understood how Nivea was connected to the temple, it was dangerous to contact her directly. The princess ordered the survivor to be brought to her father, believing that she would need him someday. That same evening, the bird flew to her again with a letter, about which she thought that the animal was probably tired because every day it flies from the estate to the capital and back. Taking the letter, she read that it was quite difficult to find the person behind the Assassin's Guild. Suddenly she heard a knock on the door, after which she invited the guest to come inside. As soon as she said this, Alfredo entered the room, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. In response to her question about whether something had really happened, the guy affectionately said that he had come to tell her something. In his hands, he held a snow-white wedding dress, which she was supposed to wear to the engagement ceremony with the crown prince. Ursula rose from her seat and asked how he managed to carry it throughout the castle, to which he replied that no one noticed him. The second prince began to straighten the dress and talk about how this dress belonged to her. The girl calmly answered him that she really had to wear it to the wedding. Hearing this word, the guy looked at her in surprise, not knowing how to respond to this. The princess asked why he brought this dress to her, to which he replied that some marquise wanted to steal it. When she asked if she was really talking about Miss Lurtella, Alfredo explained that that was her name. With horror in his voice, he asked her how some marquise dared to touch her things. Ursula explained that this marchioness is now the new child of the prophecy, as well as the bride of the crown prince. She again asked what happened that the dress suddenly appeared in his possession. The second prince looked away and said that it was just a coincidence, because he was going to get her a gift. He added that he saw a girl with pink hair on the street, so he followed her into a bar. The guy explained that he did not mistake her for Ursula, because he would never confuse her with anyone. The girl threw her wedding dress on the sofa and then asked what happened at the bar. Alfredo said that he accidentally heard the marquise repeating her name. In a cold and gloomy voice, he added that the crown prince's new bride repeated her rival's name while constantly looking at the dress, after which he felt sick of his sister's name being mentioned in such a place, so he wanted to beat everyone up. The guy, expecting praise, happily said that he decided not to waste his energy, so he simply grabbed the dress and left. Looking at her dress, Ursula thought that she couldn't wear it anywhere else except for a wedding. The girl asked with interest if he knew an interesting fact about the dress, to which he answered in the negative. The princess couldn't help but think about how the crown prince once told her that the most exceptional color is white. The children looked at the same dress, but they were only 10 years old, and then Demian explained that no color stands out like white. He added that white can add sophistication to anything, which is why it is the most exceptional. The boy said that he had seen many dresses, but this, in his opinion, was the best, because it would look great on his bride even without useless accessories. Patting Ursula on the head, he said that the accessories did not suit her at all. Now the girl was sitting on the sofa and thinking about what she should do with the hated dress. After a while, she got up from the sofa and firmly said that she did not need this dress. She sheepishly explained that for her this item was a reward, but now it means nothing. The girl often thought about how she would look in a white dress, which she considered a reward for dedicating her life to the prince and the empire. Since she was now only the princess of Pysantria and not the crown princess, she no longer needed the wedding dress. Ursula calmly asked Alfredo to return the dress to Miss Lurtella before she missed it. Hearing her words that she no longer needed the dress, the guy immediately ran up to her and asked what happened. He gently brushed a strand of hair from her face to try to read in her eyes all that she was trying to carefully hide. At her questioning glance, he explained that she always has this expression on her face when she is sad. The girl lightly touched her cheek, thinking that she had never imagined that her facial expression would change. She gently stroked his hair, asking him if he really noticed such little things. Alfredo embarrassedly reported that this was indeed the case, because he had noticed it a long time ago. Just as she was about to remove her hand, he gently grabbed her palm and placed it against his cheek. Enjoying the warmth of her hand, he gently and tenderly kissed her palm, watching her reaction. The girl immediately broke away from his arms, reminding him that this was crossing boundaries. She said that she was a little busy at the moment, so they would talk later, to which he replied that he really came unannounced, so he should leave. As soon as he walked out the door, the princess threw the dress on the floor, not knowing what to do with it in the end. Having gathered her hair into a bun, she sat down to read the letters, since in 2 days a banquet was to take place in honor of the knights who had returned from the war. The girl understood that everyone was only talking about how God had abandoned her, so now she had to think about who she would go to the ball with. Ursula believed that many people were too interested in knowing whether she would appear at the banquet, since she was still in the palace due to the collapse. Some people believed that she would not attend the event because of the prince or Miss Lurtella. Others, on the contrary, believed that she would come and make a scene, because she could not let go of the prince. The princess understood that all these people wanted her Ursha Pasantria to come to the ball because they were very interested in what would happen. All aristocrats loved gossip and rumors, especially those concerning the imperial family. They discussed that she would cry when she saw her ex-fiancé with his new bride. Someone said that she would start a scandal. The girl decided that she would definitely give them what they wanted, namely a scandal, tears, and possibly fainting from shame, but this did not necessarily have to concern her. There was another knock on the door of her room, after which she allowed her maid to enter. The maid Azel smoothly entered the room and then went straight to her mistress. Standing near the table, the girl heard the princess's words that she needed to come closer. Ursha confidently told her about her plan, which she was going to implement at the banquet. After listening attentively, the girl joyfully declared that she would definitely help, and Miss Lurtella would not dare to lay a finger on her. The princess looked at her tenderly and then said words of gratitude to her. Left alone with herself, she thought that she still needed to find a date for the banquet. There was another knock on the door, after which she invited the butler to come inside the room. The man obediently entered the room and said that he had brought a stack of letters for the lady. The girl said that he could throw away absolutely all the letters that came to her, but he must send one letter to the address. She added that if there were more offers to be her date at the banquet, then he might not even bring these letters, but simply throw them away. Ursha explained that she had long ago decided with whom she would go to this event. Tiredly sitting down on the bed, the princess thought that for Navia all her antics before were just a child's prank. She sincerely hoped that her rival was expecting a banquet because she had prepared a surprise for her. The next day, all the servants began preparing for the banquet, so the castle was in turmoil. Walking between the people, Ursha firmly decided that it was time to prepare for the meeting of the military. She knew that if he passed in the palace, then she would not need to do anything special. Many girls stuffed their clothes with cotton or starved themselves before the banquet, but she did not need this at all. The princess, meanwhile, was putting her plan into action, so she went to meet Ash. Hiding behind the door, she watched as her trusty blade seduced her rival. The girl had to prepare a performance before the upcoming event. The guy, meanwhile, bowed to the new mistress, saying that she considered the item some kind of trifle because he did not know that it belonged to her. Navia told him that she wasn't mad at him at all, but she was wondering how he ended up with her. The new bride of the crown prince was holding in her hands the brooch that the guy presented to her. Overhearing their conversation, Ursha thought that this was a rather stupid question, because of course she gave it to him. On that very day, when Navia was watching her rival, the girl found that ill-fated brooch. The item was lying on the ground. The princess picked it up and decided that someday she would need it. When they were planning a plan with Ash, Ursha stopped him before he walked out the door. The girl explained that she had come up with something and then handed him a small object. She explained that the brooch belonged to Miss Lurtella, so he could use it. Her trusty blade declared that he would take the chance she gave him and do his best. The guy shared the find with everyone, and as soon as the rumors reached his rival, she immediately came personally to deal with the pathetic servant who dared to rob her. Now she asked him again where he got her brooch, to which he replied that he simply saw it in the grass. Ash bowed his head obediently and said in a shaking voice that he would never dare to steal something from her. After these words, he looked piercingly at her, and tears began to accumulate in the corners of his eyes. Navia was very shocked and embarrassed by such frankness on the part of the guy. He continued to say that she should believe him, because he would never lie to the new bride of the crown prince. Miss Lurtella extended her hand to him, then lifted his face by the chin. This was enough for the princess, so she immediately went back to the castle. Ursha was very pleased with the events taking place, because everything was going as she had planned. That evening, her older brother finally returned to the Pasantria mansion, where he decided to immediately take a shower after the difficult journey from the battlefield. The butler came to him, saying that His Highness had received a letter from the princess herself. After reading what was written, the guy ordered the servants to prepare the horse for the trip to the imperial castle. The man explained that because of the banquet, they were going to prepare the horses early in the morning. Ursha's elder brother looked at him sternly, after which the servant no longer contradicted him. He stated that he would arrange everything right away, after which he hastily left the room. Left alone with himself, the guy looked out the window and thought only about how his sister was doing there. At the same time, the head of the temple said that the meeting would take place on this very day, as he had planned. The guy said that he had been waiting for the opportunity to meet Princess Ursha Pasantria for a very long time. Ursha, being in the imperial castle, was preparing for the upcoming banquet in honor of the arrival of the troops. The maid asked her what kind of shoes to bring her, to which she replied that it didn't matter to her what kind, because the main thing was that they were clean and tidy. The woman immediately brought her low-heeled shoes, and then with trembling hands, she put them on the mistress. As soon as she finished, she immediately asked if she could go about her business, to which the princess answered in the affirmative. The maid quickly walked towards the exit, and at this time the butler approached the girl. The princess understood that after the prophecy changed, almost everyone turned away from her, which means it was important to them. The man decided to defuse the situation and said that the weather had finally arrived. Leaning closer to his mistress, he told her that His Highness and Miss Lurtella were currently heading into the hall. The butler then politely inquired when the prince would arrive, to which she replied that her brother would arrive when the sun had set and the moon had risen. When the man asked whether he would really arrive so late, the girl replied that the most important thing was that he be there in time before the dance. Another maid asked if her mistress was going to wear any jewelry, to which Ursha explained that accessories add weight to the look. Adjusting her shoes, the girl asked the princess who she was expecting for the night. Ursha smiled contentedly and explained that she was waiting for a dear guest who was about to arrive. After some time, the maids whispered about whether a partner would definitely arrive for their mistress. They were afraid that he would not make it on time or would decide not to come to the banquet at all. The princess decided to calm them down and said that he would definitely come, but since they were so worried, they could take a walk together. As soon as the girls approached the door, they immediately saw that a broad-shouldered guy was standing behind it. The stranger walked inside, after which all three maids looked at him in confusion at once, not daring to look away. The princess's older brother walked into the room, greeting his younger sister Ursha. The princess looked at him in surprise, because she did not expect at all that she would not change at all in 3 years. The guy bowed to her and asked if she had been waiting for his arrival for so long that she had become bored. He kissed her tenderly on the cheek and said that she had grown a lot, because the last time they met, she was only 15. Extending his large palm towards her, Rias invited her to go to the banquet together. The girl accepted his invitation, after which they walked down the corridor together. Their arrival was noticed by one of the butlers announcing those present, after which he decided that it was worth introducing the new arrivals. The man shouted at the top of his lungs that Prince Rias Pasantria and Princess Ursha Pasantria were entering the hall. She firmly decided that the time had finally come to put her plans into action to make this banquet unforgettable. The ladies at the event discussed that the imperial palace had very tasty desserts, but their corsets were too tight, so they could not try them. Navia happily wondered if they were really having fun at such a wonderful banquet. They all said that everything was fine, and then they conveyed the words that the son of the Duke of Pasantria would come with his sister. At the same moment, the arrival of the Pasantria family was announced, to which Navia turned towards the door. Ursha noticed that a couple of minutes ago, everyone was enthusiastically chatting about their business. Now, absolutely all the guests were silent and looked at the newly arrived people walking into the depths of the hall. She understood that they were easy to understand, because after all, she was the crown princess and almost never appeared at banquets. The girl knew that everyone was also interested in her brother, who had spent the last 3 years in the war. Reyes immediately attracted special attention from the girls, who were smitten by his beauty. Absolutely every person in the empire knew the name of Rias Pasantria, the son of Duke Pasantria. Since childhood, he has attracted attention not only because he is the heir of the duke, but also because he inherited the beauty of his mother. The guy began learning fencing at a very young age, gradually honing his skills. The elder brother reached great heights, because when he turned 16, His Majesty the Emperor gave him a sword. Ursha knew very well that people would not admire him if he could only swing a sword. The guy was also talented in studies, so he often helped his father with paperwork and also took part in managing the duchy. When he turned 20, he volunteered for the war, because he was not going to just sit back and profit from other people's fame, as others did. The elder brother defeated so many enemies on the front line that he was even given a title in the Kingdom of Sepia. Many girls began to write letters of complaint to him as soon as they heard that he was going to go to war. Now she laughed, remembering such a distant past that happened several years ago. To his question about what made her laugh so much, the girl replied that she simply remembered the old days. She added that she found it very funny to watch the ladies whisper to each other, but be afraid to approach them. Sometime later, Ursha looked at the entire banquet hall, after which it was time to act. She looked at Rias carefully, saying with her gaze that the time had come. The girl thought that she had done the right thing by not telling him her plan, so now she wondered how much he knew. Having said that she was going for wine, the princess quickly left in the direction of her rival. Finding a waiter with drinks along the way, she took 1 glass of wine and then headed back to the participant in her show. Ursha once again carefully looked around, after which she immediately noticed Navia standing nearby. The crown prince's new bride was surrounded by several ladies who couldn't stop laughing. The butler with the drinks bowed to Ursi, after which he walked with the glasses towards his future mistress. The servant worked for the princess, so he was holding a small package of truth serum in his hands. Approaching the ladies, he said that a caring gentleman, struck by her beauty, asked to give Navia a glass of wine. The girl embarrassedly stated that the first dance would be announced very soon, but one glass wouldn't do anything. Watching this, the princess thought that her rival should like it, because the wine was magnificent, sweet, and light, although strong, so she should not have noticed that something had been added to the glass. Ursha made sure that the girl was drinking wine, and then went back to her brother. They stood not far from Navia, so the princess could see that her rival was calmly absorbing the drink, which means everything was going according to plan. When asked by her brother whether it was really just wine, the girl replied that she had added a little medicine to it. Rias curiously asked if she was talking about small quantities, to which she replied that this was not entirely true. Straightening her older brother's tie, the princess said that she had ordered this substance from her father, but at first she was going to mix the truth potion herself, but it didn't work out because the recipe was too complex. Looking sideways at her rival, Ursha immediately realized that the girl had drunk enough. Navia stood straight, but it was clear from her gaze that the girl did not understand anything. The princess quickly approached the crown prince's new bride and then greeted her. She calmly said that she just wanted to tell her something very important. Approaching even closer, Ursha took her by the shoulders and said that it was she who started all the rumors about her. The crown prince's new bride smoothly replied that she knew that, to which the princess thought that the potion had not worked because she should have lost her temper. Instead of the expected reaction, the girl loudly declared that she absolutely did not care about it. Laughing, she added that her rival can do whatever she wants, because once she takes the throne, who will bring her to her knees? Watching Navia's eloquence, the girl realized that she had managed to achieve the desired effect. The performance began, and all eyes were on the crown prince's new bride. Ursha believed that now everyone would understand who really is the main character, whom they so inhumanely decided to replace with a pathetic girl. When the princess first appeared at the imperial castle, she entered the banquet hall on the arm of the prince. The emperors and empresses always danced first, and then the children joined in the dance. They always danced before the others because there was such a rule. She didn't care about these memories, but it took her too long to reach this position in society. In each of them, the dance was beautiful and wonderful in its own way, but now it was all a thing of the past. Ursha couldn't let some scoundrel ruin everything and go unpunished. The princess understood that from now on everything would be just the way she wanted it, and that is why the new bride would never dance first at the banquet. The girl made an embarrassed and surprised face, asking Miss Lurtella to calm down. Wiping her face with a handkerchief, she added that she was very worried that the new princess would fall. Navia sarcastically said that her rival would pay her for everything, because she warned her that no one was allowed to treat her like that. People around them began to whisper, and Ursha told the intoxicated girl that she was doing this all for her own good. They both felt that the atmosphere around them had become completely different, because now they were under the gaze of all the guests. When she asked what all this meant, Ursha explained that the girl had had a little too much, so she should calm down. Navia threw her hand off and screamed that her opponent should leave her behind. Angry, she looked indignantly at the ex-bride of her future husband standing in front of her. The princess decided that her rival looked too calm for someone who had been drugged. She couldn't believe that this was really her true face, and meanwhile, the girl asked if she knew him. Ursha really wanted to know who she was talking about, but now everyone was looking at them, so she couldn't take her aside and ask her. In response to her words that she should calm down, Navia hit her opponent on the arm and moved back a little. The girl mockingly stated that she had touched her lightly, which meant her rival was being a fool. People around began to say that such behavior was unworthy of a lady, and she did not dare to do so. Miss Lurtella headed deeper into the hall, but everyone around continued to watch her and whisper. Ursha was just about to call the Marquis's daughter back when Azel intervened in their dialogue. The girl grabbed Navia by the shoulder and asked how she dared treat the princess like that. She added that she asked to bring her water, and she began to behave disrespectfully in dialogue with Princess Pysantria. Azel continued to say that their princess is the kindest, and the girl intends to upset her. The crown prince's new bride grabbed the girl by the dress and screamed that she was a pathetic bug. Azel tried to escape from her hands, screaming for her to let her go immediately. She talked about how God couldn't choose someone like her, so she would never become crown princess because only their lady was worthy of it. Navia let go of her and then swung her hand and hit the girl on the cheek with all her might. Azel screamed and fell to the floor, and the new bride told her that she was a dirty commoner. Rubbing the bruised area with her hand, the girl could not believe that she had been humiliated so publicly. The Marquise's daughter approached her and declared that she dared not approach her anymore. Ursha, watching everything that was happening, thought that Miss Lurtella had finally fulfilled her role. The girl immediately shouted at her that she should immediately stop beating the innocent girl. Azel, meanwhile, jumped up from the floor and asked the people if she really was the child of the prophecy, because she had so unceremoniously struck an innocent person. Indignation bubbled up inside the Crown Prince's new bride, and her hand began to rise again. Noticing this, Ursha immediately ran to shield Azel from another blow. This time, Navia put all her strength into the blow, causing the princess to feel a ringing in her ears for a while. People around began to shout that the princess had blood on her lip and a bruise on her cheek. The guests whispered that she was clearly not a child of prophecy, because everything with her was very clear. The Marquis's daughter looked in horror at her trembling hand, little by little realizing what she had just done. Ursha realized that her rival was beginning to come to her senses, so she decided that it was worth reporting to her father that the drugs only worked for a short time. Wiping the blood from her face, the girl thought that the veil had finally fallen. Navia fell to the floor in shame and fear, not understanding how she could do this to her rival. One of the women in the crowd began to ask another if this girl really was the child of the prophecy. Everyone began to discuss that perhaps it was a big mistake, and at this time, Ursha approached her opponent. Someone said that from the very beginning, they doubted the new prophecy, because someone like her could not be the savior of the empire. The princess gave her a hand to help her get up from the floor, and at this time, the man reasoned that Navia would not be able to bring peace and tranquility to the empire. The Crown Prince's new bride was terribly embarrassed, causing tears to appear in her eyes. The girl slowly rose from the floor, thanks to the help of her only rival. She heard talk that the Marchioness of Lurtella was indeed not what they thought. Meanwhile, someone asked whether his interlocutor had heard the latest rumors that were circulating around the imperial castle. The man answered him that he never believed that God himself had chosen her, and that the prophecy was wrong. Seeing that Navia was about to remove her hand, Ursha was the first to let her go, thinking that since she wanted it herself, then let her have it. The Crown Prince's new bride did not expect this, so she immediately began to fall back. Behind her was a table on which stood a tower of glasses filled with champagne. The entire structure flew straight at her, and also obviously fell towards Ursha Pesantria. The princess understood that this was necessary in order to completely destroy the authority of the Marquise, but she knew that it would be quite painful. Suddenly, someone grabbed the girl by the shoulder, thanks to which not a single glass fell on her. The savior turned out to be Crown Prince Demian, who chose to help his former bride rather than his real one. The princess looked at him in surprise, trying to understand why he helped her. Miss Lurtella sat among broken glasses and a puddle of champagne, and Ursha remained completely unharmed. She thought that thanks to the prince she had not suffered a bit, but she still could not figure out his plan. Navia sat on the floor and cried, quietly saying that she did not believe that this happened to her. People around looked at her with condemnation and gloating, and she clearly felt their gaze. Her rival approached her again, offering a helping hand to the unfortunate fallen woman. Miss Lurtella became furious and screamed to the entire ballroom that everything happened because of her. The princess, meanwhile, calmly asked if the new child of the prophecy had hurt herself. Navia rose from the floor on her own, quietly wailing that she absolutely did not believe what had happened. She felt how the people around her, with whom she had recently had a pleasant conversation, turned away from her, not intending to talk to her. Ursha also felt a wave of indignation from all the guests of the imperial castle. Suddenly, she heard a name from Navia that she had not heard before. She ran up to her again, saying that the girl needed to rest and go home, to which her rival again screamed for her to move away from her. She had nothing to fear anymore, because she had already disgraced herself in front of all the aristocrats of the empire. Miss Lurtella walked past the princess and menacingly declared that he would not just leave this. Urzi said that she does not care about the fact that the girl is a child of prophecy, because such behavior is simply unacceptable in high society. People again began to whisper that the princess was right, because some marquise dared to raise her hand against the princess of Pesantria, which means that the girl would not be able to fulfill the prophecy and would not cope with the role of the crown princess. Navia began to sob and started screaming that everyone should shut up immediately, after which she looked at Ursha and asked if she was really facing punishment. The girl laughed and asked why she was being punished, since she was not guilty of anything. Coming closer to her rival, she asked if she really thought that God himself had chosen her. Noticing the downcast expression on her face, Ursha immediately realized that there was clearly something fishy in this matter. The crown prince's new bride fell to the floor, and the princess decided that this could end her humiliation, and then wait for a response. The servants picked up their future mistress to take her back to the room, and Ursha, meanwhile, thought that the prince should help her at least for the moment. Instead of the expected reaction, Demian stood still and calmly watched as his future bride was taken away from the hall. The princess finally heard the sonorous voice of her older brother, who was already making his way through the people straight to her. He came closer, wiped the blood from her cheek, and said that he saw blood on her face, so he decided that she had suffered badly. She explained that he shouldn't worry because it didn't hurt at all, to which he asked if she would listen to him if he asked her to treat his wound. Hearing her negative answer, the guy said that she should still do this after the banquet. The brother and sister noticed young people approaching them, to which Ursha thought that she had been looking for her all evening, and she herself showed up. Azel and her younger brother approached them, worried about the situation. The princess thought that she had not seen Rubel for a very long time, because he was one of the prince's assistants. The guy bowed politely and greeted her, calling her highness, and meanwhile she realized that he still considered her the crown princess. Rubel Portuba, the prince's assistant, was the only one whose attitude towards her did not change a bit. He stated that they had not seen her for a long time, to which the girl answered in the affirmative. She understood that he had not changed a bit, because he was still the kindest among all the crown prince's assistants. Rubel was good, but overly emotional, which led him to certain difficulties in his work. Ursha believed that for this reason, he would not become one of her closest assistants. She knew very little about him, because they had never worked together, but brother and sister were very similar to each other, both in appearance and in character. The princess approached her maid and asked why she intervened in their quarrel, to which she replied that she was afraid for the health of her mistress. Ursha said that she was very grateful to her for trying to keep her safe, but she did not want the girl to get hurt, to which Azel asked her forgiveness. She added that she didn't have to worry about this, because she was really worried about her. Turning to her younger brother, she said that the two of them should go home early to get a good rest from what had happened. As soon as the princess gave him the order that he take medicine for his sister from the imperial doctor on her behalf, the guy immediately went to carry out the order. Ursha, meanwhile, approached Navia's recent girlfriends, who said that it was unlikely that God had chosen the Marquis's daughter, since she dared to behave like that. To their questions about how she was feeling, the girl gratefully answered that she was fine. Listening to them talk about how, no matter who she was, His Highness should deal with her, she thought that it was he who should do this, and not the Emperor. One of them said that lately His Highness has looked very sad because the prophecy separated them. When she asked what they were talking about, the girls assured her that she had not left the imperial palace just because of the crown prince. All three believed that they loved each other very much, so no prophecy could separate them, to which Ursha thought that the rumors started due to the fact that they are often seen together. The girl had known for a long time that they were talking about them, but did not know what exactly they were talking about. She really loved the crown prince, and now she wasn't even sure if he had ever liked her. She had never really known the answer to this question, but for some reason it now bothered her. Ursha understood that it didn't matter now, because she no longer felt anything for him. Raising her head, she met the gaze of the crown prince, who had been heading towards her all this time. The princess constantly thought about the reason why he always ends up next to her. Her elder brother came up to them in time and greeted the crown prince. Damian looked wearily in his direction, after which he also politely greeted him. Rias immediately stepped between them, covering his sister with himself, and began to talk about how they had not seen Demian for 3 years. She decided that her brother arrived just in time, because she and the prince got along well, and thanks to him, they were not left alone with him. Her brother was 3 years older than the prince, so before this difference was felt very strongly. The crown prince could never defeat Rias in a fair sword fight, so he often became upset. The elder brother was so good with the sword that the emperor gave him a standing ovation. His Highness asked Rias to become sparring partners with the crown prince that day. Now Demian told Rias that his father was very sad that he could not meet the hero in person. Ursha realized that her brother was trying to hide her from the prince, and meanwhile, he answered his interlocutor that he would immediately go to the emperor. She thought that even in heels she couldn't see the prince from behind him. Damian also constantly tried to see it, but at the same time, he told Rias that he believed that the road was not easy to restore, which means that they did a good job. The princess understood that she could not avoid a conversation with the crown prince, so she called Rias. She let him know with her look that everything would be fine with her and that he could go about his business. Ursha walked past him, thinking that she simply had to talk to her ex-fiancé. Having carefully examined Demian, she realized that she had not seen him with such a hairstyle for a long time, which he wore only to banquets, and his suit was the same one that she had once given him. The prince never appeared in public in the same outfit twice, so this behavior was not like him. Ursha suddenly realized that this banquet was his first appearance with Miss Lurtella. He extended his hand to her, saying that he would like to discuss something with her alone. She looked at her brother and thought that she was very glad that this was still a request and not an order, although she did not dare refuse even that. The guy knew how to use the situation to his advantage, so she had no choice but to agree. Moving a little away from all the guests, she was the first to begin to wonder why he invited her. She reminded him that if he wanted to talk to her, he had to make a formal request. Previously, she always ran to him at his first call, transmitted through the maids. Ursha and Demian practically stopped seeing each other, so when such an opportunity arose, she rushed to him as fast as she could. This happened every time he wanted to meet her, because she could never refuse him. The crown prince pinned her against a pillar and asked if he really needed an official request to see her. He looked at her angrily and said that he had already given her a warning to stop behaving badly. The girl did not succumb to his trick, after which she reminded that she did not care about warnings. The crown prince sighed heavily and with annoyance in his voice asked why she was like this. He touched her cheek with his palm and asked if she was really going to disobey him. The princess removed his hand and said that she would not forgive Lady Lurtella for the insult she had given her. Ursha smiled sweetly and firmly stated that she came from the family of Pysantria. She added that she was not going to sit idly by while she was treated so disdainfully, and she herself thought that he should remember once and for all that she was no longer the crown princess, but the princess of Pysantria. Intending to leave the guy, she said that Navia behaved like a child, and if he did not want to watch this, then he should deal with her on his own. Demian did not let her finish and leave him, roughly grabbing her right wrist. He grabbed her hand so that her fingers were in his palm, and then pulled her towards him. Unexpectedly for Ursha, the crown prince gently and carefully kissed her fingers. Looking straight into his eyes, she saw in them only the emptiness that was devouring her and cold calculation. Ursha immediately pulled her hand back in fear, exclaiming that this was an inappropriate attitude towards her. She stated that she sincerely hopes that this will never happen again. The princess began to quickly go deeper into the banquet hall, leaving him behind completely alone. The girl walked and thought that it would be better if the crown prince did not do this at all. She sincerely did not understand why he behaved this way with her, because he had changed so much since the day of their disagreement. Ursha hoped that one day her heart would stop beating so fast because he was near her. Walking out onto the balcony, the princess decided that Miss Lurtelle's humiliation was more than enough. Since Demian and Nivea were no longer in the banquet hall, the first dance belonged to the Pysantria family. She knew it wasn't over with Miss Lurtella, but for now everything was going according to plan. Leaning on the balcony railing, she wearily thought that the banquet would last all night, so she better hurry up, because no one knew what else could happen. Suddenly she heard a rustle next to her, and then turned to look at the intruder. The girl immediately realized that Ash was next to her, who had come to tell her the news. She asked what happened, to which he replied that he was sorry for disturbing him, but he had urgent news for her. He said that, as she had asked, he followed Lady Lurtella until she was alone to comfort her. Ursha was not particularly interested in the details of his consolation, but she really wanted to know what happened next. Ash embarrassedly told her that the girl tried to get him into bed. He explained that nothing happened between them because she simply passed out due to the drug. To her question about what kind of potion he was talking about, he said that the potion was given to him by his lordship. The girl thought that Navia might overdose, and besides, all the drugs were bought on the black market, so they knew nothing at all about the side effects. The princess crossed her arms and asked if he really wanted to report that the girl had died. Her trusty blade declared that she was simply unconscious, because he examined her and there was nothing wrong with her. Ursha looked at him in surprise and asked what he wanted to tell her then, since everything was fine with her. The guy switched to a whisper and said that he had come to talk about the priest about whom he had already reported. Suddenly, someone came out onto the balcony, asking who was there without permission. Ursha asked Ash to put on his hood and sit down, saying that she would try to distract the intruder. She understood that Ash was much larger, so it would definitely not be possible to hide him, which meant it was necessary to come up with something. Alfredo suddenly appeared in the light of the hall lanterns, who was also very surprised that his little sister was standing on the balcony. Ursha exhaled a little, but she was well aware that she needed to send him away. The second prince quickly approached her, asking her what she was doing here. His gaze immediately fell behind her, where he saw with horror a man in a cloak. The guy incredulously asked who was right behind her. Although he was only 16, he was already a little taller than her, and also was not as naive as he had been in childhood. Ursha asked him a counter-question about how he ended up here, because she had locked the balcony door. Alfredo embarrassedly stated that he had not thought of breaking in at all, but only members of the imperial family were allowed on the terrace. The girl suddenly realized that he was indeed right, but before that she always came to this place to take a little rest. She realized with horror that she had completely forgotten that she was now strictly forbidden to enter this place. The second prince explained that since his brother was outside, he decided that there would be no one on the balcony. Ursha told him that he had no need to apologize, and she herself thought that if she had not forgotten, she would not have come to this place. While she was reasoning, the guy took her hand and put his palm to his cheek. His expression quickly changed to a terrifying one, because he still wanted to know who was hiding behind her back. The girl spoke to him in a soft voice, so he immediately returned to his previous state. She asked if he wanted to have tea with her the next day, to which he did not answer for some time. Alfreda suddenly let go of her hand, so she freely returned to her original position. Ursha put her hand on his shoulder and asked if he didn't want this. The prince was very embarrassed, but quietly told her that he would really like to spend time with her. She said that in this case she would prepare everything and would wait for him at the appointed time. Leaving the balcony, he told her that his older brother most likely would not come here, for which she sincerely thanked him. Ash immediately straightened up and asked if they could just let him go, to which she answered in the affirmative. Leaning on the railing, the girl explained that Alfredo would never go against her. Turning to him, she reminded him that he should continue where he left off, because she was worried about the details of Miss Lurtella's relationship with the priest. Ash and Ursha did not even realize that all this time they were being watched by a stranger standing under the balcony. This stranger was the same temple leader who had been so sincerely looking forward to meeting her. To his question whether everything was going according to plan, his servant replied that he thought that the princess would come out soon. The clergyman was illuminated by the full moon, and he said that he had been waiting for a very long time for the day when they would finally meet. At the same time, Rias was talking with the young ladies who were at the banquet. After a while, his little sister returned to the banquet hall, so he immediately stopped paying attention to everyone around him. Ursha stood among the crowd, waiting for him to free himself and approach her. The guide turned to the lady, telling her to wait for him just a minute. He noticed the worried expression on her face, so he immediately asked what happened. The princess said in a whisper that she had learned that the high priest had come to Lady Lurtella's room. Rias immediately asked what the priest wanted from the ordinary daughter of the Marquis. The girl took the wine from the servant's tray and reminded her brother that Navia was the new child of the prophecy. Watching the servant leave, she added that it was for this reason that the priest came to her. When she realized that no one else was listening to them, the girl assumed that the priest and Navia were not just sitting in the room. She said that she had received information that the new bride of the crown prince had slept with the high priest, to which her brother said that in that case, the situation would take a completely different turn. The girl said that Ash told her that he hid in the closet and saw everything. Ursha added that Lady Lurtella was under the drug, so she most likely does not remember that there was anyone else in her room besides the priest. The princess thought that the high priest was forbidden to love because he had sworn an oath to God. Temple servants are not allowed to marry, not have children, and even kissing is considered a grave sin, as well as blasphemy. Suddenly, the girl noticed a strange look from her older brother, after which he said that he was thinking a little because she had grown so much. The guy reminded her that when he left, she was about as tall as his chest, and now she was almost as tall as him. The princess said that she was old enough to marry the crown prince. Rias lightly kissed her on the cheek again, and meanwhile the girl thought that for some reason everyone in her family does this. Unexpectedly, the elder brother asked her if she was very upset about the prophecy. The girl did not expect to hear such a question at all, so she fell silent for a while. When she answered in the affirmative, the older brother immediately asked if she was still upset. Holding a glass of wine in her hands, Ursha assured him with firm confidence that this was not the case. Sighing with relief, her older brother said that he was very glad to hear such words. The princess explained that she was worried about something else, because, as the crown princess, she looked down on her father a little. She added that now she has no idea how to behave with him, to which Rias suggested that she behave as usual. To her question about whether there really wouldn't be any problems with communication, he explained that this definitely wouldn't happen. The guy said that they always considered her superior to them, because no one from the Pizantria family could compare with her. He asked if she knew about how their mother constantly talks, and then said that the emperor stole Pasantria's most precious treasure. The girl mockingly suggested that the duchess then threw the glass at the wall. Rias confirmed her guess and said that at such moments it seemed to them that she was ready to throw the entire palace. Irsha saw her family a couple of times a year, but they were still always happy to see her. Many considered them cruel, cold-blooded, and overly arrogant people. The Pasantria family absolutely always communicated with each other affectionately and kindly, so now she was waiting for the day when she would return home to her parents. She asked her brother to tell them that their treasure would turn everything upside down in the imperial castle and then return safely. After this conversation, the elder brother involuntarily looked at his watch and told her that it would soon be midnight. The guy added that it was time for them to go back, to which the girl asked if he would really go with her. Urja perfectly saw the evil glances of all the ladies around them who were present at the banquet. Hearing that the object of their affection was also going to go back, all the girls almost burst into tears in unison. His younger sister said that if he wanted to stay late, she could get there herself, to which he replied that he also had something to tell her. Coming closer to her, he quietly announced that they had better hurry to leave the banquet. The corridor was quiet and deserted. Only the full moon illuminated their path back to the room. Rias was the first to break the silence, saying that he did not expect the priest to have such a relationship with Lady Lortella. Urja understood perfectly well that her rival was undoubtedly beautiful, but she had neither power, nor intelligence, nor talent. The only thing the girl didn't understand was why the priest was ready to break his oath because of some daughter of the Marquis. She knew that the man was much older than the new bride of the crown prince. The elder brother suggested that they quickly report this to the temple, to which she stated that they could start denying everything, then they would achieve nothing. Rias thought for a moment and then said that they needed irrefutable evidence. His younger sister confirmed these words and added that the lovers probably hide themselves carefully and leave no traces. After which she stated that they needed to fabricate evidence of their forbidden love. He immediately picked up her idea and explained that in this case he needed a sample of the clergyman's handwriting. The girl reminded him that the new prophecy may also turn out to be false. She said that at that time she only hinted at it, and Lady Lortella immediately turned pale. Rias remembered that it was the high priest who announced the new prophecy, and said that usually the head of the temple or a few selected priests received the prophecy. Urja reported that the prophecy changed just when the current head of the temple changed. The older brother asked if she wanted to know what he was offering, to which she answered in the affirmative. The guy suggested making a handwriting and leaving a note in which the priest confesses his relationship with Lady Lortella, and that the prophecy is in fact false, and then kill him and make it look like suicide. The letter would also say that he was driven to commit suicide by the burden of guilt for going against God's will. The princess understood that if they killed the priest, then their entire investigation would end. Therefore, she said that whoever kills the priest will definitely be overtaken by God's punishment, so it is not worth doing this. Rias assured her that it was for this reason that she herself should not interfere in this matter. The girl confidently told him that he could simply write a couple of letters in his handwriting, which would be enough for her. The butler suddenly intervened in their conversation, running as fast as he could straight towards them. The guy turned towards the approaching man and then waited until the butler caught his breath. The servant explained to him that something had happened in the banquet hall, so he needed to go with him. To his question about whether they really couldn't figure out the problem themselves, the butler replied that it was his personal presence that was needed. Irsha assured her older brother that she just wanted to take a short walk so he could go about his business. Walking through the night garden, she thought that too much had happened in one evening. The princess was sincerely glad that there was not a single guard in the garden, which meant she could be alone with her thoughts. She began to slowly walk back to the castle when she suddenly heard sounds coming from behind her. At that same second, she saw a man's hand next to her, which was clearly reaching to cover her mouth. A couple of moments later, the stranger covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief and grabbed her arm with his other hand. The man told her in a quiet voice that the princess should walk with him. While tying a handkerchief over her mouth, he tried to assure her that she should only be patient for a minute, because someone important wanted to meet with her. Ursha took advantage of the situation, jabbed her heel into his leg with all her might, and freed herself from his grip. The stranger, crazy with pain, loudly barked at her and tried to catch the fugitive. Grabbing her painfully by the hair, he loudly asked her where she was going to run. The princess was not at a loss, pulled out a bottle of poison with which she had once threatened Navia, and sprayed the contents directly on the attacker. Taking off her scarf, which made it difficult for her to breathe, Ursha involuntarily bit her lip out of fear. Immediately after the poison, she attacked the stranger, covering his face with a handkerchief. Pulling the dagger out of its sheath, the girl stabbed it straight into the man's chest with all her might. Putting a knife to her throat, the embittered princess asked who he was that he dared to attack her like that. Swinging again, she asked who this important person was that dared to attack Princess Pasantria. Suddenly she heard another voice next to her, who told her that she needed him. An unfamiliar man, dressed completely in white robes, approached her. The stranger asked her to put down the dagger so that he could explain everything to her, to which she responded negatively. A man approached and extended his hand to the wound on the chest of another stranger, after which his palm began to glow. From shock and fear, the princess did not immediately understand what was happening in front of her. Having carefully examined the guy who approached, she saw that he had snow-white hair. The stranger removed the hood of his cape, after which he said that his name was Azrael and that he was the head of the temple. Ursha continued to watch the healing of the stranger she had wounded, thinking about who she had attacked. Now standing in front of her was a man with white hair, which only those with divine power wear, and he also had blue eyes, pale skin, and red lips. This was the same head of the temple that even the emperor is forced to reckon with, but he treated her very rudely, so she decided not to crucify herself in front of him. In response to her question about what he forgot in this park, the supreme head of the temple said that he had come to meet her personally. Brushing her hair away from her face, Azrael stated that her hair was completely disheveled. He then allegedly inadvertently stroked her cheek, saying that she had very cute tousled hair and a pale face. Looking at her slyly, the guy asked if she was still scared. Removing his hand from her face, the princess asked if he had just come to chat. The high priest said that he wanted to discuss something with her personally, without unnecessary ears. Ursha understood that no one knew anything about the head of the temple, whether he was a man or a woman, how old he was, or even what kind of eyes he had. The girl never thought that she would meet him under such monstrous circumstances. Azrael smiled affectionately and told them that the garden was not the best place for discussions, so they should take a walk. The princess stopped him, saying that she needed to know why he was trying to kidnap her. He smiled mockingly and said that he just wanted to get to know her better, but he tried to act quietly, and she turned out to be much stronger than he expected. Looking at the wounded priest, he said that until that moment, he believed that it would be easy to kidnap the princess, who had spent her whole life in the palace. Ursha looked around and realized that there was no one in the park who could resist the priest, but she perfectly understood that if because of her even a hair fell from the priest's head, then such torment would await her, which she had never suspected. The girl decided that if she showed weakness, she would become his victim, because the priest had no weakness, so if he grabbed her, she would not be able to do anything. Deciding to play it safe, she said that if he wanted to meet her, he could send an invitation. Azrael explained that he wanted to avoid formalities, to which she replied that she did not like to repeat herself twice, so if he still had something to say, then he should speak now. The supreme head of the temple looked carefully into her eyes and said that he would do as she wanted. Ursha realized that she could not look away, because it was not at all the same feeling as when she looked into the eyes of the prince, because the high priest seemed to be condemning her. Suddenly, Azrael quickly moved closer to her ear and began talking to her in a whisper. While she was distracted, the guy snatched the bloody dagger from her hands and then said that if she was a child of prophecy, then there was no point in her refusing his offer to become his. She embarrassedly said that a month had already passed since the prophecy changed, and the new one did not say a word about her. Handling the dagger in his hand, the head of the temple asked if she really believed in it. The girl watched how he carefully twirled the dagger and thought that it was very easy to get hurt, and the guy seemed to know what he was handling. She was worried about where he learned this, because all she heard was that the new head of the temple was different from the previous ones. After thinking a little, she answered in the affirmative to his last question, after which he sighed displeasedly. The princess said that she believed this prophecy only at the very beginning, but now everything was different. She asked him if he was wondering why her opinion had changed, to which he stated that she most likely would not tell if he asked her about it. Ursha looked at him carefully and stated that she had information that would appeal to him. Azrael mockingly asked what, then, she wanted to receive in return for such valuable information. The girl explained that she just wanted information of equal importance, to which he agreed with her terms. Touching her hair again, the guy said that it was already quite late, to which she suggested that their next meeting would not begin with an attack. The supreme head of the temple swore that this would not happen again, after which he began to say goodbye to her. Extending his hand to her, Azrael wished her good night and smiled tenderly. Ursha was communicating with the head of the temple for the first time and did not know what to do, so she also extended her hand to him in response. The The guy gently kissed her hand, and at that moment, everything around was illuminated with a bright, blessed light. Holding a magic ball of light in his hands, he declared that she should accept his blessing as a sign of apology. He playfully pulled off his glove with his teeth, without taking his piercing gaze off of it. Everything around was lit up with a bright, warm light, but after a couple of seconds, it was night again around her. The girl was left completely alone in the middle of the night garden, in which 2 clergymen had just stood. When she returned to the palace, the maids asked in horror where the blood was on her dress. The princess assured them that she was absolutely fine, but she was very tired, so she needed to rest. After escorting them out of the room, she calmly sat down on the bed and exhaled heavily. Resting her cheek on her hand, she suddenly realized that she no longer felt the pain from the recent blow. The girl also noticed that her hand no longer glowed with blessed light. Urja smoothly lay down with her whole body on the bed, thinking only about what she experienced depends on the day. She remembered the moment of the attack on the attacker, and then thought that the priest had survived. Turning over on her side, the princess decided that since the head of the temple took her dagger, then she needed to find another and sharper one, so that such situations would not arise. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the room, after which a voice asked if he could enter. The princess stood up on the bed, tucked her hair behind her ear, and asked what happened at such a late hour. The maid came in and said that His Highness wanted to meet her, so he asked to bring her to his room. Urja only thought that she had explained to him clearly more than once, and also said that nothing would work out, but her words were not enough. Deciding that he would have to explain more clearly, the princess quickly got out of bed and told the maid that she was ready to go. The girl walked along the corridor and thought that she had not been in the crown prince's room for a very long time. The princess realized that she had not been there even once since she was notified of the breakup. She noted with regret that the imperial castle was full of her memories. Wherever she goes, they pop up in her head again and again, reminding her of a wonderful time. Urja was a little distracted and moved away from the maid, so the woman became worried and asked what distracted her mistress. The girl calmly informed her that she was ready to move on to the crown prince. The room that brought back the most memories was his room, where they often spent time together. Every time she walked into his room, something special happened that forever sank into her heart. The maid announced that she had brought the princess, and meanwhile the girl thought that her heart was ready to jump out of her chest. Upon entering, Urja immediately remembered all the good things they once did. The crown prince did sweet things that were completely out of character for him, and also whispered sweet words to her. At that moment, she definitely considered herself happy. But now all of this had a price. The girl liked it when he affectionately called her by name and prepared all sorts of goodies just for her, but now it made no sense. Seeing Demian standing near the window, she asked why he called her. The crown prince greeted her after taking a bath, covering his body with a light robe. As soon as they sat down opposite each other, they were served aromatic tea, after which she again asked why he invited her. Small drops flowed from his wet hair directly onto his bare chest, slightly covered by a robe. He didn't answer her for a while, so the girl asked the same question again. It seemed to her that he was not going to talk to her at all, but just wanted to look at her. She was ready even for this case, so she asked if he had gone to Lady Lurtella. The crown prince continued to look at her silently, showing no reaction. Urja sipped her tea and thought that most likely he did not know about the relationship between the high priest and his new bride. But even if he knew, he could not do anything about it. The guy laughed, stood next to her, and said that she was still the same as before. He asked with a grin if she was really going to pretend that she didn't care about everything. Seeing the expression on her face, the crown prince said that this was exactly what he was talking about. Lifting her chin, he added that he saw in front of him a face that did not care about him. Urja tried to figure out what exactly her ex-fiancé was thinking about at that moment. She suggested that he was afraid of what Lady Lurtella might say in high society. Suddenly coming to her senses, the princess asked to remove the hand from her face, reminding her that they were no longer together. To his question about whether she really wanted this, the girl said that she did not want to repeat herself twice. She added that he should immediately remove his hand and go to his princess. Damian pressed her to the sofa and asked if even now this girl was still bothering her. He was also concerned about why she continued to address him as Highness. He clutched the sofa in his hand and then asked why she was talking to him so formally, sitting next to him alone in this room. The guy loudly asked her why she was still thinking about Lady Lurtella, who took her place. He was overcome with rage, after which he asked her to answer the question of whether she was really going to leave the castle. Urja calmly said that she was really going to do this, because there was no place for her in the imperial castle. The girl looked at him sarcastically and said that her desire to get away from this castle was caused only by him, suddenly notifying her of the breakup, and that is why she had no reason to stay in this place. The Crown Prince said that she was less willing to answer other questions, but she had something to say to this one. Letting go of the couch, he continued to talk about how he thought things would be a little different when he called her into his room, but everything remained the same. The princess honestly told him that she had no idea why he was doing this to her. Ursha looked at him carefully and asked if that was all he wanted to tell her that night. Desperation appeared on his face, but he still decided to find out if she was really okay, despite the fact that they had separated from her. He explained that he believed that under such circumstances he could ask about it. The girl said that he spoke as if he belonged to her, and then added that he was truly incorrigible. Fury again boiled in the soul of the Crown Prince, but he managed to suppress it in time. Turning around, he began to go deeper into the room, telling her that she was free to do as she knew. She couldn't stand it anymore because she was very angry, because she lived her whole life for him, who abandoned her in an instant. All his accusations, the way he denied everything, all his anger at her, drove the princess crazy. Ursha watched for a while as Demian slowly walked towards the table. At some point, she boiled over and said that she didn't know at all what he was inventing, but she didn't need him anymore. She assumed he still longed for her to tell him she needed him. The princess got up from the sofa and asked if it was he who decided to break off their relationship. The girl mockingly asked why he was trying to involve her in all his unresolved issues. As soon as he turned around, Ursha explained that she would try to pretend that this conversation never happened. She added that she does not think that a person who is not ready to take responsibility for his words should be trusted to run the country. A new wave of rage overcame the Crown Prince, so he loudly and sternly called her by name. The princess came as close to him as possible and said that that was her name. Ursha recalled that she was the one who almost gave him her name, and she was also his ex-fiancée. Damien looked at her silently, not knowing what to say to her in such a situation. The girl lamented to him, saying that she almost became the owner of one of the noble surnames of the empire. Suddenly, she stopped and thought that she was acting like an idiot because she was showing him her emotions. And in this situation, it was no longer possible to change anything, but she could no longer restrain herself. The princess explained that she kept her promise and did everything to become empress. Passing by him, the girl reminded him that she had followed his words, and he suddenly broke off the engagement. Feeling a surge of rage and indignation again, she turned around and started yelling at him. Before she had time to say a word, he suddenly caught her hand and pulled her towards him. The guy squeezed her wrist tightly, saying that if she had just asked him to reconsider his decision, then everything would have been different. He asked her if she really thought that if she had done as he said, then everything would have been exactly the same. The princess asked with horror if he really blamed her, to which he answered negatively. She said that he dare not say something like that when he himself did the same to her. The Crown Prince let go of her hand, saying that she was too cruel to him. Demian explained that she could just tell everyone that she was out of tears about it, and then leave. Rubbing her choked hand, she fought back tears, but still told him that he was still just as selfish. Having said everything she wanted to say, the princess rushed to the exit door to quickly leave this room. The prince was left completely alone, still not understanding why she was trying to blame him for everything that was happening. Ursha, meanwhile, pressed herself against the cold door of his room and continued to cry bitterly. Sobbing, she headed to her room, trying to analyze their conversation. She believed that His Highness would live a happy life with his new lady. The girl knew that, as a citizen of the empire, she would have to praise their couple. The princess headed to her bed and thought that she couldn't just leave it like that. Suddenly, she felt a light breeze coming from the slightly open window. Looking in that direction, she saw the supreme head of the temple sitting on the windowsill. Asriel said that he had a very important conversation with her that urgently needed to be discussed. The girl approached him and said that last time he suddenly left, and now he returned willfully. The guy gently touched her cheek and asked for forgiveness for everything that was happening. He wondered if he could win her heart if he could console her. Ursha stepped back a little from him and pressed her hands to her chest, accidentally showing the mark left by the Crown Prince. The temple leader immediately looked at her hand before slowly walking towards her. Carefully removing the sleeve, he asked if it was permissible to treat her precious body this way. After a couple of moments, he used healing magic again, after which the pain in her arm immediately went away. Asriel grinned happily and said that he was glad that he was able to heal her. The princess bowed nobly to him and sincerely thanked him for his help. The guy mockingly said that she should not thank him because it was an apology for him breaking into her bedroom. Ursha suddenly realized that they were really in her room, so she asked how he managed to get to her. The head of the temple confidently said that he climbed straight into her through the open window. The girl thought that she couldn't even imagine what he was capable of because an ordinary person could not climb so high. Anticipating further questions, he explained that there was a tree next to the window, so it was quite easy. Realizing that she would not argue with him, the princess declared that she would no longer ask him questions on this topic. Irja asked for what purpose he came to her room at such a late hour. He said that as soon as she saw him, he thought that she would immediately call the knights or drive him away altogether. The princess explained that if he so desires it, then she will do it at this very second. The head of the temple said that he thought that she would have the opportunity to remain on the throne and continue to amaze everyone with her beauty. Azriel added that he was also shocked by her decision regarding the crown prince. The girl looked at him carefully, not understanding how he could find out about her plans. Seeing the questioning expression on his face, he extended his hand to her, after which she put hers there. Threading his fingers between hers, the guy said that he was very surprised when she took the sword with those hands and swung it at his servant without thinking. Illuminated by moonlight, the head of the temple said that it was all impressive. Irja suddenly realized that she was very tired, so she told him that he shouldn't have climbed so high for her because he could have said this at any opportunity, which means there is something more important since he came to her to the bedroom. There was a cool breeze from the open window, so the princess suddenly felt extremely cold. At that same second, Azriel took off his cloak and threw it over her, sheltering her from the cool wind. He looked carefully into her eyes and directly told her that he had come to her to take possession of her. She did not immediately understand what had happened and how the divine robe ended up on her. Azriel stated that he could see that she was having a hard time, so he wanted to take care of her by wiping her tears when she cried and then win her heart. Stroking her cheek, he reported that she was much stronger than he expected. The girl did not answer him, but only stepped back a little from him. The guy explained that he thought that this was a good chance for him, but now he sees that he was simply mistaken, so he should leave. Irja asked if this was really a warning for her, because he is capable of kidnapping her at any time, and no one will even know about it, and he can also go to her room whenever he wants. So she considered this as a warning, so that she does not did something stupid. She didn't see any other reasons, because he asked her if her attitude towards him had changed, which means it was a warning. The supreme head of the temple reported that his expectations were wrong, and the imperial family had locked themselves within the castle walls. So he believed that she was a small bird who knew nothing about the outside world, but her skills with a sword told him otherwise. The girl asked if he really thought she was a young lady who knew nothing at all. He explained that before this, he believed that the prince was the only talented and great person, but she was also not easy. Irja asked him if he was really talking about the crown prince of a great empire. Azriel said that the young man definitely deserves respect if you look at the path he had to go through. The head of the temple accompanied her to the bed, while she talked about how everyone knew that the empire had flourished thanks to the reign of His Majesty the Emperor. Sitting down on the bed, she stated that this actually happened thanks to her merits. The guy asked in surprise why she did this if it was really true. She explained that Demian forced her to take the place of the empress. The girl was very sleepy, but previously she could hold out without sleep for 2 nights in a row. In response to her words that she was very young, the head of the temple said that it sounded quite sad. The princess added that she never wants to think about it again, because you can't bring back the past. She wanted to sleep more and more, so she spoke more and more slowly about how she would never allow anyone to do this to her again. Azriel assumed that she was very tired and needed to sleep, since she looked like she could barely stand on her feet. He told her that she felt very tired because his clothes exuded magical power. Having laid her in bed, the guy carefully covered her with a warm blanket, but did not remove his cloak from her. In a dream, the girl said that things containing divine power should be registered as national treasures. The head of the temple said that the imperial palace does not manage the temple, so everything is fine. Besides, she doesn't need to worry about such things. Taking her hand, he reminded her that she was no longer destined to become the empress. He asked her again if he could take her with him, since she was no longer welcome in this place. The princess had almost fallen asleep when suddenly she was disturbed by his low and pleasant voice. The guy told her that if their thoughts were similar, then he was ready to take her right now. Ursha knew that she could throw off his clothes at that very moment and stop everything. She didn't want to show that side of herself, and she didn't want him to turn against her. Azriel reported that she looked like she wanted to be sung to a lullaby and put to sleep. Covering her eyes with his hand, the guy again began to cast a spell, saying that he would come to her more than once. It was a long night, because even after visiting the princess, the head of the temple went to complete the remaining tasks. His faithful servant caught the man, for whom they came to the imperial castle. The guy explained that this man was one of those who lured student priests to extract information about the temple from them. The head of the temple looked at him carefully and said that he did not expect to receive such news at all. His assistant asked if it was worth finishing off the man now. Azrael calmly said that he would spare his life this time because they needed to find his boss. As he left the meeting place, he ordered them to find out everything about his boss and then make him beg for death. A maid from the imperial castle politely asked where His Eminence had taken his cloak. The guy smiled tenderly at her and told her that he had given his clothes to the Princess of Pysantria. The woman looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he would do this to no one now. The head of the temple asked her if she was doing a good job with his assignment, to which she answered in the affirmative. After listening to her carefully, he moved on, saying that this was great news. The woman understood that this was disrespectful to the princess, but she had to be loyal to His Holiness, who saved her sick child. She realized that this was an ordinary trifle compared to the life of her little baby. The maid constantly saw how her mistress suffered from loneliness in the huge imperial castle. That night she saw the princess return to her room, sobbing bitterly. The woman decided to give her beloved mistress and keep an eye on her, watching her every move. The maid had no choice, because otherwise her child could die a terrible death. The next day, Princess Pysantria woke up with a lightness in her soul that she had not felt for a very long time. Sitting up in bed, she thought about what caused her to feel well. She noticed a cloak lying next to her with the coat of arms of the temple, decorated with temple patterns. The girl suddenly remembered that the supreme head of the temple himself came to her last night. Ursha realized that all this was not a dream, and then she scolded herself for losing her vigilance. After conducting research about the high priest, she only realized that information about him was difficult to find out. The princess felt his warm divine power once, after which she did not want to forget this wonderful feeling. After some time, she silently watched what was happening in the yard until her peace was interrupted by the approaching girls. They carried a box in their hands, indicating that accessories had been delivered to her. Ursha thought that maybe her mother had sent her a gift, but she didn't talk about it in the last letter, and she wasn't the kind of person who would just send gifts. The girl carefully examined the contents of the box, after which she ordered the girls who came in to help her with the fitting. One of them said that the necklace would look simply amazing on her, while the other added that every accessory on her would be pleasing to the eye. The first reported that their mistress's pale skin was the envy of every lady from noble families. The princess immediately realized that their attitude towards her had changed in just a few days, which meant that everything was back to normal. The girls were the ones who turned their backs on her when the prophecy changed, but even so, she had a hard time imagining a lady from the prophecy who looked less charming. One of them said that this time her mother had brought high-quality honey from Luther's principality, so she could give some to her, to which the other replied that a precious stone had been found in the mines on the territory of Pavlin. She added that her father would be happy to give her such a stone as a gift. Ursha kindly said that she would be grateful for any of their gifts. Changing mercy to anger, she asked if it was the same gem they wanted to give to Lady Lurtella. The girls were speechless, and then one of them said that precious stones should be with precious people. The princess looked at her with disapproval, realizing that it was useless to argue with them. The two girls assumed that someone was spreading false rumors about them, because they had not planned such a gift at all. Ursha knew that a rare and beautiful red gem that had never been seen before was found in Pavlin's estate. In fact, the count hid the fact that the stone was found a year earlier in order to make money from it. One of the girls said that they made 2 tiaras from a precious stone, and her father wants to give one of them to Her Majesty the Empress, and the second to her. Since ancient times, tiaras with red gems have been an exclusive feature of the royal family. Therefore, when the girl asked whether she would agree to accept such a gift, the princess answered that she would gladly accept it. The girl added that the artisans of their family put a lot of effort into making such a decoration, after which their mistress asked to leave her so that she could rest. Watching them leave, the princess couldn't help but think that there was something strange about this. Even though Lady Lurtella had become a taboo subject in social circles, they still might not view her that way. Looking at the jewelry sent, she firmly decided that the sender was clearly not her mother, because it didn't look like her at all. Ursha thought that it was impossible for the imperial family to simply abandon the child of prophecy. A couple of hours later, she headed to her trusty blade, which was still working in the stable. They only had to look at each other, and they immediately knew where to go to discuss the latest news. The princess informed Ash that she needed to find out what exactly happened in the castle. She added that they had been seeing each other a lot lately, so they should act differently, after which she pointed to a brooch in the shape of a scarlet heart and said that if anyone found out who he was, they would be in trouble. So the next time she needs it, she will wear this brooch. The guy said that the item is very beautiful and immediately catches the eye and also suits her very well. The girl asked if he was too busy these days and then suggested that he rest a little because after lunch she would take the horses for a walk. Ash worriedly told her that he was fine and she shouldn't bother herself so much. Her trusty blade lowered his head in embarrassment and declared that it was the least he could do for her. He added that this time he could not find more information about Lady Lurtella and the High Priest. The princess explained that she had entrusted the collection of information to her father because he had already done a lot, but now she was interested in the question of whether he had heard any rumors lately. The guy looked like he knew something, but was afraid to tell his mistress. Ursha knew very well that rumors usually spread from the lowest to the highest, so her father placed Ash in a low position. She explained that the ladies of the court had been acting strangely for several days. Despite everything that had happened, they again began to behave as if she were the crown empress. He began to speak indistinctly about how he was not yet sure what they were saying about her. Ash revealed that there were rumors that His Holiness had chosen her as the next saint. In the Empire, a saint had two meanings. The first is a person possessing divine power, and also a being who cares about the safety of people. In the second sense, this was the name given to the wife of the Holy Father, but even if a person belonging to the temple wanted to get married, he would not be allowed to do so, because it was prohibited. The only one who could fix anything he wanted was the new supreme head of the temple. Ash was surprised to assume that His Holiness wanted to make her his wife. Ursha immediately realized that Azriel most likely started such a rumor on his own. The guy offered his help, saying that he could distract the public from this, to which she said that he should not think about these rumors. She explained that she would soon personally meet with the head of the temple and ask him about this situation, but now it was worth thinking about how to use it correctly. Ursha reasoned that these rumors were only to her advantage, and since this rumor was unofficial, then she would not be harmed by it. Compared to the status of the abandoned former crown empress, the status of a saint was much better. Her faithful blade bowed his head again and sadly asked if she had divine power. The girl answered negatively, to which he stated that he never stopped thinking that she could be a saint. The guy asked in surprise if she didn't think that all this was absolutely wrong. The princess said that then, as now, it was a simple attempt to choose someone based on political interests. In their times, marriage was rare, and even more so marriage for love. But her faithful blade apparently thought otherwise. He stated that he no longer wanted to see her hostage in an unwanted marriage, and would also try to do everything possible to prevent this from happening. The girl suddenly thought that perhaps it was not her desire to marry the crown prince. She realized that at some point, she took marriage with him for granted, because she did not care whether she wanted it or not. Ursha knew that initially, she only wanted to be close to the future emperor. To her question about whether he knew that these were just rumors, the guy responded by asking if she knew at least one way to deal with this alone. Realizing that he would contradict his mistress, Ash bowed his head again, trying not to show his embarrassment. The girl came up to him and stroked his cheek, saying that this was a pointless conversation, to which he stated that it was his mistake. The princess said that he was talking about this because he was worried about her, and there was nothing like that. She patted him on the head and told him that she wanted him to take care of himself first. The guy embarrassedly told her that he was fine, because that was his job. Ursha asked him to tell her if he suddenly finds it difficult to carry out his duties. She added that her father had not said anything, but she believed that there were a couple of other spies hiding in the castle. Her trusty blade said that he would put in more effort because it wasn't hard for him at all. He explained that because he was unable to help, he was now forced to watch her only from afar, and this made his heart heavy. Ursha listened carefully to his speeches, after which she smiled softly, saying that he could not even imagine how grateful she was to him. He said that he couldn't do anything while he was looking after her from afar, which means he couldn't always help her out in difficult moments. When she first got to this unfamiliar castle, Ash arrived there with her, and now he doesn't even understand how much he helped her with this. She said that if it weren't for him, she would be completely different now, to which he asked her not to say that. The guy embarrassedly said that she would have been able to reach the status of a bride without him. Ursha looked at her faithful blade with even greater gratitude, not understanding how such a wonderful person ended up next to her. Seeing her sincere and pure look, Ash blushed even more, after which he tried to hide his embarrassment. He coughed quietly, and then began to slowly walk closer and closer to her. Even more embarrassed, the guy explained that he lives only for her, so she can use him as much as her heart desires. Flushing even more, He sincerely said that he was ready to give his life for her, because for him it would be the greatest happiness. The princess took his hand and gently asked him not to talk like that in front of her again. People in the duke's residence would be surprised to see Ash in such a state, as many wondered if he had emotions because he always spoke and did everything like a puppet. Ersha sincerely wanted others to be able to see him the way he appeared before her. In front of her stood a guy who said that he would really like her not to know grief and sadness, as well as the difficulties of illness, and that she would no longer shed her precious tears. He added that the fact that she does not cry in front of him does not mean that her soul is not filled with sadness. The princess smiled softly at him and sincerely thanked him for such kind words. She said that since he would obey her in everything, he should rest, because this was what she wanted from him. The girl was finally able to achieve her goal, and the guy was only glad that he was able to please his mistress. Before leaving, she remembered what she was going to tell him, but before that, she warned him not to be too surprised. Ersha suggested that she might be kidnapped in a couple of days, so she would not be able to see him. The next day, she went to her brother, thinking about how she didn't want to wake up the one who most likely went to bed late because of work, but she had to relay what Ash had told her as quickly as possible. After knocking on the door, the girl received absolutely no answer, so she decided to go inside. As she had expected, her older brother was still lying in his bed, so she quickly opened the curtains in the room to let in the sunlight. The guy immediately began to wrap himself in a blanket so as not to disturb such a sweet dream. Ersha came up to him and said that he should get up, because he himself knew very well that he was not dreaming of her. Rhea stood up on the bed and said that of course he was glad to see her, but she came too early. The girl said that the high priest personally came to her room last night. The brother's sleep quickly disappeared because he did not expect to hear such words at all. She reported that the guy came to her, saying that he had something to talk to her about. When he asked what he wanted to say, the younger sister said that they were never able to talk, but if he wanted to talk to her, then he should have officially invited her. The older brother said that he didn't know what kind of person he was, so being alone with him was very dangerous, and the girl, meanwhile, thought that she shouldn't tell him that she fell asleep in front of him. After a while, they were served tea and cakes, after which she said that the head of the temple looked younger than she thought. Remembering his facial features, she began to realize that she had fallen into his magical charm. Ersha explained that, in her opinion, this man was truly dangerous because he was different from the other priests. Rias revealed that the previous high priests were quite incompetent in their powers. Usually, high priests are quite lenient and kind. With rare exceptions, they are capable of reprimanding someone and are not particularly sociable. They were afraid of becoming hated by someone because they were one of the few who had absolute power, but could not use it. Until now, Pazantria had only seen such high priests, so now the girl decided that she couldn't take her eyes off the new head of the temple. Her older brother said that if she said so, then it was so, to which she said that from Ash's stories, she realized that the guy should not be taken lightly, especially since there were rumors that he was going to make her saint. Rias wondered if this was a statement that he was going to take her as his wife, and then he asked what she thought about it. Ersha confidently stated that one thing she knows for sure is that he really likes her. The girl added that this would be a great opportunity for her to use the church. She was the crown princess of the imperial castle, becoming the most noble lady, and also the only princess of Pazantria to achieve unprecedented fame. The girl had an outstanding pedigree, but now she had one drawback. She was abandoned right at the altar. There were rumors that the high priest wanted to make her his saint, so in this way, she could remove the stigma of being abandoned. Talking with her elder brother, she stated that at the moment, the head of the temple could not find a better candidate. She added that she would really need her older brother's help in one matter. In response to his questions about what she was talking about, she said that it was about her abduction. In surprise, Rias spat the tea back out and then asked who was going to do this. Ersha explained that the culprit would be the crown prince, and then said that there was something he could help her with, because if he did kidnap her and imprison her in a dungeon, then most likely the fourth squad of knights would be keeping an eye on her. Meanwhile, the guy got rid of the remaining tea from his face, and she said that among them there were a couple of interesting guys. The older brother was tired of listening to all this nonsense, so he stood up abruptly, to which she asked where he was going. Rias asked why she thought he was going to kidnap her, to which she replied that if she were in his place, she would try to keep someone like her with her. He sank back into the chair, covered his face with his hand, realizing that it was just a guess, to which she explained that they needed to push the crown prince to take such a step, because most likely he had already thought about this method more than once. At this point, his only option to imprison her was to frame her for a crime, and then gradually he would begin to win her over to his side. The princess stated that, first of all, there will always be a couple of people next to her, and also recently there was a turmoil due to the fact that the prince of the kingdom of Ashura locked a commoner in prison with whom he was unrequitedly in love. She added that she was sure that this story was already circulating around the castle and would soon reach the crown prince. The elder brother looked at her carefully and asked if she was really going to do this on purpose. The girl explained that she wanted to check something else, but was not going to tell him about it yet. Rhea stated that he had absolutely nothing to say to her in response to her words about being kidnapped by the crown prince. He assumed that this time she was not going to return to the duke's mansion with him. To his question about why she decided this way, Ursha explained that she believed that it would be better this way. The guy asked what would happen if he refused to help her, to which she responded by asking what he would do in her place. The elder brother said that if her soul wanted to stay in the castle, then he would not be able to stop her. The princess said that she simply did not want to leave her affairs to other people. Initially, she was supposed to bring stability and security to the empire. This was her main task. However, now, she wanted to improve absolutely everything in the imperial castle, where she lived for so many years. In response to his indignation that if she wanted to return, she would have returned long ago, the girl replied that she initially planned this because she accepted their separation as the will of God. She explained that this was still someone's cunning plan, and the one who dared to touch Pazantria, the one who displaced her from her place and disgraced her in the eyes of the people, must be punished. Rhea said that if she returned to the duke's mansion now, she could take a break from this, and he would take care of everything, because her mother and father were always behind her. He added that if she decides to take a break from this, then no one will say a word to her, but if she has made her decision, then he cannot persuade her. The princess sighed lightly and said that she didn't want to tell him twice. Ursha told him that now she does not plan to return in the name of the duke, and this was her final answer. At lunchtime, she sat at her desk and thought that her brother was right, because all her life she had been running headlong. She shouldn't have been in this position because she was supposed to take the most prestigious position in the empire, but she simply accepted the burden and never complained. It was the same when she began to handle the affairs of the imperial family on behalf of the emperor and the ailing empress, because she simply considered it a long time. Then she had to help the crown prince strengthen his position. At the same time, Alfredo tried to do everything for the sake of his status, because despite the fact that the crown prince won, the boy still went through a lot. The second prince was able to avoid death only by renouncing the imperial family name and then going to war while she tried to help the exhausted crown prince. Leaning back in her chair, the princess reasoned that she had never thought about rest. Since childhood, she looked forward to the day when she could return home, because for her, it was an entire event that happened only once or twice a year. She often thought about this, but still did not understand why there was such an absurd ban on visiting her parents' house, and why it had not seemed strange to her before. There was a soft knock on the door of the room, after which she invited the guests to come inside. Two girls entered the room, bringing with them an envelope with a letter. Opening it, Ursha read that the high priest had sent her a letter and set up a promised meeting if she could devote time to him. She suddenly realized that a whole week had already passed, and she still had not returned his cloak to him. The princess thought sadly that she was very sorry to part with the warmth of his robe. The girl thought about whether she could buy it, and then decided that such a valuable thing could not be bought for any money. She quickly wrote a letter, sealed it, and handed it to the girls, telling them to give this thing personally to the high priest. As they left the room, the girls began to whisper that the rumors were true. Ursha decided that rumors were already spreading around the palace, but they didn't even know who the high priest was yet. Suddenly, she thought that the founding festival of the empire was soon to take place, one of the few great days in which the temple played an important role. At the moment, the identity of the high priest is shrouded in a veil, and at the festival, Azrael will have to reveal his identity. The princess believed that she too would learn the truth only at this festival in honor of the empire. She reflected that she would never have assumed that he was really the high priest because he was too young and good-natured. Ursha decided that at the moment there were people she should worry about more than him. Ever since she and the crown prince separated on the day of the celebration, she had constantly thought that he would soon want to return everything. Damien was completely inactive, so it seemed to her that this was even better. Ursha was worried that he was actually making up an excuse for his rude behavior that night. There was a loud silence in the room, which she was finally able to enjoy. The girl understood that she should not send a letter to her parents, because she could be caught at any moment. Deciding that they themselves could establish a connection with her, the princess continued to enjoy the silence. Her elder brother went to an audience with His Majesty the Emperor, so she decided to read the book, because the last time she took time for herself was only in childhood. There was another knock on her room, after which Alfredo's voice was heard asking her to let him in. Ursha kindly informed him that he, of course, could enter her room. The second prince very carefully opened the front door and then headed into the depths of the dark room. As he got closer to her, he started talking about how he just wanted to see her, so he came. To his question about whether he could stay with her, the girl replied that she could not refuse him, but she was going to rest. He asked if the princess really wanted to read, to which she informed him that she was going to find something suitable. Alfredo enthusiastically asked if he could recommend a book to her, to which she said that the last time she read a book was about the history of the empire, so now she doesn't even know what she wants to read. The guy suggested that she would be interested in reading novels, and Ursha sarcastically said that all she does is dream about books about girls who get into love stories. He was a little embarrassed, but still enthusiastically decided to find her a suitable book, because there were many books in the library of the imperial castle. As soon as they entered the library, the second prince immediately went in search of a suitable book, in his opinion. Taking one from the bottom shelf, he stated that he had not read it, but judging by the title, it should have suited her. The girl laughed quietly because he looked very funny, holding a book for adults. Overcoming her laughter, she asked if Secrets with a Teacher really suited her in content. The guy yelled that he accidentally pulled it out, when in fact he was going to take a completely different one, to which she said that if he recommended it, then she would definitely read it. Ursha began to tease him without giving him the book, but she completely forgot that the guy was much taller than her. Moving away from him, the princess slipped, and the book fell out of her hands, but Alfredo managed to catch her by the waist in time. The guy gently pressed her to him and asked if everything was okay with her, to which the girl answered in the affirmative. He again told her that he wanted to get a completely different book, and the girl thought that such strange and ambiguous situations had already become a hobby for him. When he released her, Ursha walked away a little and reported that he looked extremely happy, to which he asked if she was hurt. The girl again mocked him, saying that she would definitely read this book, and the guy meanwhile grabbed the book, saying that she would not like this book at all. She quite accidentally heard a knock on the window, so she decided to return to her room for a while. Ursha warned Alfredo that she needed to move away, after which she headed back. The princess saw a dove sitting in her window, to which a note was again tied. From the letter, she realized that rumors had already spread to the Duke's domain, and her family most likely began checking them because her father had eyes and ears everywhere, so the news reached them quickly. She did not believe that the Duke's investigation was successful, since the matter concerned the high priest himself. At the bottom of the letter, she noticed the handwriting of her mother, who asked her to get a book that contained records of the corruption of aristocrats. The book, which detailed all the bribes, corruption, and sins of the imperial family, was in the imperial library, which could only be accessed by members of the imperial family. The girl tried to understand why her mother needed this book, because if she wanted to get rid of some family, then the book would not be needed, because she could use the Duke's influence to stage an accident or create a dangerous situation. Alfredo suddenly entered the room, asking if something had happened to her, to which she replied that she had not noticed that she had been gone for a long time. Ursha told him that there was a book that she was interested in, after which she asked if he could help her find it. The second prince sheepishly stated that he would be very happy to comply with her request, to which she explained that there was one book that she wanted to read in the imperial library, but now she could not enter it because she was no longer a member of the imperial family. He embarrassedly reminded her that he could not take books out of the imperial library. The princess tenderly stated that she had wanted to read this interesting book for a very long time. She began to let go of his hand, saying that she hoped he would help her just once. The second prince grabbed her hand sharply and shouted that she should not let him go. Alfredo embarrassedly said that he would try to bring the right book especially for her. Having resolved the issue with her mother's request, the girl sincerely thanked her assistant. A few days later, guests invited to the banquet began to leave the imperial castle. Reyes, who was watching this, said that everyone would finally return to their homes. Ursha confirmed that a whole week had already passed since the banquet, after which he asked if she would really stay in the castle. The girl calmly said that today she was going to visit the temple to meet with the supreme head. He added that this was not a situation where she could just go back to the Duke's house, because the epidemic had returned to Count Atinio's estate, which was on the way to the Duke's estate. Ursha was seriously scared and asked if something serious had happened. The older brother told her that he was not susceptible to this disease, but it would be dangerous for her to pass through this territory because, according to statistics, every second person died. She asked if the empire had sent help to quarantine the kingdom. The girl suddenly realized that she was meddling again in the affairs of the empire, so she immediately stopped and admitted that it had become a habit. Ria said that the empire did not send people because the imperial family refused to provide support. To her question about why they did this, the guy did not answer anything and only looked at her with regret. She understood that the count of the estate was always at odds with the emperor, and their families always produced worthy priests. Ursha guessed that the imperial family did not want her to enter the county since she could not pass through the contaminated area. Thus, the crown prince tried to leave her in the capital, but even so, she was able to send a warning. The princess thought that Demian wanted to declare that he would become an enemy of the temple itself. The elder brother confirmed her fears and asked if she was really going to go to the temple. She stated that all the aristocrats were very interested in such actions of the crown prince, which is why even the temple prayer hall is crowded. Ria suggested that it would be much better for her to move with him to their mansion in the capital. The girl explained that the situation was quite confusing, but it would be better for her to sit in the imperial castle for a while. The guy said that in this case, he would soon start looking for workers, and then asked what she wanted to talk about at the meeting with the head of the temple. Rumors about her and the head of the temple were among the most discussed in recent times. Everyone really wanted to know whether the head of the temple would make a saint out of the girl abandoned by the oracle. When asked by her brother whether there was any reaction from the crown prince, she explained that there was no, and then said that His Majesty the Emperor called her, but because of her schedule, she could not see each other. The elder brother said that it was very strange that he just left her alone, to which she said that most likely he was monitoring the situation in the palace. She explained that the owner of the prophecy, Miss Lurtella, had made a serious mistake at the banquet. Ursha recalled that the oracle for some reason rejected her, but in the eyes of others, she looked like the one chosen by the head of the temple himself. Naivia kept a low profile after the banquet, and by keeping her tail between her legs and hiding, it was easier for the princess to investigate her relationship with the head of the temple. Rias guessed that the crown prince was thinking about whether to return his ex-fiancée to the imperial palace or not. She said that the entire imperial family doesn't want the temple to take her because she gave them a lot, so they just don't want to lose her. The girl suggested that the easiest way for the imperial family was to make her the wife of the second Prince Alfredo. The cup of tea in the elder brother's hands suddenly cracked, to which he stated that it was simply too fragile. The princess said that if the emperor wants to intimidate the girl from the prophecy and the family of the Duke of Pysantria, then he could very well use a similar method. Miss Lurtella, as the crown princess of the prophecy, was supposed to bring peace and security to the empire. Rias assumed that his younger sister, as the wife of a prince, would use her abilities acquired during her time as an empress to dedicate herself entirely to the empire. She confirmed his guess, saying that for His Majesty this is the most ideal scenario. The elder brother calmly said that if things were as she told him, then it would be very difficult for her to become a saint. Looking at his watch, he realized that he had to go, so when she asked if he would go to the temple with her, the guy replied that he had business. He said that he had not been in the capital for a very long time, so he had accumulated certain obligations, but he would still be able to see her off. Meanwhile, the girl asked if he could bring her a small dagger on the way back. In response to his question about where she put the previous one, Ursha embarrassedly said that the previous one was accidentally thrown away along with unnecessary things. Rias told her that he knew a very good master, so he would place an order for him. While changing into a dress for her trip to the temple, she also added that she did not have a suitable uniform for traveling. The elder brother asked her again, trying to understand what she meant by saying these words. The girl explained that the carriage had broken down, so she would have to ride a horse. There was no clothing for this. She said that she had no choice but to go with the escort that His Majesty introduced to her. Passing by her brother, she said that she would leave the castle before he went on business. The guy stopped her and handed her his blade, saying that he can use other weapons, so she should take it, because anything can happen. Raya suggested that it would be a good idea to take Ash with him so he could save her. She explained that if he was so worried, then it would be worth taking the guy as an escort. The elder brother stated that he was going to do this, but he was told that they had provided an escort from the imperial palace, so there was no need for people from the duchy. The princess reminded him that the palace escorts provided were replaced every few months, to which Ria stated that the imperial family was simply afraid that she was bribing the guards. The guy tried with his younger sister all day to accompany her at least to the horse. The girl sat down opposite the dressing table, and Rias helped her fasten the necklace around her thin neck. Ursha informed him that the day of her abduction had arrived, which meant he must take care of everything while she was in the temple. Knights were already waiting for her on the street, who were supposed to escort her to the temple to meet the supreme head. Walking arm in arm with her older brother, she thought that these people had been the eyes and ears since the emperor himself. Ursha thought that 14 people were too many to accompany the only daughter of the duke who was going to go to the temple, but at first glance, it might seem that the emperor cared about her very much, but no one could know if this was really so. Hiram Matilda, the second son of Count Matilda, was the deputy of the 4th detachment, which was sent to accompany the princess. The girl said goodbye to her brother, saying that it was time for him to go about his business. The guy waved her off and said that he would wait until she left the gate. Feeling angry looks from the guards, she asked him to accompany her to the exit. The ladies inside the imperial castle immediately began to discuss escorting the princess. The girl believed that they would fawn over her again as soon as they saw this picture. Rias was next to her the whole time, trying to distract her with conversations from the people standing around. He warned his sister to stay close to Hiram Matilda. Ursha looked at him carefully and asked in surprise why he decided that way. The guy explained that the deputy of the 4th division is the only person who will truly protect her. The princess listened to the guy, so she chose to ride the horse to Hiram. Half an hour before, Rias and Ursha approached the 4th division's deputy to discuss this with him. The elder brother asked him to break away from the other knights and stay close to his sister for better protection. The man wanted to be indignant, but the prince's menacing gaze made him instantly change his mind. Having calmed down, Rias calmly asked him again, hoping that he would understand. Hiram listened to his speech about how he can only trust him, which is why he leaves his sister to him. He agreed quickly enough, so now the princess rode behind him on a horse. Ursha thought that she would finally be able to talk to Azrael in a calm atmosphere. She knew that their conversation would be about something important that they could not talk about all this time. When they left the territory of the imperial castle, the girl asked how they knew her brother, to which he replied that they had simply sparred several times. Hiram suddenly began to look around, after which he quickly stopped his horse. People in the square were talking about hearing rumors that Lady Pasantria was soon to become a saint. Everyone around them stared at them and loudly discussed that the knights of the imperial family were following her. The man told her that if she felt uncomfortable, she could put on a cloak, to which she replied that this was not necessary. In the crowd of people stood a little girl with her mother, who tried in every way to attract the attention of the princess. The girl didn't ignore her, so she smiled sweetly at her and then waved. Even such a small gesture was enough for the little girl, so she smiled happily and squealed. Hiram asked if she would mind if they sped up a little when they reached the forest road, to which she answered in the affirmative. Pressed against his back, Ursha thought that it was good to show herself to people, but the fact that she was sitting behind the knight was harming her reputation. They very soon reached the temple, at the gates of which the guards blocked their way. The deputy of the 4th squad of knights became furious, intending to find out what it all meant. The princess put her hand on his shoulder, telling him that everything was okay, and then showed herself to the guards. The guys quickly realized who exactly was in front of them, so they immediately hurried to open the gate. They said in unison that they did not recognize the precious guest, but now they see who exactly came to them. As she ran her fingers through her hair, she thought that her pink hair color proved her status. Just once, when she and the prince secretly left the palace, there was a big fuss because people around revealed their faces. After this incident, she and the crown prince could no longer leave the palace under cover. The girl involuntarily thought that in such a context, her recognition was very convenient. Arriving to meet the supreme head of the temple, Ursha was forced to walk through the temple itself. Before she became the heroine of the prophecy and the crown princess, involved in politics, the temple and the imperial palace were in serious conflict. Hiram bowed to her and said that he would go to carry out her instructions regarding a separate horse, and if she needed something, she could safely call other knights. As soon as he left, the princess turned to the clergy, saying that she was very pleased to meet them. One of them bowed politely, and then stated that they were looking forward to her coming to them, after which he added that His Holiness was expecting her. Initially, the temple was snow-white and clean without a single decoration, but now there were many beautiful statues around. The man explained that all these changes were made by His Holiness, because this was a place of worship for God, so it had to exude their sincerity. Ursha looked at the marble statues with interest, saying that the temple had really been transformed. As soon as she finished examining the interior, the cleric announced that she could proceed to the supreme head of the temple. The guy was very happy to see her, so he immediately said that they had not seen her for too long. The girl bowed nobly to him and said that she had come at the call of heaven to meet him. Azriel also greeted her courteously, adding that God himself was blessing her. Sitting down on the sofa opposite him, the princess declared that she and he were not strangers, so there was no need to observe formalities. He agreed with her, saying that it was clear from her that she wanted to tell him a lot. Irsha stated that she would be very interested to know why he spread such rumors. The supreme head of the temple asked if she didn't like being the center of attention in such a good way. The guy assured her that thanks to these rumors, the imperial family should be very excited. He added that with this, her honor was also restored because now everyone bowed to her. Azriel looked at her carefully and asked if she was not satisfied with this outcome. The temple chief said that if she wished, he could do the same in the future, so she needn't worry since he was trying to do it for her. The girl reminded him that he did not ask her opinion about this, and she did not like such unilateral actions, but she herself thought that despite the fact that she actually liked his idea, but the fact that he did it without her knowledge didn't suit me. The guy said that he was extremely surprised that such a strong lady lived as a puppet of the emperor. Irsha decided that he was behaving this way on purpose because she did not obey him, so she stated that if he was going to continue the conversation in the same spirit, then she would return back to the castle. Azriel gently touched her hand and told her that she shouldn't be in such a hurry. The princess realized that just as she needed him, he needed her, which meant she should have been a little more generous, so she said that they should leave the useless talk and get to the point. The supreme head of the temple looked carefully, and meanwhile she said that he wanted to tell her something urgent. He quickly collected himself and declared that since she wanted to get straight to the main point, he would not rant. Looking at her tenderly, the guy asked if she had thought about becoming his. Whether there is divine power or not, the very fact of the saint's existence had great symbolic meaning, because she, like the head of the temple, showed her face only at important events. The girl asked if he was really inviting her to become a man of the temple. The guy confidently explained that this title has a slightly different meaning. She began to reason that the rumor that she would become a saint was true after all. In any case, for the vast majority of the aristocrats of the empire, marriage was a kind of transaction in which the other side was looked at, calculated, and studied. In response to her question about what he would do if she refused, the guy asked a counter-question about whether she could really answer that way. Irsha actually had other options for marriage, but the head of the temple took the initiative into his own hands. She knew that when the enemy took the initiative, she needed to hide her weaknesses even better. Irsha once again asked him if he understood the meaning of appointing her to the place of a saint. Azriel wondered if it was possible that he, the head of the temple, did not know this. The girl said that she was telling him about this because he was losing sight of the significance of this act. She recalled that the holy place had until now been an unofficial position because it was always vacant unless something really important happened, and His Holiness was going to put the Crown Prince's ex-fiancée in this place. The supreme leader of the church said he understood perfectly well what he was trying to do. Having looked at her carefully, he again asked whether he really could not know this. He said that if things went like this, she would have to bend the knee to her ex-fiancé. The guy added that in this case, Miss Lurtella would go up the road that she had paved on her own. Azriel spoke of how she would have to bow her head to the crown prince, who, fearing the change in the oracle, broke the marriage agreement with her. The girl listened to him attentively, and he continued to say that he was offering her a status with which she did not have to bend the knee to the crown prince, who was only using her. He wondered if he could give her something like this, it wouldn't be enough. Irsha did not stand on ceremony and asked what he would get from this marriage in return. There were many more people who wanted the position of partner of the head of the temple than those who wanted the position of the empress, because even the emperor cannot be careless about this position, while a person who has the status does not even need to perform the duties of the imperial castle, and it is also quite natural for the people follow the temple. So this was the best option for her. Perhaps even by turning over the entire empire, or even searching in other countries, it will be very difficult to find a partner like Azriel. The current head of the church did not seem incompetent to her, so she tried to understand what he wanted to achieve by making her his partner. The supreme head of the church took a lock of her hair and declared that from this he would have it. Having returned her hair, the girl said that she was asking what good it would be for His Holiness to have it. He told her that he could get a lot of things just by being next to the Duke's daughter. In addition, she herself should know the answer to her question very well. The guy asked how he could refuse to make a woman like her his. The princess powerfully and firmly reminded Azriel that she was not someone else's thing. She added that if His Holiness really wants to be with her, then he can become hers. The supreme head of the church calmly stated that if that is what she wants, then so be it. Watching him walk past her, the girl wondered if there was something else he wanted to tell her. Asriel took out a black envelope from the box and said that this was the will of the past head of the temple. When he asked if she wasn't interested in finding out what it was about, the princess said that she would remain silent about everything she heard in this room. The guy suggested that she must be guessing about its contents, but whatever it was, he would also remain silent. The girl was consumed by curiosity, so she asked him to quickly explain its contents to her. Most temple heads' wills expressed hope for peace and stability of the empire, but the will of the previous temple head was not public. The fact that the previous head of the temple had kissed her forehead and bestowed a blessing was widely known, but she had not had any one-on-one meetings with him since. Asriel advised that if she was going to listen to this story, she should pull herself together, to which she replied that at least it was better than hearing about it while being kidnapped. He explained that he would like to simply lock her in this room from all worldly experiences. As soon as she began to ask what he meant, the supreme head of the temple said that the oracle was mistaken. The guy explained that the words that she, becoming crown princess, would bring peace and stability to the empire were a lie from the very beginning. The world beneath her feet collapsed. Everything she had been holding on to suddenly disappeared, and only emptiness remained. She stood up from the couch, asking him what part of the prophecy was a lie. It seemed to her that it would be better if the oracle had changed from the beginning. It would have been better if Miss Lurtella had been the one it spoke about. Asriel walked up to her, took her hands away from her face, and told her that she should calm down. He explained that the contents of the oracle were erroneous, but this did not mean that its very existence was a lie. The princess began to loudly ask him what the lie was then, because she really wasn't the person who would bring peace and stability to the empire. All this time, she suffered sorrows with the thought that she had been deceived, but now it turned out that she was actually deceiving everyone, not related to the prophecy. The guy looked at her with annoyance, thinking how he could console her in such a situation. The supreme head of the church approached her and asked if she would be glad to know that the previous head was wrong and that she would not become crown princess. He explained to her that she knew very well what a person who brings peace and stability looks like, because to ensure such conditions, the emperor used her as a tool. Ursha couldn't believe that he was actually telling the truth, so she screamed that she couldn't be used. Asriel asked if she really thought so, since she was locked in the imperial palace and was not allowed to leave freely. He reminded her that even if it wasn't the path she was supposed to take, she was still forced to follow it. The guy said that the emperor, who strictly demanded to exceed his capabilities, himself personally contributed to her imprisonment. Looking at the doomed girl, he asked what it was if not using her skills. The girl took a deep breath and said that he had misunderstood a little. After all, this was the nature of all aristocrats. So even if this was not the road she was supposed to take, many aristocrats would sell themselves for the opportunity to walk along it. Ursha stated that one thing was certain, that the emperor never demanded of her anything that she could not do. Asriel thoughtfully wondered why she was trying to protect the emperor who had so brazenly used her. The princess sighed wearily and firmly stated that she did not mean it at all. She explained that she had always had the ability to learn how to run an empire. The supreme head of the temple smiled and told her that she was very self-confident. He looked towards the window when she asked him what was on the main square. The girl said that she herself personally ordered the construction of a clock tower right in the center of the capital. She explained that the aristocrats did not know that for ordinary people, watches were a luxury item, because citizens who did not have watches used the sunset and sunrise to arrange an appointment. So she built a clock tower in the very center so that everyone could when you want to see the time. Ursha said that at the time of construction, she thought that the attraction was being built because it was she who wanted it, because most of the aristocrats were against the idea that luxury would be available to absolutely everyone. The princess said that everything she does has a plan, so she does not consider her actions useless, because in the end, everyone who was against fell silent and agreed. She summed it up by adding that she had personally created a place for herself. The girl said that when she built the tower, she had a plan for it to become a local landmark, after which income from tourism grew. People began to work more efficiently because they learned to tell time. The emperor who turned his back on her and the crown prince who abandoned her missed one thing. Although they gave her a place, she learned and gained a lot in her position as crown princess that they will never understand. Now the supreme head of the temple said that he had always believed that power was important to her. The princess explained that it is not the power itself that is important to her, but the sweetish taste that it gives. He lifted her chin and told her that for someone who spoke of sympathy for power, she was too unselfish. The girl assured him that for those who did not cross a certain line, she was the benevolent empress of the future. Removing his hand from her face, she added that this only applied to those who didn't actually cross the line. Ursha said that she was very interested to know what would happen if she cooperated with him. The guy explained that in this case he would have to, keeping the line, try to seduce her. After their conversation, Ursha silently walked back into the corridor, thinking about everything they had talked about. She assumed Azrael was going to escort her out, but that didn't happen. The temple's supreme leader said that she could do it without him, so they should say goodbye in advance. Closing the door behind her, the guy said that she could use it at her discretion. The princess thought that she didn't even know where and how she could use his name. Her loneliness was interrupted by 3 people who suddenly approached and immediately began talking to her. The girl immediately realized that it was for this reason that the supreme head of the temple wanted to accompany her. A clergyman approached them, who firmly stated that at the moment other believers were busy praying, and they were disturbing them with their conversations. Therefore, if they did not calm down immediately, the temple would have to intervene. One of the girls asked if the bishop was really going to kick out the believers for doing this. Ursha immediately realized that this was the same bishop who collaborated with her rival Miss Lurtella, and he was also the one she had too many worries about. After this very day, when the man broke the law, he locked himself in the temple, so it was difficult to see him. The man stated that he did not expect such frivolous and noisy actions from those who call themselves aristocrats. One of the ladies told him that most likely he fainted due to the fact that he dealt only with commoners. The 3 of them started talking about how no one had seen him use sacred power recently, which meant he must have died soon. Ursha interrupted their pointless arguments and then stood directly in front of the cleric. The girl said that there was nothing wrong in the bishop's words, because everyone knew that the temple is a place where you need to remain calm. She confidently said that they were indeed too loud, so he should forgive them. 3 people began to say that she had nothing to do with it, because they were the ones who disturbed the peace. The princess said that the bishop must have a lot to do, so they should not bother him anymore, but talk elsewhere. The clergyman listened for some time to their words, that drinking tea with the princess was a great rarity. One of them reasoned that the bishop could not maintain his generosity, so he raised his voice at them. The young people believed that in comparison with him, the princess looked wiser. Sitting at the tea table, one of the girls reasoned that she didn't even know which of them was Mercy, because the bishop had clearly gone overboard by raising his voice in the presence of the princess. The princess said that along with the change of the head of the temple, the atmosphere also changed, but nothing can be done about their pride, because the new head of the temple is an outstanding person, which is why the bishop is nervous. The girl continued to say that in front of the temple she saw imperial knights, among whom stood Hiren Matilda. She asked whether the emperor himself had sent this escort with her. Another girl said that the emperor really cares about her very much, to which another added that even His Holiness thinks about the days. Ursha told them that His Holiness wanted to introduce the holy knights to her, but since there were already knights from the palace with her, she regretfully refused. If someone asked her what place she currently occupied, she could easily explain, because the emperor's faction was afraid that she would defect to the side of the temple, so they kept an eye on her, and those who did not simply flattered her. The girls reasoned that they had heard that the new head of the temple was quite young. To their question about whether he was really as handsome as they say about him, she replied that they would be pleasantly surprised. Suddenly, an elderly man entered the conversation, asking her about her relationship with His Highness. The princess looked at him dissatisfied, realizing that this was a completely incorrect question. The man couldn't hold her gaze and said that he was asking simply because he was interested. Ursha smiled contentedly and said that she was very pleased to meet the count, whom she had not seen for a long time. He told her that it was a great honor that she still remembered him, to which she thought that such a face could not be easily forgotten. Every time she was about to take a breather at a formal event, he was the one to approach her and strike up a conversation. It was not strange that, as a member of the emperor's faction, he was interested in her relationship with His Highness, since his family's influence was not very high, so even the emperor did not particularly remember him. The man explained that everyone is very interested in knowing about their relationship, although they are trying to hide it because she still remains in the crown prince's castle. He added that despite the fact that the time had already come for the crown prince and Miss Lurtella to announce their engagement, no movement was observed, and that she thought that this was the main reason why the count was not noticed by His Majesty the Emperor, because he does not separate what can be said and what cannot be said. To her question about what he thought about this, The Count replied that until that moment he believed that she still liked the place of crown princess. The girl finally realized that in their eyes everything looked exactly like this, but she had no reason to reveal the whole truth. She confidently stated that everything he said happened by the will of His Highness, and not by hers. At the same moment, her older brother entered the room, so she immediately headed towards him, telling everyone that she needed to take her leave. All the people sitting at the table looked in her direction, their mouths open in surprise. Hiron was already waiting for them on the street, telling them that he had prepared the most suitable clothes for riding a horse. He warned that he was worried that she might not like the suit, to which she replied that it looked great. Meanwhile, Rias told her that as she requested, he prepared horses for them. Ursha said that all the imperial guards could return first. The men bowed to her and said nobly that they were very glad to accompany her. Until they had gone far, the princess whispered to her brother that His Majesty himself had tried to introduce these knights to her, to which he agreed with her. After some time, she had already changed into a suitable suit, after which she stroked her horse. Rias approached her, telling her that he thought her hair might get messy, so he prepared a hat for her. The girl obediently put it on, after which the two of them set off, and her older brother said that it had been a long time since they had gone out together. To his question about whether she could ride a horse well, the princess replied that it could not be called a good ride, but she did not worry about it, because she could not call herself Passantria if she could not even cope with one horse. The guy looked at her carefully and stated that she should show him how to handle horses and in their family, to which she asked how skillful she should be in order for him to recognize her. Immediately after these words, the girl spurred her horse, causing the animal to gallop. She sincerely praised her horse for its excellent speed and good skills in working with the rider. Her older brother suddenly ran up to her and asked her how she could drive ahead if she didn't know the road. He drove a little ahead and said that she should drive right behind him so as not to get lost. They were silent for some time, after which he asked if she liked this pastime. Ursha explained that she never thought of horse riding as fun. In response to his assurance that this could happen because she had not tried it before, the girl stated that she sometimes rode in the backyard. The elder brother said that she looks cheerful now, so when she returns to the duchy, he will immediately prepare a horse for her. The princess was unaccustomed to anyone treating her kindly, so she sheepishly said that she would be grateful. She thought that when she returned to the duchy, she could ride a horse alone. The girl sincerely hoped that she could take Ash with her, who would look after her horse with her. Noticing Rias's gaze on her, she asked him to be a little more attentive to the road. She asked what she would do if he fell off his horse, as it could be life-threatening. The guide told her that he had already fallen from a horse several times, so he didn't worry about it. He helped her get off hers, and meanwhile she asked him how this could happen. The older brother reported that he fell from his horse several times during combat in the war. Ursha said that he never answered her when she asked, so she could never understand why he participated in the war. She said that he got absolutely nothing from going to war, and all that he got was only honors. And meanwhile she thought that, even without paying attention to the benefits, there was a reason why the Duke's only heir went to war. The guy did not give orders from the rear and was not involved in directing the army. He fought with a sword on the front line. The princess asked if he had gained anything from this war, since he went there, exposing himself to mortal danger. The elder brother looked at her carefully, understanding why she was asking such a question. Deciding to play a trick on her, he grabbed her hat and sharply tilted her head down. The girl firmly stated that this time she should hear the main reason. The guy explained that there was no serious reason, to which she said that even if it was not serious, she still wanted to know. He informed her that if she had known the reason in advance, she would definitely have dissuaded him, so he did not say. And then he asked what she thought about this. Ursha said that it seemed to her that she did not receive anything grandiose, but simply made herself a good image in the eyes of the subjects of the empire, and also became a hero of the Sepia kingdom, paying off her debts. But this benefit was not worth risking her life. Rias informed her that these were not all the reasons, because there was something that he received along with the honors, to which she replied that he received a small territory in the mountains. The older brother laughed hard, after which everything fell into place in her head. She looked at him with interest and said that most likely he received more than just a mountain. The guy explained that she guessed correctly, because this mountain was strewn with precious stones. The girl could not believe that the kingdom of Sepia had given her up so easily, to which he replied that the mine with the jewelry was hidden from everyone. She informed him that it was a bit reckless, because in his place she would have been in the rear, to which he explained that he did so because he was confident in himself. Rias very confidently said that he would never play with his life, because besides, there is no better place than war to have a lot of fun. The girl, meanwhile, began to take his dagger out of the pocket of her clothes, intending to return it. The guy took it in his palm, but did not take it for himself, saying that she should keep it. The princess looked at him gratefully, realizing that he was indeed right. They entered one of the shops, above which hung a sign that they made weapons. An elderly man came out to them, saying that it was a great honor for them to meet them. The shop worker sat them down on the sofa and said that after a while they would be served tea and snacks, to which Ursha informed him that this was not necessary. The man said that their order was just being finished to be usable, so they would have to wait a little longer. Servants entered the room holding boxes with various tools in their hands, to which the man said that for now they could look at their other goods. The princess examined them carefully and thought that most likely these items were made in this shop. Taking one of the swords, she realized that it was meant for men because it was definitely too heavy for her. The girl understood that nothing could be done about it, because women rarely became knights. The elder brother looked at the swords with displeasure and ordered the shopworker to immediately remove them. The man began to present to them another sword, which had recently been popular among noble ladies, because it was not heavy at all, but sharp. Ursha picked up the blade and said that she could easily cut herself on such a weapon. The shopworker worriedly stated that this was not true at all, because there was a sheath for it, so she could put it there. The elder brother looked at them rudely again and ordered them to immediately put away their weapons. Suddenly, another man ran into the room and immediately began to greet them. He said that he was Viscount Montaigne, the owner of the shop selling weapons. She looked carefully at the departed man and thought that she could no longer wait for the dagger to be given to her. Her brother, apparently, was also not eager to just sit in this place. The girl understood that the man had recently inherited this place because he looked very young and also stuttered when talking to them. He asked if they really came to them while walking around the capital, and then asked what family the lady was from. Reyes firmly asked if this information should really bother him, since they came for a certain item. The man began to stutter and say that he was not sure, but it seemed to him that they had met at the last banquet. The owner of the shop carelessly approached the sofa and accidentally touched the leg, causing the elder brother to drop the mug of tea from his hands. His whole suit was doused in sweet tea, so he just looked at everything that happened. The man screamed loudly that he did not want this at all, and that he sincerely asked for forgiveness. The girl immediately began asking her brother if everything was okay with him, and the owner of the shop realized that they were relatives. Another person entered the room again, talking about how their order was finally ready. An elderly man with glasses asked if something had happened that made them look so worried. Mon realized that this was his chance to correct the situation, so he ran to the dagger, grabbed it, and then presented it to Ursi. The man got down on one knee and said he wasn't sure it would be a worthy apology, but he would be glad if she accepted it. The princess said that he should stop talking like that immediately, because she was going to pay for him. Taking the dagger out of its sheath, she thought that this was the most suitable weight and size for her. Reyes also carefully examined their purchase, but he did not like the presence of stones on the handle at all. He stated that the blade was different from what he asked for, and then asked why they did it that way. The guy took the blade from her hands, wondering if she could wait a little longer. The owner of the shop was extremely embarrassed and concerned that he liked the blade I had made. The man tried to explain that recently such daggers have become fashionable among ladies. The elder brother presented the blade to his throat and asked if he really asked to make a fashionable one. He asked how one could use a dagger that was even impossible to hold normally. The owner of the shop said that recently, even noble ladies who want such a thing cannot get it. Reyes stabbed the dagger into the floor, saying that this was the reason he made the order. He added that the Viscount had attached so much jewelry to him in order to extract more money from him. The guy walked past the man and said that he hoped that the quality of the weapon would be good, but he was very disappointed, because he turned the dagger into an ornament that was not suitable for use. The girl stopped him, saying that she would take him, so they should send him to the duchy, because he was perfect as a decoration. They were about to leave when the owner of the shop suddenly tried to stop them. The man said that the next time they come, he will definitely do his best. Reyes firmly and angrily explained that he didn't think he had anything else to do with him. After these words, the brother and sister went outside, where the cool evening was already setting in. He asked why she still needed this dagger, to which she replied that the blade was beautiful as a decoration. The guy reminded her that this was a worthy blade only for garbage, because it was unbalanced due to the stones. Ursha said that it's not that she doesn't regret the purchase, but since her brother called it worthy, it means it was worth the money. The elder brother reminded that if she wanted to decorate the estate, then she could do it with luxury, using money, not this blade. He explained that no matter how worthy a blade is, if it hangs on the wall, then its value ends only there. The princess asked what he meant by this, to which he replied that he simply wanted to give her a worthy dagger. She stated that she would later ask her father for a new one, to which he said that for now she could use the one he gave her. No matter how worthy the blade was, if it hung on the wall, it was nothing more than just a beautiful decoration that could be replaced at any time, because this accessory only added beauty and luxury to the environment. The girl thought about his words for some time, realizing that he actually meant her. Stopping at one of the shops, the princess discovered a beautiful sapphire and decided that her mother needed to buy the stone. She turned to her brother, saying that it would be possible to steal the mansion with this stone along with the dagger. Looking around, the girl noticed that her brother had disappeared somewhere because he was no longer standing next to her. Ursha pointed to the sapphire and told the seller that she was going to buy this stone. He told her that among similar jewelry, this stone was the best, because even if she turned the entire empire over, she would not be able to find the same one. To her question about how much the miracle stone cost, the man replied that its price was 80 gold. After the purchase, she headed to the fountain, where she sat down on a bench to wait for her brother in peace. The same seller approached her again and said that if she wanted, he could put the stone in a high-quality box. He said that they could also send the purchase to her mansion if she wanted. Ursha happily stated that they should send the stone to the estate of the Duke of Psantria. The seller happily agreed with her words, because the meaning did not immediately dawn on him. Noticing that he finally understood who she was, the princess said that he could add a message to the package, saying that Ursha Psantria had sent him. The man was very shocked that he was able to see the beautiful crown princess with his own eyes. While he was in his fantasies, the girl got up from the bench and disappeared into the crowd of people. Walking along the street, she thought about whether her mother would like her gift, so she decided that her father also needed to buy something, because until that day, she did not know that shopping on the street was also interesting. Ursha walked up to her brother, which caused her to receive many dissatisfied glances from the girls. They immediately began asking him if they really knew this girl. The guy didn't even listen to them, but immediately went to his only sister. The princess took his arm, and then they walked together to their horses. The girl reminded him that his main problem was his appearance, to which he answered in the affirmative. She added that this had never happened to her because she was engaged. In response to her question about whether he was dating someone, the guy asked why she was trying so hard to marry him off to his fiancée. She thought that he was the heir to the duke, but was still lonely. But she said out loud that he knew that half of the friendship letters she received were sent by those who wanted to take a place next to him. He explained that they all wanted to take a place next to the son of the Duke of Psantria, and not with him. The girl said that he was precisely the son of Psantria, to which he asked that he was going to give the place of heir to her. Ursha was a little shocked by this statement, because she had never even thought about it. The princess did not notice how they were surrounded by a large number of people who were heading somewhere. The guy seriously stated that if his sister wants it, then he will do it. The girl looked at him carefully and asked why he decided to do this. He reminded that she was no longer the crown princess, and even if she said that she did not intend to become the heir, there would be no problem. She laughed and said that even for an ordinary joke it was too much, so you shouldn't throw around such words. The older brother looked at her and informed her that if she wanted this place, she would have to take it from him. He guessed that he would have to try his best to prevent his superior younger sister from taking his place. While they were walking and talking calmly, a little girl suddenly ran up to them. The waif grabbed the girl by the cloak, intending to attract her attention. When Ursha turned around, the homeless girl handed her a small flower, telling her that she could buy at least one. Rias and Ursha were shocked by such impudence on the part of an ordinary commoner. It turned out that they entered the area of the poor, where they were all whispering that the girl had no right to approach an aristocrat like that and grab her. The princess asked how much the bouquet cost, because she just needed a gift. The homeless girl happily declared that one flower is worth 1 copper coin. Everyone around could not believe that these aristocrats were so good-natured that they ended up buying flowers from a commoner. The girl looked around and noticed that people around were either coughing or dying. She asked the girl if she had made this bouquet herself, to which she replied that she made new bouquets every morning and sold them. When the princess asked where her parents were, the homeless girl said that they had died long ago. Ursha gave her a silver coin, and the girl meanwhile said that she lives with her older brother. Having received the coveted coin, the girl joyfully ran towards her accommodation for the night. The elder brother was about to tell her something, but she already knew what he wanted to tell her. She understood that there was an infection in the city. Sometime before this, it began to spread at breakneck speed. Not long ago, an infection spread across the lands of one count, which claimed the lives of many people. Ursha believed that the disease that spread in the poor village was different, so if taken early, it could definitely be cured, because the people in the poor village couldn't eat properly or wash regularly. So many more people died last year. She recalled that around this time the crown prince spoke about the spread of infection on the streets of the poor. The elder brother decided to bring her back from his own thoughts by telling her that she had just given that child a silver coin. The girl explained that she didn't have a copper one, so she just gave her a silver one. The guy asked if she knew that other poor people would immediately take this coin. Ursha told him that she was well aware of the morals of these people. Later that night, Ursha and Rias burned the gloves and bouquet because they were afraid of contracting a deadly infection. The princess clearly understood that there was a high probability that, like last year, there would be many victims, so it would be simply impossible to be happy that everything would end in the slums, because if the disease spread to other lands, the situation would become more complicated, so they almost did not collide with the disaster last year. Ursha was no longer the crown princess. She was now the daughter of a duke who needed to look after the lands of Pysantria, but thinking about the words of the crown prince, she simply could not turn a blind eye to it. The older brother immediately noticed that she was thinking about something, so he asked what was in her head, to which she replied that you couldn't hide anything from him. The girl said she was planning to set fire to the slums to try to fight the infection. To his question about whether she really wants to kill all the beggars, the princess explained that these people are necessary for the empire, like the working class, so she does not want meaningless victims. She added that the first step was to set fire to a limited area so that people could escape, and those who could not walk would be helped by their posted knights. Ursha said that they allegedly happened to pass by and saw the village on fire, after which they used their precious knights to save the poor people. The princess said that they would simply lend a helping hand to people who had lost all hope. She stated that the Duchy of Pysantria will not leave needy people in trouble. At the moment, the poor streets were so bad that these buildings could hardly be called houses, and if a residential area was built, then the lives of these people would become a little more prosperous. The girl said that they would set the arson, but they blamed the crown prince for everything. He had told her once in the past that it was a pain to invest too much money in poor people, so they had to be dealt with one at a time. She stated that it was with these words that he set fire to the street of the poor to get rid of them. Ursha said that, like 4 years ago, the crown prince would start an arson, but now they would accidentally be there to save these people. To his question about how she would make them believe that it was the crown prince who committed the arson, the girl explained that she would need his help in this, because he would have to bring several people, dress them up so that they looked like imperial knights' families. The guy listened carefully to her plan, after which he got a headache from the amount of information. The girl explained that all this already happened 4 years ago, so even if it doesn't work out perfectly, people will still have doubts. Rias asked into the darkness if they had heard everything, to which his people stated that they would immediately begin to carry out the plan. Ursha thought that she had the ideas and skills to put the slums in order, and since she burned all the documents that she was going to hand over to the crown prince, no one but her knows about it. She was going to make it happen before the crown prince even thought about it. The older brother said that she was free to do as she saw fit, and he would simply trust her and follow her. The two of them stood on the top of the hill, from where they could see the entire street of the poor. Half an hour later, the entire poor neighborhood was engulfed in flames, and people were crying out for help. No one noticed that aristocrats had arrived and were heading towards the center of the flames. The girl was worried that the place was made of flammable material, but the knights handled the fire much better than she expected. To her right, she saw a young woman trying to protect her small child. The princess turned to her brother, hinting that the girl would need help. The guy immediately rushed to pick her up from the ground, but to do this, he first made her turn around. He kept it in mind and asked if everything was okay with her, and if she had injured her legs in such a commotion. The fleeing people began to turn back, seeing that someone was helping those remaining in the flames. They decided that someone had come to their aid, because there really was someone there. Suddenly, they saw an aristocrat riding by on a horse with a coat of arms behind him. Ursha took off her cloak and said that now they can calm down, because the Duchy of Pysantria will help them. 4 years ago, the street of the poor was struck by a disease, without good food and the opportunity to wash. In unsanitary conditions, many people died. As a result, ordinary people began to worry about this disease, and to calm them down, Demian decided to burn down the street of the poor, spreading the disease. The people were delighted, and ordinary people began to praise the crown prince for the fact that the disease had left them. Ursha at that time believed that he had acted horribly, because of this many people had died. Therefore, now the knights approached her and reported that they had done everything as she said, after which she asked if they had time to evacuate everyone to a safe place. The girl said that a doctor would soon arrive to examine the remaining victims, so everyone would have the opportunity. People began to whisper about how dirty people like them would be examined by a doctor. They were more worried about where they would now sleep. The girl accidentally heard their conversations, so she went to one of them sitting on the floor. She stated that they should not be discriminated against because they are dirty and poor. The girl added that every citizen of the empire has the right to receive medical care, so she will definitely make sure they get help. The princess enthusiastically said that Pysantria would also help them with the problem of lack of housing. They began to say from all sides that they were very grateful to her, but they would not be able to repay her mercy. Ursha knew that the moment word of what happened here spread, people would naturally compare the reactions to her and the crown prince's actions. Demian was revered, but considered cruel, oppressing the poor under the guise of fighting an epidemic, and she happened to pass by, after which she helped people and provided them with housing. The older brother stated that there was no point in her staying here for long, so they should leave when the doctor came, to which she stated that they would leave everything to his assistant. The girl asked one of the knights to catch a couple of passers-by in order to correctly assess the situation. Two small children suddenly approached them, one of whom she recognized as the same girl. They reported that the doctor had finally arrived, to which Ursha knelt down in front of her and said that the girl could call her princess. The homeless girl thanked the aristocrat for calling the doctor for them. The girl added that her brother can also receive medical care, like everyone else. Rias pulled her back and whispered that this boy had Peladria's disease, so she needed to be careful. The princess knew that this was a disease in which parasites grew inside the body, causing the body to become wasted and weak despite eating regularly, and a clear sign of this disease was blackened legs. She understood that it was an extremely contagious disease, so she needed to be more careful. Looking at his sister, Ursha asked if they had any other relatives, as before she said that she lived only with her brother. The girl asked if she really leaves every day to pick flowers, to which the girl replied that she does this every day to make a bouquet. The princess realized that although they lived in the same place, the girl had no symptoms of illness, but she asked hearing where this place was, where there were so many flowers that she could pick them every day. The homeless girl was very happy that she had received increased interest, so she joyfully pointed to the mountain. She explained that people had already picked all the flowers in the flower field, so she was going to the mountain, to which her brother was indignant that she had not told him about this, and it was very dangerous on the mountain. Ursha heard that the mountain itself was steep, so even the lumberjacks avoided it, and the child, who was 8 years old, went there every day to pick a bouquet. While the children were arguing, the girl came up and asked if she could examine her body, because she was so strong. One of the knights carefully removed the girl's shoe, after which he carefully examined the muscles on her legs and arms. Ursha asked her if she remembered what country her parents were from, to which the girl replied that her mother was from the empire. The homeless woman also happily added that her father grew up in the kingdom of Asiora. Ursha remembered that the kingdom of Asiora was a land where there was always a terrible cold and an endless war was waged. She knew that this kingdom was home to an infinite number of people who were used as tools. There have always been more women than men in this country, and they were also very strong and well-equipped. The princess did not even suspect that one day she would be able to see a person from this country, even though she was a half-breed. The girl asked if her brother had inherited the blood of the kingdom of Asia, to which he replied that he and his sister had different fathers, and his father was a man of the empire. Her doubts were finally cleared, because she thought that his body was small and fragile due to illness. Ursha got down on one knee in front of her again, and stated that she would give her 2 options. She said her first option was to go to the duchy, where she would provide her with a place to sleep, food, and make sure her brother received medical care. The princess said that many people want all this, but not everyone gets the chance to get this opportunity. She went on to say that the second option was that they could go back to their place, get medical care, as well as a home to live in, and then their lives would be better than before. The girl asked the girl what she would want to choose in this case. The homeless girl asked in surprise if she could really be of any use to her. Without listening to the end, Ursha rose from her knees and looked at the knight, who immediately understood what she wanted. The guy approached the homeless girl, after which he lifted her from the wooden box on which she had just been sitting. He brought the girl to the princess, who told her that she had already helped a lot when I spoke to her. The homeless girl explained that she was very glad that the mistress did not look at her brother as if he were something dirty. She added that if she could be of any use to her, she would like to go to the dukedom. Suddenly, Ursha touched the girl's small and tender cheek with her hand. The girl said that the person who chose her should not say that she is insignificant. A little later, her older brother said that he did not even hope to ever see a person related to the kingdom of Aesir. The younger sister told him that the girl walked along a steep mountain path at such a young age and never suffered any injuries, so she immediately guessed that blood from that country flowed in her veins. She added that although they were also people, they still differed in body structure, to which the guy noticed that the girl had such hard muscles that most likely it would be difficult to pierce them even with a sword. He recalled that the people of the kingdom were not allowed to leave Aesir, so most of those he met during the war were sold illegally. Rias said that it was all a bit funny, to which she asked what it was about. The guy explained that the only reason people have power is that they are used without regard to their wishes. The girl immediately realized that her older brother was not talking about the slaves of the kingdom of Aesir, but about herself. She was chosen by God as a symbol of stability and peace, and regardless of her wishes, she had to go to the imperial palace. Ursha said that it was truly sad if someone who was arbitrarily used ended up dying, but the knights from the kingdom of Aesiora who came to their home in order to survive slaughtered their masters and fled. She recalled that he himself brought them, so she did not consider them comical, but she felt sorry for those who had already died. The girl assured him that she was always proud of those people who fight with all their might for their survival. Rias told her that she was right about that, and he was stupid enough to bring it up. The princess understood that he might have felt sorry for his younger sister, who would not confess even when it was hard for her, but the only one who could feel sorry for her was herself. Ursha asked him to remove his hand from her head because someone might see and laugh, to which he replied that she constantly asked him to stroke her like this as a child. She asked how old she was then, to which he replied that it was before she left for the imperial palace. He curiously asked her if she remembered how at sunset she came to his room and asked him to read to her. The elder brother said that when she could not sleep, she could ask the servants to read, but she always came to him. She stated that the servants also needed to sleep, and he had not yet gone to bed at that time. The guy agreed that the servants could not read the books that she brought him, because at that age she was keen on books on the development of the lands managed by her father, but besides her, not a single child would ask to read such a thing. The girl suggested that even at such a young age, she thought that if she was going to spend time, it would be useful. Rias reminded her that she could basically read all these books on her own, but her request seemed cute. Ursha stated that he knew a lot more than she did at the time, so she could ask if there was something she didn't understand. One day their mother saw that the girl had fallen asleep in his arms, so she immediately called the artist to capture them, and this picture still hung in the mother's office. The guy told her that she called the homeless girl baby, as her mother and father once called her that. She said that since she became crown princess, being called baby no longer suited her. Rias mockingly asked if she wanted him to call her that, to which she asked him to stop this conversation. Their dialogue was interrupted by an approaching knight who intended to tell her about everything that had happened. The guy got down on one knee and said that the fire was almost extinguished. Oh, the doctor treats people, so they can't help anymore. She stated that a few people would stay behind to help Rias's assistant, and the rest could return. The older brother told her that they should go already because he was hungry. Having mounted their horses, they began to move towards the imperial castle, because dawn was already approaching. Just as they were about to leave, one of the knights called out to her again to tell her urgent news. When she asked what happened, the guy said that Her Majesty the Empress lost consciousness due to poison. Ursha was very shocked by this statement, so she was speechless for a while. The princess immediately told her brother that it looked like some kind of trick to keep her in the imperial castle. The knight asked if she would really go to the palace right away, to which the girl answered negatively. She stated that she did not want to return to this place right away, because she had no desire to play their games. Ursha and Rias went to a restaurant to finally eat because her brother was terribly hungry. Then they went to some shops and stores to see the range of goods. When it began to dawn, the girl said that now they could return, but it would be better to go by carriage. The princess was thinking about what would await her in the castle, since such an event had happened there. Her elder brother broke the silence and said that he would not stay in the palace today. In response to her question about where he would spend the night then, the guy pointed out the window, saying that he would stay in the castle of the Duke of Pysantria, since she said that she would return soon, so he needed to prepare everything in advance. The girl stated that it was a famous castle, which was given to their grandfather by the emperor himself, and then asked whether the people of the duchy ruled there well. Rias explained that he would come and sort it out, to which she agreed with his words. She had only been to this castle a couple of times, but it really seemed big to her, and now she had to manage it. No matter what she did, there would be no one there to stop her, and that was exactly what she wanted. The elder brother said that she would become the mistress of this castle, because they hoped that she would return home as soon as possible, but they cannot wait as long as they want, which means she needs to return as soon as possible. After some time, the carriage arrived at the imperial palace, so the girl said that she had to go. He abruptly stopped her, saying that he forgot to tell her that the crown prince was probably waiting for her inside, his eyes rolling out of anger. The guy explained that he still didn't understand what she was thinking, and why the crown prince wanted to lock her in the palace, and also why she fell into his hands so easily. Ursha asked him not to worry, because she believed that everything would be fine, to which he said that it was not a matter of worry at all, but that he wanted to know what was on her mind, because he was her brother. The princess assured him that she still had her faithful blade, Ash, by her side, to which he stated that in this empire she could only rely on her elder brother. He added that he was asking this because he did not understand why she would stay in the imperial palace. She closed her eyes and said that at the moment there are 2 people to watch out for. The girl confidently said that the first was His Majesty the Emperor. The guy said that his behavior was really strange, even considering the sick empress. Ursha told that the second person is the crown prince himself, as well as the actions that he takes. She reminded him that he had blocked the roads on the way to the duchy, which means he would use any means to keep her. The elder brother asked why she decided to play ahead, to which she replied that it was much better than falling for his trick. She knew that after these words, her brother would say that it was dangerous, after which he actually said it. He added that she still voluntarily jumped into the enemy camp, to which she replied that she needed to check whether it was an enemy camp, because there might be an ally in it who was pretending to be an enemy. Noticing the tired expression on his face, Ursha asked if he had prepared everything she asked him to do, to which he replied that he could not let her down. After the conversation, the girl got out of the carriage, but her brother stopped her briefly, calling her by name. The guy said that if there was a chance to talk properly with the crown prince, then she should speak carefully. The princess understood that he meant that no one knows what will happen if they cross the line, but in fact, she was the one who, since childhood, lived as a person from whom abilities were only borrowed. It seemed to her that her older brother was much more angry than she was, so she said that they would see her tomorrow, which meant it was time for her to go. It was terribly quiet in the corridor of the imperial palace. The entire castle had not yet woken up. When she first arrived in this place, she could not get used to this silence, but only a short time passed before she began to miss her family, which she left in the duchy, so her pillowcase was wet from tears. His Majesty often told her not to be a selfish person who wants to abandon her duty as the future empress and wants to return to the duke's house. Therefore, she thought that her desire to see her family was selfish, and that she wanted to do what she liked, a luxury, because the girl had to work hard for the future of the empire. She was only 5 years old at the time, so she didn't really understand that this was all an attempt to lock her up. Now the girl was walking down the corridor and thinking about whether she should write a letter to her mother, because she had not sent them an official letter for a long time. She thought that she wanted to write a letter not about work, but with simple, everyday content, because she was very interested in the reaction of her parents. Father would have considered such content strange, and mother would have kept this letter, after which she thought that she would need to go to the famous flower shop to decorate the house with flowers, and then hang a picture or a sword on the wall as decoration. The crown prince was standing outside her room, and meanwhile she thought that she would have a feeling of joy that would last the whole day, but now she felt fear. The guy said that they had been waiting for her for a long time because she had committed a terrible crime. Demian looked at her menacingly and declared that she had finally deigned to appear. A girl immediately came up to her to take her new hat so that it would not bother her. The crown prince came closer to her and said that she was too late. He wanted to touch her face again, asking her what she did that came back so late. She wondered if he was expecting her, accompanied by servants, so late at night. The girl stated that it was the first time she had seen anyone other than His Highness, the Crown Prince, do something like this. Ursha naively asked why they had all been waiting for her for such a long time. To his question about whether it was really that important, the princess said that if he did not want to answer, then she would go to her room. She understood that if she behaved differently than usual, he might suspect something, and if she was soft with him, he would simply devour her. The guy suddenly said that he had heard rumors that she visited a temple in the capital. The princess asked if His Highness had introduced his man to her. Looking at the two girls, she quickly realized that they were the ones who told him, because she only discussed it with them. Irsha realized that absolutely all of her servants were telling the crown prince about her every move. She thought that if a person had been introduced to her during her departure, the elder brother would have noticed it, and besides the knights accompanying her, there was no one else. The princess decided that in any case, it looked like he was watching her through the servants, because his facial expression said so. Her mood was ruined because everyone around her turned out to be the crown prince's people. Deciding that there were too many eyes and ears in the corridor, she began to end the conversation by talking about how they could talk in the audience chamber. He stated that there was no need for this, because whether she wanted it or not, she would still talk to him. The guy approached her and said that from that moment on, she was accused of an attempt on the life of the empress. The girl entered her room, where absolute chaos reigned, which was organized by the imperial guards. She thought that he decided to play such games after all, so she asked if he really thought it was funny. Irsha said that she had no idea what he was trying to achieve, but if in this way he was trying to tie her to this place, then he lost, to which he replied that he won. Grabbing her hand and shoulder, the crown prince told her that poison had been found in her room, which she had given to his mother. The princess understood that during her absence, he hid the poison in her room in order to carefully prepare. He stated that everyone would think that she was just a criminal who tried to kill the empress. The girl calmly asked to let her go, to which he stated that in this castle, she was considered a criminal. She reminded him that it was he who made her this way, to which he stated that he really liked it when she was helpless in front of him. The crown prince said that she was very angry, but could not do anything, to which she again told him to let her go. Demian told her that he could not let the criminal go, and the girl said that even if he made her a sinner, she would not let him have fun. She said that she would apply to have a formal trial held. The guy interrupted her and said that she now had no power even to do that, so she should just sit quietly. Irsha snatched her hand from his grip and loudly screamed that he was creating chaos. He took her hand again and asked why she was going to such lengths and trying to complicate things, to which she asked what he was talking about. Demian explained that because of her, the plan was spoiled, the discontent of the people grew, and Miss Lurtella, who was supposed to bring peace and stability to the empire, is hiding. The princess answered him that she was very sorry that the person who was supposed to become empress was so weak, and therefore could not defend his place. She stated that she could clearly see how worried he was that he might lose both her and Miss Lurtella, and if it was revealed that she was not a criminal, then she would completely leave the palace, so His Highness would lose everything. The guy said that until proven otherwise, she is a criminal. Irsha said that he used a very vile method, but since he decided to keep her in the palace by plotting intrigues, she would prove to him that he would not succeed. He said that if she had just apologized and asked for forgiveness, and said that she wanted to stay by her side, then he would have tried to forgive her. This statement made the girl laugh a lot, so she reminded her that he had known her for more than 10 years, which means he should know that she would never say sorry to him after all this. She understood that he wanted to see her throw away her pride while standing in front of him, but at that moment, she did it because she wanted to see him ask her not to do it. Now she asked what she was wrong about and what she should apologize for, to which he replied that she knew it herself. The crown prince turned to the door and shouted for the 4th Squad's deputy to come into the room. As soon as the man entered the room, Demian asked him if the room was ready, to which he answered in the affirmative. The guy finally let go of her hand, after which he ordered her to be escorted to her new chambers. Irsha informed him that he should talk to Lurtella, although he seemed reluctant to waste time on such useless things. Hiron tried to calm her down, but she stated that he should let go of her hand immediately. She stated that he can do whatever he wants with all his heart, and then regret it too. The princess said that even if he didn't like it, she would make him regret it. She wanted to see bitter tears flow from his beautiful eyes, but she said out loud that if he had begged her to stay with him, she would have considered it. The guy boiled with rage, but did not say anything, but only left her room. Hiron, meanwhile, told her that a separate room had been prepared for her, to which he was going to take her. Irsha wearily agreed with him, after which they headed down the dark corridor to her place of imprisonment. She thought that something was wrong, because this corridor led to the crown prince's room. The man stopped near the door and said that from now on her room would be in this place. The princess was speechless for a moment, because she could not believe that all this was true. Her room was next to the crown prince's, so it was obvious that he had prepared in advance. Hiron was standing near the door inside, so she asked if he would keep an eye on her all the time. The man said that a female knight would replace him that night, so she had nothing to worry about. Irsha asked him to bring her some tea, so that she could take a little rest from a hard day. She wondered what else she could ask for, so she ordered her maid to be called to make her tea. The deputy of the 4th Squad of Knights reported that it would be very difficult for him to fulfill this request. She understood that among the palace maids, only Azel was not a close confidant of the prince, which means that the girl was captured first. The princess said that she would really like to have tea with food, to which he said that he would ask to have everything prepared. The girl, meanwhile, thought that His Highness decided that he could catch her using Azel, but he was wrong, because she was not at all someone who could not save one child. Hiren, meanwhile, went out the door to convey the princess's order to the maid. Irsha, meanwhile, took the poison out from under the pillow, after which she turned to it again. She said that an unmarried man was in the same room with an unmarried woman, and if other aristocrats found out about this, interesting rumors would spread. The embarrassed man stated that he was simply taking care of her, as he was ordered to do. Sitting up on the bed, she said that if she really were a criminal, she would not have been left in such a place. She said that she was accommodated in a luxurious room, which could not even be called a prison. Hiren didn't respond to this, and then said that her food had finally arrived. The princess thought that if she pressed him even more, he might break. A couple of minutes later, a maid entered the room, telling her that His Highness had conveyed that she could not exchange letters. Irsha immediately recognized who exactly he had appointed to serve her, because she knew this man very well. The woman turned out to be the younger sister of the crown prince's nanny, who was also his devoted dog. The girl knew that her will was the same as the will of the crown prince himself. Taking the cutlery in her hands, the princess realized that they wanted to say that there was no poison in the food. Irsha stated that she would like a muffin for dessert, to which the maid stated that she would definitely bring it. While dining, the princess thought only about what Damien really wanted from her. When she was crown princess, she was treated the same way, although she didn't like many things. Now she was able to see the very expression on her face that she had been looking for. The girl ordered a bath to be prepared for her so that she could relax after dinner. The princess believed that he wanted so badly to see her kicking in this cozy prison, which meant he was completely immature to become an emperor. Immediately after dinner and a bath, the maids began to change their mistress into a nightie. Unexpectedly, she found a small bottle in the pocket of her previous clothes. This maneuver did not escape the princess, so she immediately pulled the bottle out of her pocket. The girl dropped a small drop of it onto the ground, after which everyone realized that it should not be touched, and in the meantime, she said that there were many people around her who wanted to harm her. The two maids looked at her in horror, realizing that she could be talking about them too. Irsha asked if they were going to convey her words to His Highness the Crown Prince. She happily suggested that she tell them what she had just told them, after which they announced in unison that they needed to go. The women ran out of the room in horror, hoping that the princess was just joking. Left alone, the girl headed to her bed to finally lie down and forget this day. She thought that the crown prince thought that he could arbitrarily lock her here, but when the time came, she would need to leave the palace, and for this, she would need the bottle. Hiren was still inside the room and spoke to her quietly, intending to say something. The man explained that another knight had finally arrived, so she would replace him when she was ready. The princess listened to him carefully and said that she also needed to tell him something. She was illuminated by moonlight, in the rays of which she seemed more beautiful to him than ever. The man embarrassedly asked what exactly she wanted to tell him at such a late hour. The girl quickly approached him, saying that she could trust him, like her older brother, which means that he most likely also worries about his family. Hiren never expected her to speak so languidly in tight night clothes. Noticing his frightened expression, Irsha asked if he didn't know. She assumed that the crown prince selected people based only on skill, and the man meanwhile asked what she had just said. The princess understood that Damien was arrogant and thought that he could control anyone, and this was the very trait that she hated most. But now, she thanked him for it. Irsha put her hand on his shoulder and said that no one would know that his family stole subsidies from the imperial palace. The man was shaking with fear, and in the meantime, she said that he would only be removed from office, or their family would be destroyed. Hiren gathered his courage and asked what she wanted him to do, to which she replied that it was a simple request. Handing him the envelope with the letter, she stated that he should simply give the letter to Brother Rias. Once upon a time, her mother gave her a dagger, after which the girl asked why she needed it. At that moment, the woman said that it would be good if a woman's heart could only contain love. She gently added that the girl should always keep this blade close to her and beware of those closest to her, and also not show her feelings to anyone. Her mother said that she should not trust anyone and should doubt the good nature of her interlocutor. To her question about why she should do this, the woman said that in this way she could protect her heart because she was a person of the Pasantria family. Waking up the next morning, Irsha stretched sweetly in her bed, enjoying a good rest. Looking towards the door, she saw a guard girl standing straight there. Seeing that her mistress was awake, Sir Shally announced that her breakfast was ready. The girl assumed that Sir Matilda had gone to send a letter, after which she sat down at the table and said that she could not eat when she looked at her like that. When she refused, the princess stated that she just wanted to talk to her, so she should sit down. Noticing the confusion on Paige's face, she wondered if she wouldn't listen to her because she was no longer the crown princess. The girl obediently sat down at the table, after which Ursha said that she had seen her skills at the investiture of the knights. She added that the girl was very good with the sword, to which she replied that she was overpraising her. Ursha said that she even told His Highness that she would like to have her as his escort. Then she asked how she managed to become a knight in the imperial palace, because Viscount Shaly's family was far from fencing, to which the girl replied that she could not answer personal questions. The princess said that she just wanted to talk to her about the youngest child of the Shaly family. The guard trembled, after which she asked how she knew about all this. Ursha said that many said that the child could not be cured even with the Viscount's money. She added that if she wanted, she could ask for treatment from the temple. The princess said that she was on fairly good terms with the supreme head of the temple. The girl fell to her knees, bowed her head in front of her, and declared that she would really like this. She continued to kneel for some time and beg her mistress to help her family. Ursha knelt down to her and said that she would certainly help, but first she had to get up from her knees. The guard was shaking, so she could barely say that she had no idea how to repay her kindness, to which the princess replied that when children are in pain, she tries to do everything possible to help them. Ursha said that she was very bored, so she would like to read one book. She said that in her office there was a book with a black cover, to which the girl said that she understood it. Smiling sweetly at her, the princess said that she would really like them to have a good relationship. As soon as the girl rose from her knees, the deputy of the 4th squad of guards entered the room without knocking. He declared that it was his turn to guard his mistress, so she could go. As soon as the girl left the room, the man smoothly approached the princess. He sternly said that he had delivered the letters to the right address, to which she thanked him. Hiron said that he delivered the letter to the temple, but he was not sure whether the supreme head received it. The girl asked if she could open the window, to which he said that he must report this to His Highness. She said that she was going to look at the streets full of poor people, because she knew that they could not be seen from the imperial palace. Ursha smoothly walked to the window to look at the view that opened from her window. On the day when she visited the street of the poor, she was suddenly stopped by the babble of children. That same girl handed her flowers, saying that she could take them with her. She added that she was very grateful to her for curing her and even giving her a place to live, because the princess was the first to see her as a useful person, and this flower was a gift. Suddenly, the girl thought that perhaps the girl was up to something, or she realized that she wanted to use her. Her thoughts that perhaps the flower was poisonous immediately dissipated as soon as she saw her sincere smile. Ursha suddenly realized that she had just thought bad things about such a nice child. Her older brother approached her and said that she must definitely take this gift. The princess carefully took the plucked flower, after which the girl ran away to her brother. The girl gave the flower to Rias, after which she walked by with her head down, to which he asked what happened to her, and she asked to throw it away. Now, looking out the window, she only thought that now she had matured and began to think only about herself. At the same time, in the temple, a clergyman brought a letter to His Holiness, delivered from the imperial palace. The man carefully handed him a black envelope, after which he added that the letter had arrived quite recently. The guy opened the envelope in front of him and then read her question about whether her answer was still relevant. The clergyman asked what happened, to which the supreme head of the church said that they must prepare the carriage. Azrael explained that he must go to the imperial palace immediately. The next morning, Rias took a cold shower as usual before the difficult day ahead. Sitting down at his desk, he began to read the letter from his sister, thinking that even though he knew about it, his mood was still ruined. The butler told him that a rumor was spreading throughout the empire that the princess had been locked up in the palace prison and was accused of assassinating the empress, and then he asked why not send a message to his surprised father. The guy said that Ursha already knew about everything when she returned to the imperial castle, which means she knows a way to get out of there. He explained that it didn't matter to them whether there would be a trial or they would decide everything quietly in the palace, but he really didn't think that the prince was going to capture Ursha. The elder brother mused that the recently revealed oracle was a lie, but said out loud that he too could not understand what was on her mind. The man said that if you look at the problem from the outside, perhaps the answer will be found. He explained that the desire to stay in the palace was caused by a dream, because no matter what excuses were used, the answer always remained the same. The butler suggested that the forbidden love between the crown prince and princess was to blame. He stated that they simply might not have realized this because they spent 18 years together, and getting rid of this connection was not so easy. The man said that the gentleman who has never fallen in love cannot know this feeling. Rias rubbed his neck and said that these two, being in the palace, could never learn love. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and after allowing the guest to enter, the guard ran warily into the room. He caught his breath and said that he had been told that the gentleman and madam were heading to the capital. The elder brother was very surprised, as he did not imagine that his parents would act so soon. At the same time, the same news was reported to the emperor himself, who was not particularly pleased with this state of affairs. He said that unexpectedly, those who locked themselves in their territory decided to show up. The servant asked if everything would be all right if the duke himself arrived at the imperial palace. The emperor said that this was indeed a difficult situation, but he had already put all his efforts into making her a useful princess, and now a person was approaching him who could easily take her away. He added that if the oracle had changed, she could have married Alfredo. To his question about whether everything was all right with the empress, the servant replied that he had been told that her body was initially weak, so she was in some danger. Sipping a cool drink, the emperor announced that the time had come to put an end to the empress, although her family on her father's side remained quite distant. If the empress dies, then as punishment the princess can be imprisoned for life in the imperial castle, and in this case, even the Pasantria family will not be able to do anything. When the emperor asked which of them he should leave, the guy replied that he was just a servant, so he would follow the decision of His Majesty. At that very moment, the emperor decided that he should keep the two of them with him, because everything that was in the empire belonged only to him. After lunch, a guard came to Ursha's room and brought her the book she asked her for. Taking the book in her hands, the princess thanked her and said that with such a sister, her brother would quickly recover. Ursha asked if she knew where exactly Azel Pertuba was now. The girl said that she had heard that the crown prince was personally taking care of this maid. From the outside, it really seemed that she and Azel were very close. The princess thanked her for the information, then said that she would like to read a little. The guard bowed to her and then quickly left the room so as not to disturb her mistress. The girl sat down at the dressing table and then began to carefully examine the book she had received. She quickly discovered a piece of paper sticking out of the book on which a message was written. Ash wrote that the empress was currently moving because she had been moved to the abandoned palace, and the knights were constantly patrolling the area. The empress had always been her mentor, therefore, after her marriage was dissolved, the woman's health noticeably deteriorated. Ursha found it strange that the empress began to constantly postpone their meetings. The two dukes, who were the pillars of the entire empire, were from the families of Pasantria and Loris. The union of these two families could be the greatest threat to the emperor, so he moved his wife to another place. She knew that this was just a light warning to the empress's family, which meant it was time to make certain decisions. The princess asked Hiron to bring her lunch, after which the man immediately wheeled a cart with food. The girl tried one of the dishes, after which she said that the stew was already cold, which means he needed to bring her another one. She explained that she simply wanted to eat this dish hotter, and not as it was at the moment. The man took the plate and said that he would immediately carry out her instructions, after which he left the room. Ursha didn't waste a minute, so she took out the bottles of poison and dripped some into the food. Immediately after this, the princess began to eat so that the poison could penetrate her body before Hiron arrived. The deputy chief of the 4th squad of knights returned quite quickly, but it was already too late. He immediately sensed something was wrong, so he rushed into the room from the middle of the corridor. Ursha was lying on the floor, and there was a lot of blood around her, which flowed out of her mouth. Sir Sheila at that moment reported to the crown prince that so far there had been no problems with the prisoner. She said that they had prepared food for the princess since she asked for food. The girl explained that all this time Ursha had been eating very poorly, and she also asked to bring Azel Portuba to her and open the window. The guy said that if she wants to know about the maid, then she should ask him about it personally. He suddenly thought about how they had once eaten together when they were just children. At that time, the girl often felt lonely, so she loved to look out the window of her room. At night, the girl constantly called her mother and father so that they would finally come to her. Now he said that the guards must keep all the windows closed so that she could not look out. The guards said that they would carry out the orders of the crown prince. Immediately after this, Hiron ran into the room, shouting loudly and incomprehensibly about something. Damien allowed him to enter the office, to which the man immediately shouted that something was wrong with the princess. He anxiously told His Majesty that she had just lost consciousness. Once upon a time, when he was still a teenager, he came to his father and mother. The emperor was interested in what exactly the son who bent his knee wanted from him. At that time, the empress was sitting behind her veil and trying to suppress the ever-occurring cough. Noticing her husband's stern look, the woman awkwardly asked him to forgive her. The man said that if she was not feeling well, then she should have rested in her chambers. He reminded her that the empire would be calm and without her interference, after which she left, and the emperor again asked why his son had come to him. The guy got up from his knees and took some time to gather his courage to answer his father. Sighing heavily, he said that he wished that he would send Ursha to the duchy for a short time, because otherwise relations with Pysantria, who always took care of her children, would be disrupted. The emperor asked how he would rule the empire if he were so compliant. He added that there were two big mistakes in his speech, because the girl could go to her father and then say that she would no longer return to the imperial castle. Then, even if he had to engage in a useless battle with the duke, he would have to bring the girl from Oracle. The man said that this child is not Damien's thing, which means he cannot ask for it. The guy bowed his head and listened to his father's question about whether it was he who made her the daughter of the Oracle. The emperor asked if he really chose her as the crown princess, and then added that he did it, so she was his thing. The crown prince bowed to his father and said that he would return with this matter again soon. When asked by his father what he believed in so much, the guy said that Ursha promised to help him. Hearing this explanation, the man laughed out loud, hinting to his son that he was very mistaken. The emperor asked if he really thought that she would remain in this place for his sake. He recalled that he asked him not to be arrogant, because he had achieved nothing more than the status of the crown prince. But even if he needed this child, then she did not need him, since she would immediately leave him if he would break the engagement. Several days have passed since Princess Pysantria lost consciousness. The prince asked the doctor when she would wake up, because she immediately drank the antidote. The man explained that the poison had been absorbed into the body to some extent, and that accumulated fatigue could also be the cause. The crown prince glared at him, reminding him that he should know his place. Damien said that if she doesn't wake up today, he won't be well. The doctor said that he would try to do everything possible so that the girl wakes up as soon as possible. The ancestral principal let him in, and then began to give her medicine using a small spoon. He touched her forehead and then wiped the tears from her eyes, asking her if she hated him. The guy clenched his hand into a fist and suggested that she hated him so much that it would be easier for her to die. Suddenly the girl began to move, after which strange sounds were made. Ursha spat out the received medicine on the bed, which means it did not enter her body. The girl vaguely saw him, not understanding whether it was a dream or reality, after which she felt his hand on her face. The crown prince took the medicine into his mouth and then slowly approached her. He pressed her to the bed and kissed her tenderly so that she couldn't spit him out this time. Later that night, the princess woke up, but had a vague memory of what happened to cause it. Rising up on the bed, she began to gradually remember what happened to her. She suddenly remembered the crown prince's kiss, but the girl still decided that it was a dream. She wondered why she was in the crown prince's own room. Hearing a knock on the window, Ursha went up to it and saw a dove, which again brought her a letter. Rias wrote that she was reckless this time, because he could not believe that she decided to use her resistance to poisons, so he decided to send her a medicine that would help remove all the remaining poison from the body as quickly as possible. The princess stroked the bird, telling him that he looked very cute, to which the dove happily responded in a bird-like manner. The girl quickly drank the antidote, and then read that the emperor had officially declared that she was not a criminal. The brother wrote that the story that after drinking the poison she was taken to the prince's room spread throughout the capital. Many said that Demian locked her up because he didn't want to let her out. At the end of his letter, her older brother asked her if she had finally received what she wanted so much. He was also interested in the question of what exactly she wanted to test using her body as an instrument. Suddenly, someone entered the room, followed by a question about what she was doing at the window. It was the crown prince who stood shyly in the middle of the room that belonged to him. The princess informed him that the next day she would leave the imperial palace. Damien did not like this statement, so he rudely asked what she meant. She explained that she herself personally put poison in her food, because she was unfairly accused of an assassination attempt on the empress, so she wanted to die to get rid of this terrible accusation. The girl said that the emperor himself had declared that she was not a criminal, so he no longer had any reason to keep her locked up. The princess added that if he ever tried to make her out to be a criminal again, she would think that he wanted her dead. After finishing her speech, she looked at him carefully, but the crown prince did not dare to say anything to her in response. She broke the silence, saying that although it was late, she would leave the palace, to which he asked what she would do if he did not agree to this. Ursha reminded him that His Highness had no right to stop her from doing anything, to which he explained that there was nothing that the crown prince could not do in the imperial palace. The princess looked at him carefully and said that she became engaged to him because he wanted it, and then broke off the engagement because he wanted it. She asked in surprise how long she should follow his will, neglecting her feelings. He wondered if she really followed all his orders, and then asked what she really wanted. The crown prince said she could have said she was refusing to break off the engagement and could also have used tears to force him to change his mind. Damien reminded her that she didn't do any of this and then simply walked away, leaving him alone. The guy wondered if this was exactly what she wanted when she came to him at the imperial palace. The crown prince said he gave her a chance for the first time, believing that she really wanted to help him. He stated that he gave her the opportunity to choose because he believed that she would choose him. Damien was torn with anger and indignation, so he said that she just needed to reduce her pride. The guy suddenly appeared next to her, grabbed her by the shoulders, and started screaming about how he just wanted this, because even if she wasn't the girl the oracle said, he would still be with her. At that moment when she showed me her emotions and simply left him, he suddenly realized that he had made the stupidest mistake in his life. Now he was trying to prove to her that she herself was to blame for making such a choice. The crown prince squeezed her shoulders tightly and said that she was the one who abandoned him. Silence reigned in the room, after which the girl quietly said that he himself was the culprit of everything that day. She recalled that he did not put aside his pride and never asked her anything. The girl screamed that he had never asked her whether her work was hard for her, whether she wanted to be a crown princess, much less an empress. Breaking out of his hands, Ursha screamed that she would immediately give an answer to all these questions. Having calmed down, she stated that if he had asked her about this, she would have immediately answered that it was very difficult for her in this place. She added that when she was little, she was torn away from her own family, not given the opportunity to see each other. The princess shouted that she would not leave this place and would also tell him that she loved him. The guy didn't expect that she really loved him, so now hope burned in his heart. The crown prince began muttering about how everything happened exactly like that, but he didn't notice. He believed that it was for this reason that she still remained in the palace, because she loved him. After leaving her position as crown princess, Ursha was subjected to numerous ridicule and condemnation from society. Damien now believed that all this was in order to stay with him. The princess interrupted him, saying that she loved him, so she wanted to stay until the very end. She explained that her life was a path that I found only for him, because she held on, looking at him. The girl said that for this reason, she did not want to let go of their love, but now she was tired of everything. Ursha said that she no longer loved him, and then began to walk towards the exit of the room. She told him that she too could not be honest, so she blamed him. But thanks to his actions, she was able to sort out her feelings. Leaving the room, the girl sincerely thanked him for allowing her to understand herself. The princess walked slowly along the corridor, heading towards her room. She stopped to look at the beautiful moon, and then suddenly realized that it was finally over. Suddenly, she heard quick footsteps, after which the voice of the prince echoed in the corridor, calling her. Damien was very angry with her, so he approached her with a firm, quick step. He remembered all the moments from his childhood, thinking that she gave him hope by telling him that she loved him. The prince decided that she immediately took away this hope, saying that she loved him. The guy didn't know what to do, so he quickly grabbed her by the hair so that she couldn't escape anywhere. Ursha screamed in pain and fear because she did not expect that he would treat her so rudely. At that very moment, she snatched the sword from his sheath and then chopped off a lock of hair that he was holding in his hand. The princess firmly and confidently declared that now this was truly the end of their relationship. The girl threw the sword on the floor and then continued walking towards her room. Damien was shocked by her action, so he remained standing in the middle of the corridor with a lock of her hair in his hand. Arriving at her place, she sat down in front of the mirror, trying to figure out what to do with her hair now. Ursha was still in shock from what had happened, so she didn't really understand what was happening around her. Taking the scissors in her hands, she wanted to cut off the rest of her hair, but her hand trembled. Suddenly, there was a knock on the room, after which she angrily opened it, thinking that it could be the crown prince again. Outside the door stood the supreme head of the temple, who said that this time he knocked carefully. The girl was a little embarrassed, not understanding how he suddenly ended up in the imperial palace. As soon as he noticed that half of her hair had been cut off, Ursha immediately closed the door on him. The guy was not going to leave and asked if she had been crying recently. Opening the door slightly, the princess asked him to leave, because now she was not in the mood to enter into dialogue. Azriel informed her that he had done everything as she said in her letter, which means he could see her. The girl stated that at the moment she could not live up to the expectations of His Holiness. She explained that she was no longer the oracle girl or the crown princess, so she had nothing to give him. Ursha asked for forgiveness for coming all this way for her, to which he took her hand and said that he was taught not to pass by a grieving person, so he could not leave. He said that even if she is not the girl from the oracle, God told him to show love to everyone. The guy began to wipe away her tears and asked what upset her so much that she cried. It was as if daylight had broken around them as Azrael once again began to use divine power to help her. He seemed to be telling her that if she looked around, countless roads would open up, so she should stop doing what she didn't like. The temple chief hugged her tightly and told her that she should believe in herself and keep moving forward. Closing her eyes, he added that she had done well, so she needed to get some sleep, because this was not the end at all, but a new beginning. The first saint, who built an empire together with the emperor, ruled for a very long time. The period of her reign was the richest and most peaceful in history, so everyone respected and loved her. But before she left the world, she uttered a prophecy. The woman said that the child who would inherit her soul would have her hair color and would once again bring glory to the empire, after which her words became an oracle. People wanted the empire to be reborn again, so for the sake of their hopes, she went to the imperial castle. Watching her parents leave her, she heard out of the corner of her ear that she could not go with them. People wondered what the oracle girl was doing, because there was a drought all around, and the empire was dying. Through tears, the girl decided that she would no longer be capricious, but would work only for the sake of the empire. The moment she heard that the oracle was wrong, and his words that she would become the crown princess and bring peace and security to the empire were a lie, she lost her footing. She couldn't believe that all this time she had been living according to someone else's scenario, which had nothing to do with her. But when the supreme head of the temple told her that she should believe in herself and start walking, the girl suddenly felt a surge of strength. Waking up the next morning, she looked in the mirror and saw that her remaining hair had been cut off. Suddenly, someone entered the room, asking her if she slept well. Azrael looked at her carefully and said that short hair suited her too, but it was difficult for the attendant to cut it while she was sleeping. The girl asked what he meant by this, because she did not remember how she fell asleep. He explained that she drank poison prepared in Pysantria, as he realized this when he treated her the previous night. Sitting down on the sofa, the guy asked if being strict with oneself was a hereditary trait. Ursha stammered and asked how he did it, to which he stated that he now saw her in a confused state. The princess ran up to him and asked why he was in her room now, to which he asked if she remembered what happened last night. He said that she took him by the hand and asked him not to leave her one step. She stated that it was all a lie, to which he said that God's representatives never lie. The supreme head of the temple asked in what mood she woke up today. He asked kindly if she was still a woman, immersed in sadness and worries. The girl firmly answered him in the negative, because all her sadness had disappeared somewhere during sleep. The guy reminded her that last night she said that she was not the girl from the oracle and the wife of the crown prince, and therefore she could not give him anything. Azrael explained that he does not want a woman who is plunged into darkness and who will only feel sorry for herself. But if the knowledge she has accumulated in order to become the crown princess is used as a knife and not as a flower, then a lot will change. He said that holy power is only effective when a person believes in God, but no one knows how long this will last. So one day he may lose power, and he did not want to become an instrument of the temple. The supreme head of the temple stated that this was the reason he needed her, and then asked if she could become a saint with such qualities. The princess extended her hand to him and said that last night was the last time she showed her weak side. Suddenly, he took her dagger out of his cloak and told her that he had kept it, but it suited her much more than it suited him. Ursha thanked him and added that in return she had one condition for him. She said that today she was going to go to the duchy to visit her family. Azrael said that he would immediately ask for a carriage to be prepared so that they could ride together. The girl said that there was no love in their contract because she no longer believed in invisible love, but they could benefit from each other. The supreme head of the church kissed her hand and said that it is difficult to believe in what you cannot see. The guy stood up and said that he was looking forward to working with her. After some time, His Holiness decided to go to prepare the carriage, telling her that she must collect things, which must have accumulated a lot in 18 years. Ursha said that she had already packed everything for a long time, to which he assured her that every time you get into the carriage, you get that feeling of forgetting something, but he will not turn the carriage around. The guy left the room and said that in that case, they would see each other in the garden at noon. At the same time, the second Prince Alfredo was heading towards her room, intending to visit his sister after waking up. He saw a guy dressed in a white cloak with a hood coming out of her room. The guy looked after him carefully and thought about what he was doing in her room at such a time. Ursha, meanwhile, changed clothes and thought that all this was easier than she thought. Taking the black book in her hands, the girl mentally thanked her for her help and then returned it back to the library. A piece of paper fell out of the book again, which was neatly folded in the shape of a bunny. The princess picked up the leaf and read the inscription that it was not a disease, written in the Empress's handwriting. Once upon a time, a woman was interested in what book Ursha was currently reading in her spare time. The girl answered the Empress that she preferred books about the history of the empire. She added that she often reads books, but she felt special about this one. The Empress told her that if the crown princess liked books, then she should definitely read this one. At that moment, Ursha noticed that this book was used for secret communication with the duchy. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, so she sharply crumpled the piece of paper in her hand. The second Prince Alfredo appeared from behind the door and said that she was scared as usual. Entering the room, the guy noticed with horror that his sister had cut her hair, but then said that it suited her very well. Handing her the necessary book, he said that he had heard that she had been poisoned, so he was very worried, to which she reported that she was fine. The guy said that she wanted to help her get out of captivity, but he was still weak. He said that, as in childhood, he fled to his sister's room, to which the princess reported that he had done enough. Alfredo, embarrassed and sad, asked her if she was really leaving the palace. Ursha looked at him affectionately and said that he knew very well that only members of the imperial family could live in the imperial palace. He sadly told her that his safest place in the palace would now disappear, to which she reminded him that he was no longer a bullied child and did not need a place to hide. Pressing her hand harder to his face, he said that she understood perfectly well that it wasn't even that. The girl said that the moment she leaves the imperial palace, everything will change, so he only has a chance to gain fame now. Their conversation was interrupted by the clergyman's servant, who said that the carriage was ready. The princess told the second prince that she had to go, but the guy tried to stop her. Ursha tenderly promised that she would write him letters from the county quite often. After some time, she walked with the supreme head of the temple along the path leading from the imperial palace. The guy told her that it was a good day to hit the road, which meant God was pleased with them. She wondered if it rained, it would mean that God was shedding tears of indignation over their contract. Asriel playfully said that these would be tears of happiness, because he tries to interpret everything in a positive way. Hereditary Hiren. Matilda suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their path. There were also guards behind him, who carried out the orders of the crown prince. Ursha nobly told them that there was no need to accompany her, because thanks to them, her stay in this castle was not lonely. The girl calmly added that they would soon receive a return gift from her. She asked them to still let her through to the carriage, which had been waiting for them for a long time. The crown prince walked between the knights, telling her that they both knew that this was impossible. Ursha still clearly remembered the events of the previous night, so she was a little taken aback when she saw Demian again. The guy angrily said that if he couldn't get something, then it had to be destroyed. He explained that if she now renounces her status as crown princess and leaves, she will not live a long life. The crown prince reminded her that she was the princess who became the first threat to the palace. Demian said that the moment she left this place, her life would always be in danger, so she would have to be careful while eating, walking, and traveling. The girl was silent for some time, contemplating his exploratory move, but when the supreme head of the temple began to walk towards the guy, she stopped him. Ursha told him to get out of the way, because no one could block her path. She reiterated that no one could lock her in the imperial palace. The girl loudly reminded him that she was the princess of the Pizantria family, which means he could not lay a finger on her. Asriel was very pleased with her answer, because now she could feel the spirit of strength and success. They passed by all the guards and the crown prince, who no longer dared to detain them. Passing by Demian, the supreme head of the temple told him that now only he would remain the emperor's puppet. Ursha and Asriel calmly walked towards the carriage, hoping that they would quickly get to the right place. A couple of moments later, the carriage right in front of them suddenly caught fire so that it was impossible to put it out. The guy noticed the impending explosion in time, so he tried to cover the girl with his cloak. The words of the crown prince that she would have to be careful when eating, walking, and traveling were repeated in her head over and over again. She always remembered the look on his face when he talked about how he would constantly threaten her. Ursha decided that he was completely out of his mind, and the supreme head of the temple stopped her and said that they should not worry about the carriage. He explained that she shouldn't be so surprised, because he knew perfectly well that everything would be exactly like this. The princess was very surprised by such foresight on the part of the guy, because she herself could not foresee this. After some time, a new carriage was prepared for them, which was not entirely intact, but could easily take them to the right place. The guy explained that he was doing this in a hurry, and she reminded him that he had expected this. During their bickering, the front door flew out of the carriage and fell straight to the ground. Asriel said that it was a long way from here to the Duke's mansion, so they had to hurry before the carriage completely fell apart. Ursha continued to look at him in surprise, trying to understand whether he was joking with her or not. Realizing that there was nothing more to do, the princess got into the carriage, after which they set off. During the trip, she said that she had never imagined that a cleric and a former crown princess could ride in the same carriage. Asriel told her that this was exactly what he was counting on, because thanks to him, they would be able to safely get to the mansion. When she started looking out the window at the beautiful sunset, the guy suddenly called her. He asked if everyone in the Pasantria family was like her, to which she asked what exactly he meant. The guy explained that she seemed very cocky and reckless to him, so he assumed that her family was the same. Ursha told him that her mother has a very explosive temper, which is why she often throws things. She added that her father is usually calm, but he was merciless towards those who harmed his family. People were afraid that the Pasantria family might be involved in the dark affairs of the palace. However, the girl believed that the entire family circle were sensitive and warm people. Listening carefully to her story, Asriel suggested that she really missed her family, to which she answered in the affirmative. Looking at the natural beauty, she said that very soon it would be able to meet them. At the same time, her mother was dealing with naughty robbers on the street. Wiping the blood from her face, she said that for the first time in several years, she was able to leave the house, and she was greeted with such joy. The woman accidentally noticed that she had stained her dress with blood, and then asked her husband if she could have fun alone, to which he said that if it would make her feel better, then of course. The Duchess had almost finished cleaning up the blood, and said that the robbers had admitted that the false charges against their daughter had been dropped. The couple looked at each other and realized that they had greatly frightened the current emperor. Returning to the carriage, the woman gave an order to the coachman that they could move on. The princess's carriage arrived at the Duke's mansion, where she was already met by maids. The supreme leader of the church helped her down from the carriage, and the women greeted her in chorus, saying that they had been waiting for her. Ursha thanked them and then added that she was also very happy to meet them. The head maid told her that she had prepared washing water for the mistress. To her question about where her older brother was, the woman replied that he was not there at the moment. She turned to the young gentleman standing behind the girl, after which he asked if he could stay in this mansion for a while until a new carriage was delivered from the temple. Pointing to the carriage in which they arrived, he said that he would give his soul to God before he reached the temple in it. Ursha informed them that this was a precious guest, so they should treat him as such. The maids happily said that they understood everything, so they would prepare a bedroom for him. Upon entering her room, the princess immediately lay down on the bed, saying that she could not believe that she was lying in her room. There was a knock on her door, after which she invited the guest to come inside, and then the door opened, behind which stood the supreme head of the temple. The girl immediately jumped out of bed and began moving in his direction. She asked if the maids had caused him any inconvenience, to which he replied that they were just a little burdensome. Asriel silently looked straight into her eyes for a while, until the girl looked at him questioningly. He told her that her expression had become much softer, and in the palace, she had always been cruel and cold, like a statue. The guy said that it turns out that she could make such a face, to which she replied that it was enough to just straighten her shoulders. The supreme head of the temple asked why she became a statue again, because before that she was so soft, to which she said that he should stop mocking her, and even better, go pray until his carriage arrives. Sitting down on the sofa, the guy said that before leaving he had a very important matter for her. He reminded that they made a promise to each other, so they should show others that they have a good relationship, and her formally addressing him was a little inappropriate. Ursha told him that absolutely everyone calls him that way, so it's normal. In response to his question about how her family addresses her, the girl said that they call her either by her first name or by her nickname Sia. Asriel stood up from the sofa and softly said that he would also like to call her that. Then he called her by name for the first time, adding that they would soon become a family. The girl looked away from him in embarrassment, but did not say anything against his idea. The crown prince returned to his business, so he sat in his office, answering letters. There was a lock of her hair on the table next to him, which made him feel awkward every time. A servant entered his office, after which Damien asked what happened. The man calmly reported that the emperor himself was looking for his master on an important issue. The guy got up from his seat, styled his hair, and said that he would soon come to his father. The emperor was sitting in the throne room at this time, finishing his second bottle of red wine. The man was angry, so he told him that he could not protect even one person. Alfredo, standing next to him, paled a little because he had never seen his father so angry before. The emperor shouted that he believed in him as the crown prince, so he did not interfere until the last, but he ended up disgracing him. The man threateningly asked if Ursha Pysantria had really left the temple with the man, to which he answered in the affirmative. Hearing this answer, their father threw a goblet of wine at him, and then asked why she conspired with the temple, whether Lady Lurtella had returned, whether the temple had made its move. To all these questions, Demian did not know the answer, so the emperor tiredly sat back on the throne and declared that he was a useless boy. The crown prince promised him to find Lady Lurtella and then bring her back to the imperial castle immediately. The emperor told him that the Duke and Duchess of Pysantria had begun to stir. He said that when they arrived at their palace, the aristocracy would support them. Angry again, he told his son to immediately find out why the temple took their daughter. The guy calmly replied that he understood the order, so he would do everything possible to carry it out. The man asked what they would do if he failed again, like the previous time. The emperor declared that he must put his status as crown prince on the line. There was a loud silence in the hall, both brothers lost in their thoughts, trying to understand why he was so strict. At that same moment, Alfredo realized what his sister had told him before she left. That day, he did not understand what her words meant that he would have a chance to gain fame. It was as if lightning had pierced him, because everything had now become so obvious, and before he could not even think that he would have the opportunity to sit on the throne. Realizing this, Alfredo lowered his gaze to the floor, not daring to look at his angry brother. Demian confidently stated that he would put his life on the line and return everything to its place. At the Duke's mansion, Ursha quickly fell asleep, but she had terrible nightmares all night. The girl shook violently in her sleep, and also quietly repeated the same word no. Suddenly she woke up, after which the princess sat up on the bed, trying to come to her senses. She realized that she was in her room, and then she rang the bell for a maid to come to her. Ursha ordered her to prepare clothes for her guest, and then escort him to the dining room. Half an hour later, she was already entering the dining hall, where the supreme head of the temple was waiting for her. To her words that she was a little late, he replied that there was nothing wrong with that. The girl noted to herself that the clothes of Rias's older brother suited the guy very well. They started having breakfast, after which he said that it was too quiet inside the mansion. She explained that her brother had left, so there was no one to make noise, to which he stated that he had never met the heir of Pysantria. Ursha asked if he liked the food, to which he replied that the chef's skills were excellent. Noticing that he did not take egg dishes, the princess asked if he didn't like them. The guy said that he is not at all picky about food, to which she added that perhaps he does not have a favorite food, but he has preferences. She suggested that he liked vegetables with meat, after which he asked if he should be glad that she was watching him so closely, to which she replied that these were the usual basics, in which there was no need to be happy. A maid approached her and quietly informed her that the young master had returned. At that very moment, her brother burst into the dining room, shouting that he was very glad to see her. The princess approached him, and he touched her cut hair and said that he had just heard everything from the head maid. The guy told her that her hair looked very beautiful, and then asked if she liked that haircut. Ursha hesitated on the spot, not knowing whether to tell him the details of why she had changed her image so dramatically. Their sweet dialogue was interrupted by a quiet cough from the supreme head of the temple. Azrael stood up at the table and said that the brother and sister had a very strong relationship. Rias began to frantically look between her and him, trying to understand what it all meant. The elder brother did not understand how he should perceive the situation, because the stranger was sitting with wet hair and wearing his clothes. Noticing the tension on Rias's face, the girl told him that he shouldn't worry. Fury appeared on his face, because he had already imagined all the worst and obscene things that the stranger could do to his sister. Suddenly he realized that the guy had white hair, which means he might have been a priest. Ursha caught his hands, turned him around, and told him that he should talk to her. Walking into another room, she reminded him that in the life of an aristocrat, the biggest deal is marriage. She said that both she and His Holiness are confident that they will receive enormous benefits. The elder brother wearily agreed with her words, but still continued to remain unhappy. The girl said that he should not tell her that he was counting on a love marriage. Ursha reminded him that they had always been told that if given a chance, they needed to make the most of it, to which he informed that their grandfather had said so. Rias said that they should strive to get the most benefit before the value of the goods drops. He wondered if history would repeat itself if she used the same method. The princess sat silently for a while, and then said that this time everything would be different. She calmly added that she would no longer dare to play with such an emotion as love. After some time, Ursha headed to the library, where the supreme head of the temple was waiting for her. To her question about what he was doing here, the guy replied that they had a lot of interesting books, so he was going to read while he was waiting for the carriage. He asked if the conversations with the Duke's heir went well, to which she answered in the affirmative. Asriel informed her that she was good at putting people in awkward situations, which meant that he would not be able to rest peacefully in this place. The princess said that her brother believed her unconditionally, so he need not worry. The girl looked at him carefully and said that she wanted to clarify something. She was worried about why His Holiness chose her and not someone else. Asriel said that in the Empire her family is the first in importance, which means she has strength and intelligence. The princess noticed that everything he told her did not make his choice of the future saint any easier. The girl asked if she really belonged to the oracle, and it was all a well-planned plan. The guy asked if this really made any difference, or if she wanted to break off the engagement in order to return to the palace and become the emperor's puppet. Ursha looked at him sternly and said that he must answer her immediately. The supreme head of the temple sternly declared that she was not the girl mentioned in the oracle. Sighing with relief, she thanked him and said that God's representatives cannot lie, so she believes his words. The princess asked what she must do to one day become a saint. Asriel, who had crossed his fingers at the exact moment he told her about the oracle, stated that she could do nothing. He explained that the saint's existence itself had a lot of symbolic meaning, so she could just stay by his side. Touching her face, the guy said that in this case he would give her the best, because lately it had been difficult for her, which means she should rest. The supreme head of the temple gently ran through her hair and enjoyed the beauty of his future wife. After talking with him, the girl went to her room, after which she lay down on the bed. She suggested that she really should take a break from everything she had experienced in the imperial castle. The princess quickly fell asleep again, but after some time she woke up from a terrible nightmare. Looking to the side, she saw a book lying on the nightstand, so she decided to read it. Sitting comfortably, Ursha began to read about how people grew barley or wheat to survive the harsh winter in the north of the empire. The girl closed the book, after which she saw that she had begun to read the history of the empire. Realizing that this was not a vacation at all, but hard labor, the princess put the book aside and then headed to the library. The shelves were lined with books on how to understand political systems, how an empire was born, and even what to expect after the war. She understood that there was not a single simple book in the Duke's mansion that she could enjoy. Approaching her locker, the girl again took out a note from the Empress. The princess carefully examined the handwriting and realized that it really belonged to her, which meant that she drank poison. The Empress was not initially feeling well, so poison would only make the situation worse. The girl suddenly assumed that only His Majesty the Emperor could have planned all this. Putting the note aside, she realized with relief that now it had nothing to do with her. Sitting in her office, she enjoyed the light breeze from the open window. After some time, Ursha rang the bell, after which a maid entered her room. The princess said that she was going to go to the city, so she needed to prepare a carriage. Towards evening, she finally made it to the bookstore, where she bought books for light reading. The maid asked when they would go back to the Duke's mansion. The girl placed the book on her stack of books and told her to wait just a minute. Ursha stood in the main square and looked at how beautifully the clock she had built was. People around were dancing, singing, and drawing. Children were happy to run around the adults. Suddenly, she heard two people talking about how one of them forgot to bring something. The owner of the shop told him that he would no longer be able to excuse himself by saying that he didn't know how long. Next to them, the man behind the counter was shouting that he was selling models of the famous clock tower. The girl approached him and asked how much he had sold, to which he replied that she looked like a tourist. The guy quietly said that these figures fly away very quickly because this tower was built by the famous former crown princess, who was a child from the oracle. He added that it was thanks to her that their city became the most popular tourist destination. The guy suggested that she buy one figurine and put it in a prominent place, so that when she looked at this tower, memories of a trip to this city arose in her head. Ursha gave him 3 gold coins, which the seller was incredibly happy about because it cost a little less. Before leaving, she told him that she was more grateful to him than he could imagine. At the same time, the supreme head of the temple was sitting in the library and reading the chosen book. When there was a knock on the room, he invited the guest to come inside, after which Ursha asked if he was busy. The guy happily asked if she really came to him because she was bored, to which she answered negatively. Sitting down on the sofa opposite him, she said that she had found what she needed to do. The princess said that she sincerely wants the empire to develop, so she will do her job just as holiness does hers. Asriel looked at her in surprise, but then smiled kindly back at her. Closing the book, the supreme head of the temple said that this is why people are called fools. He explained that people fight tooth and nail to get to the place they are being led to, and she will eventually come to him. Near the imperial palace stood Miss Lurtella, who was so much sought after by everyone around her. The guard behind her said that they needed to go inside the palace, otherwise he would use force. The next morning, Ursha was collected by two maids who carefully tied a bow on her dress. The girl saw a box standing on the closet and asked where it came from, because she definitely didn't bring it. One of them replied that it was brought by a guest who came with her. The princess involuntarily remembered how once in the imperial castle, two girls brought her this box. Ursha had then assumed that her mother had sent her, but now she understood that the sender was His Holiness. She calmly told the maids to put the jewelry from the box on her. They put rings, earrings, and a necklace on the princess, and then asked where her brother and guest were now. One of the maids said that they were having breakfast together in the dining room, to which the girl asked what she had just said. Rising from her chair, Ursha stated that they needed to wake her up earlier, to which the girl replied that the young master and her guest said not to do so. To her question about whether she should wake her up next time, the princess answered in the affirmative and added that she too would go to the dining room immediately. Entering the dining room, she greeted her brother and His Holiness. The two guys were already drinking tea, but at the same time they informed her that she woke up very early. Asriel stood up from his seat to move her chair out and then told her that she could sit here. The girl agreed with his idea and then thought that it was very unexpected because she believed that they would eat in their rooms. Rhea stated that, as he thought, theology was an interesting discipline, to which Asriel replied that he should not be too interested. The guy said that if the duke's son becomes a priest who cannot marry, the temple will be overwhelmed with complaints from the ladies. Ursha had not heard their conversation before arriving, so she asked what they were talking about. The elder brother said that they talked about theology, which turned out to be very interesting, so if he was not there in the near future, then she could assume that he had gone to the temple. The princess told him not to say such things even in jest, and then asked if he really had anything to do at such an early hour. Rias headed towards the exit, but not before smiling sincerely at her and saying that he had already talked about going to the temple. At the last moment, he informed her that it was all an ordinary joke. Left alone with the girl, Asriel asked if she liked his gift. Showing the earrings, Ursha said that she liked the gift, so she was grateful to him. Noticing the ring on her hand, he revealed that it was a sacred relic that had been used by a previous saint. The girl immediately asked why he gave the relic to her, to which he replied that he simply returned the item to its original owner. The princess asked what he meant by saying that she was the original owner. His Holiness had given her this ring before she had decided to become his partner, which meant he was about to drag her into something else that she was unaware of. The guy caught a suspicious note in her face, so he took her hand and said that the ring looked like his thing. Ursha did not know how to respond to such a statement, because she was still trying to understand what he was hiding from her. Returning her hand, she reminded him that their relationship existed for everyone's benefit, so she would no longer be interested in whether he was hiding something or not. The supreme head of the temple asked if, for the sake of profit, it would not matter to her whether he lies to her or not. The princess calmly confirmed his words, showing with all her appearance that he could no longer deceive her. The guy decided that she looked like she was telling him that no matter what hidden intentions he came with, he couldn't take anything away from her. Asriel mentally laughed at the fact that she was showing him this with all her appearance, not even suspecting what truth he was hiding from her. He noticed that the girl did not leave any chance for regrets, so he said that it was time for him to leave. After lunch, the girl met with her older brother, who told her that their father and mother would arrive soon. In response to her question about when they managed to leave, the guy said that they left immediately after she was imprisoned in the imperial castle. Ursha suggested that they need to arrange for a room to be prepared for their parents, to which Rias assured her that they had other things to do on the way, so their arrival would be a little delayed. A few minutes later, a maid came in and told them that she had a report ready. As soon as the elder brother walked out the door, the woman told the princess that Miss Lurtella had returned to the imperial palace. To her question about whether there were any movements from the palace, the maid said that no strange movements were noticed. The girl ordered her to inquire about the Empress's current situation and Azel Portuba's affairs, after which Ursha thought that this was not like the behavior of the crown prince, and then she added that they should not allow strangers into the duke's mansion. That evening, the crown prince ordered his guard to find out information about his father, ranging from age, origin, and ending with what he wants. The guy asked if it would be necessary to send the killers to the Duke of Pysantria. Demian thought for a while, because this was the perfect opportunity to put his ex-fiancée in her place. Having calmed down, he ordered him to first deal with the priest who stuck to Ursha, and then Navia entered his room. The guard left the room, and the girl said that she was very glad to greet His Highness. The Crown Prince immediately asked sternly whether she understood the damage he had suffered due to her unreasonable behavior. Miss Lurtella trembled, and then bowed her head and said she was sorry. Demian got furious and shouted that she was the one who would become the Empress, which means she should have guessed that if she disappeared, suspicions would arise towards the girl from the oracle. Having calmed down a little, the guy said that Ursha would not have acted so irresponsibly because she would not have done something that could have caused him harm. Angry with themselves even more, the Crown Princes shouted that she was to blame for everything. Turning away from her, he ordered her to leave his room so that he would not see her again until the wedding. The next day, Ursha was sorting through important documents that were in her brother's office. Suddenly, she found a blank sheet of paper, after which she heated it with a candle, and then began to read what was written. Ria suddenly ran into the room, saying that he was not going to hide anything from her. The guy asked her to tell him what exactly she was trying to find in his office. The girl affectionately stated that she had come to find out how she could help her brother. She said that she was going to tell her mother about this because she wanted to ask that such documents be sent to her until she went to the temple, because she understood this better than her older brother. The guy jokingly said that she was really looking at the place of the heiress of the dukedom, which means his position would become precarious, to which she replied that if he was so scared by this, then he should find himself a bride. The princess said that it was indeed strange for the heir of Pysantria to not have a bride, to which her brother said that it was for this reason that he was still the most popular in social circles. Ursha said that if this continues, everyone will think that the problem is with him, for example, that he likes men. Rias trembled and listened carefully to her words about how he was a bachelor who had never been in a relationship. He said that this is one of their family's biggest secrets, so if anyone finds out, he will immediately think of her. The guy got up from the couch and said that the only women in his life whom he will always treat with love are his younger sister and mother. Ursha told him that she was very pleased to hear this information, and then asked where he was going. The older brother said that he was going to the information dealer, to which she told him to tell her if he heard something interesting. He smiled tenderly at her and promised to tell her something interesting. After that, she walked along the corridor, thinking that everything was somehow strange, because before her older brother had never gone out alone. Passing by the room in which the supreme head of the temple currently lived, the girl noticed a bright light from behind the door. Looking inside, she saw Azrael kneeling on the floor and saying a prayer. The whole room seemed to be illuminated by a divine light emanating from himself. The supreme head of the temple paused from prayer and said that he was very glad to see her at such a time. The princess went inside and said that his door was slightly open, so she peeked. The sunlit young man asked if she wanted to go for a walk on such a beautiful day. Soon, they were already walking through the park, which was located not far from the Duke's mansion. Azrael sadly informed her that it was gradually getting colder outside than it had been before. Ursha immediately asked him when he was going to return to the capital temple. The supreme head of the temple asked if she was really uncomfortable, to which she asked if the main person could really leave the temple for such a long time. The guy explained that he had not taken a long vacation for a long time, so he should enjoy it properly. Looking at her, he said that during this vacation, he planned to do something that he could not do in the temple. The princess sneezed quietly, to which he asked if she was really that cold. He felt someone else's presence next to him, so he tried with all his might to escort her back to the mansion. In the rays of the setting sun, he advised her to drink warm tea and wait for him to return. The girl sadly said that she would do as he asked, but they should see each other soon. Azrael watched for a long time as she returned alone to the castle from which they had just left. After a couple of seconds, he felt a cold blade next to his throat, and then asked if the attacker really believed that by putting a knife to his throat, he could protect himself and his comrades. Moving the blade away with his finger, the supreme leader of the temple stated that they should know that for killing the priest, they would be punished by God's punishment, to which one of them said that they would retreat if he calmly handed over the princess to them. The guy grabbed the attacker sharply by the throat and informed him that, even if he agreed, the princess was unlikely to go with them. Suddenly, the guards of the Duke's mansion began to run out of the bushes and began to attack the robbers in turn. One by one, the attackers fell to the ground, unable to withstand the onslaught of trained fighters. The supreme head of the temple turned around and saw the princess approaching him, who was clearly in no hurry to get into the warmth. The girl happily asked if he really thought that she would not find out about the attack. When the guards caught all the robbers, Azriel asked what she would do with them. Coming closer to them, she stated that if they still did not understand anything, then she must teach them a lesson, which means only one will remain alive. Ursha glared at him furiously and said that he should convey her words to the crown prince that she was sorry, but she could not answer such an invitation from His Highness. After that, they returned to the mansion, where she asked the supreme head of the temple about why he sent her back, knowing about the mercenaries, because clerics cannot harm people. The guy said that he just wanted to guide these fools on the right path. The girl asked how he was going to do this, to which he replied that he wanted to reason with them with words and convictions. Ursha stated that if he needed her help in the future, he could simply ask for it. Azriel looked at her sarcastically and said that next time he would definitely tell her. Suddenly, a maid ran up to them, excitedly talking about the fact that the young master had returned. The women added with horror that he was unconscious, so the guards brought him. The knights quickly carried the young gentleman into the duke's mansion in order to help him as quickly as possible. Hearing this, the girl was speechless for a while, not understanding what to do. Having come to her senses, the first thing she did was turn around and run to her older brother's chambers. The maid shouted to her that she would immediately call a doctor to help Rias as quickly as possible. Arriving at her older brother's room, she asked the guard who had wounded him, to which he replied that they were attacked near the informant's shop. Ursha suggested that the attackers were most likely waiting there because they knew the location of the duchy's informant. When she asked how many other knights were injured, he replied that only 6 were injured, to which she said that they should also get treatment from a doctor. While she was handing out instructions, the supreme head of the temple approached her, telling her that it seemed she needed his help now. The doctor's assistant immediately got to work, so he began to treat the young master's wounds, and before that he injected him with painkillers. Ursha and Azriel watched as the assistant carefully carried out his manipulations. The guy told them that they should wait a little, because the doctor should come soon. The girl looked at him sternly and said that he needed to go out, as they would have an important conversation. As soon as the room was empty, the clergyman approached the young master's bed. Taking off his glove, he began to examine it, telling the girl that the wounds were very serious, to which she said that the attackers were able to wound her brother, who could be compared to the knights of the imperial family. Azriel suggested that if you are outnumbered, it will be difficult to win, to which she said that in that case, the wounds on his body would be different, because only his back was damaged. The temple's supreme leader reminded her that there was only one person in the empire capable of sending assassins with such skills. They both understood who they were talking about, because there was only one angry crown prince in the empire. After a while, Azriel finished with the treatment, so the girl went to cover her older brother with a blanket. She couldn't believe that he had healed such large wounds so quickly. The supreme head of the temple seemed to read her thoughts, so he said that it was not difficult for him, because the victim was a member of the family of the person who would become his partner. The girl thanked him, but it was as if she herself was not in this room, but in her own thoughts. When the doctor arrived, she told him that her brother had recovered, so they just needed to change the sheets and clean the room. After that, they headed back to their rooms, but on the way, she once again thanked the priest for helping her brother. The guy stated that her expression was much better, so he was happy to help. Ursha asked in surprise what exactly was happening to her face at that moment. Azriel said she had a fierce expression on her face as she looked at her injured brother. He added that if he had not looked closely, he would not have been able to notice anything. The guy asked if she was really that worried about the fate of the duke's heir. The princess calmly said that, in fact, she had one more request for him. The two of them went to the infirmary, where the wounded knights who protected the young master lay. The girl asked the doctor what the condition of the knights was, to which he replied that the 3 knights were fine. The man bowed to her courteously, as required by etiquette in the aristocratic world. He said that the rest would most likely no longer be able to use some parts of their bodies, because they were already poisoned, so all that remained was to amputate their arms. Ursha informed him that they had come to their aid, so he need not worry. The princess said that the person next to her will take care of everything, so he can rest a little. Azriel walked up to the feather patient, placed his hand on his forehead, and then began to use divine power. The wounded knight was able to calmly move his crippled arm, after which he quietly thanked the savior. When asked by the supreme head of the temple whether the next knight was there, the man answered in the affirmative. At that moment, a maid came to her and told her that the young master had woken up. Azriel told her that she could leave him here and she should go to her brother. Arriving at his room, the princess asked him how he was feeling, because His Holiness personally cured him, to which he replied that his back still hurt, but he was pleasantly surprised. Ursha asked if he remembered how their mother worried when he said he was going to war. The guy explained that his parents were worried that if he died there, they would need to give birth to a new heir. The girl lowered her head and informed him that he could indeed lose his title. Rias assured her that he would not die and then asked where the saint had gone, to which she replied that he was busy healing the knights. The princess asked him if he noticed anything strange about the mercenaries' attack or not. The guy said that everyone was in black raincoats, and also everyone committed suicide, not allowing them to get information, but it all turned out as if the informant sold information about them. Ursha angrily stated that she would never forgive those who harmed both him and the knights of their family, so she should show the offenders who they dared to touch. He suggested that the imperial family did not like the fact that the former crown princess became involved with the temple, with which they do not have the warmest relations. The girl said that she did not think that they would be so actively opposed to their family. Rias said that, on top of everything else, the crown prince was now in a very difficult situation. Ursha firmly stated that she would never forgive him for such actions in her life. Her older brother supported her, saying that she did not have to forgive anyone if they attacked her family. The princess said that she thought that her elder brother would consider such a statement to be reckless. Instead of scolding or admonishing her, he gently patted her head again. Rias told her that he completely trusts her choice no matter the situation. He added that now it is the crown prince who is worth worrying about, not him, so there is no need to rush. Later in the evening, she went to the park to take a little break from the hustle and bustle going on in the mansion. She thought that if His Holiness had not come with her, many knights would have died. She knew that Rias's recovery would take much longer than it did now. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a man who lightly touched her shoulder. The princess was seriously scared, so she immediately pulled his hand away from her and turned around. Behind her stood the supreme head of the temple, who raised his hands up, hinting that he was unarmed. The guy mockingly asked if she would have cut his throat if she had a dagger in her hands. Ursha answered in the affirmative and asked why he sneaked up on her like that, to which he replied that she did not hear his voice. Asriel asked if you really had so many thoughts in her little head. The princess admitted that she was thinking about how helpless she was. He gently explained that all people are helpless, so it is very presumptuous to think that if she had acted differently, then anything would have changed. Ursha looked at him curiously, and then realized that she knew practically nothing about him. The girl stated that she did not know his age, tastes, his past life, as well as his character, to which he replied that she was the only one who saw him so close for the first time in a long time. The guy asked if she was really interested in him, to which she answered in the affirmative. Asriel mockingly said that if she wanted to ask him anything, she would have to call him by name. The girl immediately asked who his parents were, to which the guy replied that they died, and he was raised by the previous saint. She asked at what age he came to him, to which he replied that, unfortunately, he did not know this, because the previous saint saw in him innate abilities, and then took him to the temple. Ursha asked if he really didn't know his exact age now, to which he replied that he was about the same age as her brother, or the crown prince. To her question about how he could become a saint at such a young age, the supreme head of the temple replied that his desire was very great, so he constantly prayed to God about it. She then asked if he had a reason to become a saint, to which the guy said that no one knew about it. Deciding to change the topic of conversation, he said that it was time for them to go to bed, to which the girl said that he had gone off topic too suddenly. Asriel nobly extended his hand to her so that she could carefully rise from the bench. The guy looked at her tenderly and said that it was already cold outside, so they needed to return quickly. Walking her to her room, he asked her to have a good rest after a hard day. Ursha bowed to him and thanked him for helping her through this difficult day. He watched her wander around the room for a while, and then asked if she wasn't going to bed. The princess honestly admitted that she could not sleep because she had experienced too much that day. The supreme head of the church walked inside, simultaneously taking off his cloak. He handed the cape to her, telling her that she could use it when she couldn't sleep. To her question about whether he really had so many of them, the guy replied that in the whole world there was only one robe, imbued with divine power. Ursha took his cloak in her hands, after which she tiredly sank onto the chair next to the bed. Asriel walked up to her, touched her face, and asked if she wanted him to put her down. The girl tried for some time to understand what was happening around her. Realizing that he was too close, she kicked him out of the room, telling him that it was time for him to go. The supreme leader of the church smugly went to his room, glad that he could help her again. Ursha felt a long-forgotten feeling of tenderness, which she had last experienced only in childhood. At the same time, the knights reported to the crown prince that the saint had not been in the temple for a very long time, and that the last time he was seen was when he was riding a carriage to the imperial palace. Damien assumed that it was one of those people who introduced themselves before him. He dismissed the servant, saying that they should continue monitoring the temple, after which a mercenary came to him and said that all the mercenaries sent to the duke's heir had committed suicide. The mercenary added that the princess asked for forgiveness for not being able to properly respond to his invitation. Enraged, Damien threw his inkwell off the table, causing it to hit the floor and spill onto the carpet. Bowing his head, the man stated that the princess was with the priest, so they could not take her away by force. He said that the priest had white hair, wore white clothes with a pattern embroidered on them, and he looked to be 20 years old, with blue eyes and a strong build. The crown prince suddenly realized that the person next to her was the supreme head of the temple. The next day came. Ersha slowly walked to her brother's room to check on him. To her surprise, Rias was already completely healthy, so he was getting ready to go somewhere. In response to her words that he still needed to rest, the guy explained that if he just lay down, his body would become completely stiff. The princess said that his wound might open, to which the elder brother pulled his shoulder, felt incredible pain, but still said that he was fine. His younger sister did not ignore the fact that he sharply grabbed the sore spot. The duke's heir invited her to sit next to him so that they could talk. Handing her the paper, he said that he had received it from an informant, risking his own life, because it contained a list of aristocrats who were supposed to be at a banquet in honor of the founding of the country. The Princess of Pysantria knew very well that this day was soon to come. The festival in honor of the founding of the country is a big celebration at which the emperor and the saint are sure to be present. It is also the largest event held outside the social season. Rias assumed that she would need this information much more than he did, so she could take it. Running her eyes down the list, she pointed to one name and asked if he knew her, to which he replied that she was the only daughter of Earl Eden. Sylvia Eden is an incredibly beautiful girl with dignity and nobility. In the past, she was called the flower of high society. After the termination of the engagement, the girl shed many tears, and then completely disappeared from society. The guy suggested that perhaps at this festival, she would try to return to secular society. Ersha stated that she would need to ask the informant about her, even if the information received was of little importance. She asked if he could find out everything in a few days, because they needed to resolve this issue as soon as possible. When he answered in the affirmative, his younger sister asked him to give her some paper. Rias looked at her in surprise and asked why she needed the paper so urgently. She began to write, saying that she had prepared something for the crown prince. The girl added that she didn't know before that she would use this to her advantage. The princess said that she wanted to tell him information about the port that she was going to open in the future, because through it, her brother would be able to export precious stones from the lands that he received from the empire. Rias reminded her that the imperial family would obviously not like this, to which she replied that they should use this chance to once again show the power of their family's money. Ersha assured him that they needed to show the crown prince who he dared to touch. Then they went to the dining room, where a delicious lunch prepared by the mansion's chef was waiting for them. The girl felt a certain awkwardness floating in the air, but tried to pretend that she didn't notice anything. Unable to bear it, she got up from the table and said that she had finished eating, so she should go to her room. Azriel asked if she wanted to take a walk with him since she had already finished eating. The guy reminded her that they couldn't go for a walk yesterday, so he decided to go today, to which her brother said that they would all go together. The supreme head of the temple gently took her hand and said that he was ready to go with them. They went out into the park, where Ersha finally noticed that autumn was slowly approaching. She told her brother that the garden in the mansion remained in excellent condition, although the place had not been properly used for decades, to which he stated that the garden had been entrusted to a skilled gardener who had looked after it well. The church walked a little ahead of them and also admired the beauty of the surrounding nature. Watching him, the girl assumed that he was sincerely smiling at this moment. As soon as she thought about it, the guy turned in their direction and addressed her directly by name. He asked if she wanted to see something interesting, after which he took off his glove, touched the flower, and with the help of divine power poured life into it. The princess was very surprised that he could infuse vitality even into plants. The elder brother said that it looked amazing, and she said that this was the first time she had seen sacred power being capable of such a thing. The guy explained that they might not have known about this, because until now there were no priests who would use sacred power for this. Azriel picked the animated flower, gave it to her, and said that it was a gift for her. The girl noticed that a plucked flower would not be able to bloom again, but would simply die. The supreme head of the temple explained that once the flower was in his hand, it would never wither. Rias hugged her tenderly, and Asriel said that there was nothing special about it, it was just talent. He continued to walk further through the garden, humming a melodious song and saying that this time the holiday was especially interesting. The older brother asked if they would like to go on a boat ride. Ursha reminded him that he had many wounds all over his back from the attack, to which he replied that he wanted to do it even more. Asriel decided to support his idea, so the two young people began to walk towards the lake. The princess, who remained a little behind, thought about when these two managed to become friends. Rias turned and told her that they had to show everyone that what happened didn't affect them. The girl quickly went to the mansion to change into a more suitable outfit, after which she approached them and asked what they were talking about. She was dressed in a white dress with blue accents, and her pink hair was held up by a blue ribbon. The guys said in unison that they were talking about the weather and the pleasant anticipation of the boat ride. Ursha tenderly extended her hand to them, expecting someone to help her get into the carriage. To her surprise, both boys extended their hand to her, so she hesitated a little. Obeying a familiar feeling, the princess offered her hand to her brother, which greatly puzzled the supreme head of the church. The girl immediately realized that he was her fiancé, so she had to give her hand to him. Not at all upset, Asriel asked if she was ready to go. She answered in the affirmative, but then asked if it would be okay for him to go out like that if he was trying to hide his identity. Seeing that he didn't think about it at all, Ursha ordered the maids to bring him a discreet cape. Changing her mind, she said that they should bring the one she had in her room. The guy carefully tied a white cloak around himself, under which he was able to hide his face. Meanwhile, Rias was already helping her into the carriage, and the girl continued to look at the supreme head of the temple. As she climbed into the carriage, she declared that this would be much better for all three. They arrived at the lake quickly enough, after which Rias helped his little sister get out of the carriage. People whispered that it was the first time they were seeing the Duke's heir in person, and some immediately recognized the supreme head. Asriel mockingly asked if she got the results she wanted, to which she calmly replied that to some extent, yes. Ursha suddenly noticed that all the girls in the area were looking at her older brother in love. She echoed the saint, saying that she would go with him, and in the meantime he could have fun with someone else. The princess asked him to definitely talk to some local girl. The elder brother wanted to stop them, but immediately felt many eyes on his back. While in the center of the lake, the girl said that now she understands why she likes boating. When he asked when she last rode, she guessed that it was 3 years ago, when she heard about it from the maid. She answered his questions in monosyllables, then he assumed that he was unable to carry on a simple conversation. He asked if she had memories of the good days before she lived with the crown prince. Ursha thought for a moment because there weren't many good days in her life. She only remembered the time when she and the crown prince were sitting in a boat on this lake. The princess became sad and said that she could not remember pleasant days. After collecting herself, she asked if he wanted to go back to the shore and join Rias. Suddenly, he put his hand in the water and then splashed droplets of cold water into it. The guy tried to look very playful, and she thought that he looked like a child. Wiping the lake water from her face with a handkerchief, she listened to him talk about their good memories. The supreme head of the temple assured her that he would always remember this moment. He added that he would like to go boating with her again on the same lake. Asriel quietly and tenderly asked if she would go with him along the path of his life, to which she replied that she would think about it. They soon arrived at the shore, after which he helped her out of the swaying boat. Getting out of the vehicle, the girl tripped over a piece of wood, but the guy quickly realized it, so he caught her and pressed her to him. To his question about whether everything was okay with her, the girl could not answer anything because she was very embarrassed. Breaking away from his embrace, Ursha moved away a little and then said that they could go. The princess walked a little ahead of him because she wanted to find her brother as quickly as possible. The temple chief suddenly felt a strange sensation, so he asked her to stop. The girl did not hear him, so he took her by the shoulders and repeated the words he had spoken. Suddenly, they both saw a bloody sight of mercenaries attacking aristocrats. The girls cried and screamed, begging the attackers to spare them. Ursha tried to assess the situation and also find her older brother Rias. Several girls ran towards them, followed by mercenaries with knives. The Duke's heir grabbed one of them, covered it with himself, and attacked the attacker. One of the aristocrats fell to the ground and screamed for someone to help him. Rias came to his aid and struck the mercenary from behind with his sword. The guy gave the aristocrat his hand so that he could get up, while asking him if everything was okay with him. While he was doing this, another mercenary suddenly appeared behind him, after which he attacked the guy in the wounded back. The princess watched everything that was happening, and in surprise, she did not know what to do. The elder brother repulsed the next attack of the mercenary, who had previously hit him in the back. The girl, meanwhile, did not believe that someone dared to attack the aristocrats in broad daylight. Rias dealt with everyone, but was again seriously wounded in his sore shoulder, which had recently healed. Ursha turned around and saw that a mercenary with a dagger was also running towards her. The princess understood, so it's time to get that blade that she took with her just in case. Before we had time to react, the supreme head of the temple appeared in front of her, repelling the attacker's attack. He skillfully hit him on the back with his elbow, which is why the mercenary was no longer able to rise to his feet. The attacker fell next to Princess Pysantria, who stood silently and watched everything that happened. Asriel approached her and asked if the forester was okay and if she was hurt. To her silent question in his eyes, he replied that he had simply used a little self-defense. The girl looked at him kindly and then adjusted his hood so that no one could see that he was a saint. Continuing to look into his eyes, she sincerely thanked him for his help in the rescue. Suddenly, she realized that she herself had crossed the drawn line that she had been drawing for so long. The princess was a little embarrassed and said that she meant something completely different and not what he thought. The supreme head of the temple looked around and declared that the entire battle was already over. He reported that the knights of the imperial palace had arrived to deal with the remaining mercenaries. Ursha continued to look at him affectionately, trying to understand what she felt for him. Embarrassed at the thought of her doing this, she declared that he was indeed right. The guards began to help the wounded, and in the meantime, they went to the carriage on which they arrived. The girl noticed that the guy's shoes were dirty, but there was another pair of shoes in the carriage. To his question about whether this is always prepared in advance in carriages, she explained that aristocrats usually do not do this. Ursha calmly waited next to the carriage while he changed his shoes, but at that time, the duke's heir returned to her. The guy warily asked if she'd been injured in this bloody battle. The princess answered in the negative and then asked how he was feeling, to which he replied that he was fine. The girl told him that Asriel was in the carriage because he needed to change his shoes. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the shouting of the aristocrats who demanded an heir for Duke Rias. The men sincerely thanked him for saving him, as well as for saving their daughters. Ursha realized that in front of them stood a marquis who owned the largest territory in the empire, as well as the master of the guild, a famous person in the eastern lands who had a retired war hero behind him, and they all felt indebted to the Pysantria family. The girl immediately realized that this was her older brother's cunning plan, so she asked if he had gotten the desired result. She stated that it was he who called these mercenaries, but it is no longer possible to reveal this. The princess reminded him that they would have practically made a hole in her stomach if the head of the temple had not saved her. He said that he did this precisely because the saint himself was next to them. Rias explained that he cannot kill people, to which she said that if he did not have powers, he would not be able to protect her. The elder brother said that they could only verify it if they could see it for themselves. At this time, the supreme head of the temple came out of the carriage, saying that the shoes suited him perfectly. The guy noticed the tense situation between brother and sister, but could not understand that he was the cause of it. Ursha looked at him and thought that she had absolutely no idea what he really was like. The princess looked at her older brother from head to toe and realized that all his clothes were soaked in blood. She said that he should also change his clothes, to which he replied that when they returned home, he would immediately wash off all the blood. Now he went to the carriage to change his shirt and jacket. Asriel took her hand, which also had particles of blood on it, and then said that she came out for the first time in so long, and then chaos began. Deciding to change the topic, she asked where he learned how to use a dagger, since he did exactly the same thing the first time they met. The guy smiled mysteriously, trying to stall for time as long as possible so as not to answer the tricky question. But in the end, he said that the higher he goes, the more there is everything he has to protect. The girl again saw his fake smile and thought that he was constantly next to her, but did not tell her anything, and if she continued to question him, he would get into her soul. Although she knew that there was only a contractual relationship between them, she was still periodically angry that he was hiding everything from her. It was a mystery to her why she felt such emotions for a person with whom she was only bound by a contract. Rias, sitting in the carriage, called to them, saying that it was time for them to return to the Duke's mansion. The supreme head of the church extended his hand to her, indicating that she should sit down first. The princess looked closely at his palm, but she was still angry enough to accept it so easily. Ursha did not accept his help, so she climbed into the carriage on her own. The supreme head of the temple smiled tiredly, but did not say anything to her about this. That same evening, Ursha persuaded her brother to train her. To his question about why she so suddenly decided to train at night, the girl said that he or Ash were not always next to her. She added that he should pick up the sword to fight her and teach her how to fight her opponents. The guy explained that it was high time for her to go to bed, and besides, he had injured his shoulder just a few hours ago. Ursha didn't want to hear anything, so she said that he set himself up on purpose, so he shouldn't complain about the pain, and if he wants to rest, who should defeat it? Reyes took the sword in his hands, took a fighting stance, and then prepared to deflect her attacks. The younger sister didn't have to wait long, so she immediately rushed to meet him. The Duke's heir repelled her attacks over and over again, not giving her time to rest. He parried one of her blows so hard that she dropped her sword from her hands. Leaning on the ground, the girl began to breathe heavily, trying to regain her strength. The guy immediately approached her and extended his hand so that she could get up. Ursha stated that she could not defeat the heir who had gone through the war. To cheer her up, he reminded her that his shoulder still hurts, so his skills are much worse, but it is enough to resist Alfredo. The girl completely forgot about the second prince of the empire, who was usually very affectionate with her. The older brother said that when he fought with Alfredo in the war, he was called a blood demon. He explained that the guy in the war was the most reliable comrade, but at the same time, he was excessively cruel. Reyes added that this child was as smart as she was when she lived in the palace. The Duke's heir said that the guy told him that he did not receive a proper education in the palace, and she was the only one who taught him. The girl explained that she was just talking a little about what she was studying when he came to see her, but His Highness and the Empress did not want him to study management. She added that if you look at the situation now, her actions turned out to be correct. Reyes asked who she grew up to be so smart, to which she replied that judging by today's events, she was smart like him. At the same time, the Crown Prince of the Empire was reading a book in the library until he was disturbed by an uninvited guest. Demian sternly asked why he dared to come to him without knocking. Alfredo entered the library, who clearly did not expect such negativity from his brother. He stated that his father ordered him to come to this place and attend the lessons of the heir. The Crown Prince did not like these words at all, so he asked what the guy meant. There was a loud silence in the library, as Alfredo had no intention of answering his questions. Demian stated that they had been different from him since birth, so his position would not change with one word from His Majesty. The Crown Prince closed the book and then headed out of the library, not intending to talk further with his brother. Fortunately, he did not mock his younger brother, although Alfredo really did not want this. Approaching the servant, Demian ordered him to get out and not let anyone into the library. The guy said that he understood His Highness's order, but then Alfredo intervened in the conversation. He wondered if he thought things would have been completely different if he had been a different person. The guy asked what would have happened if he had initially desired the position of Crown Prince of the Empire. The next day, Demian thought about what he and his brother talked about in the library. He informed him that ever since he started calling Ursha sister, he realized that the younger brother was completely unaware of the situation. Alfredo said that now the older brother and sister were not connected by any relationship. Demian came close to him and said that only now she saw the character of a bastard in him, so she would kill him as soon as she ascended the throne. The younger brother said that he was no longer a child who could be quietly mocked, because until now, he had not come forward only because he was a bastard, so the guys should not boast about what he received from birth. He explained to Alfred that he was no longer afraid of him, and Demian asked if he was seriously planning to fight him, to which he replied that if it comes to abilities, then he would not lose to him. Now the Crown Prince sat in his office, trying to figure out how to completely sort it out. A servant entered the room and reported that Miss Lurtella had not come to breakfast that day. To his question about whether she was really not in the room again, the guy explained that he knocked, but there was no answer. Damon stood up from his seat and announced that he would go check everything himself. At the same time, in Miss Lurtella's room, Ash was carefully wiping her feet with water. Naevia constantly thought about the prince's words that if Ursha were in her place, she would never have acted so irresponsibly, because she did not do anything that could harm him. Her thoughts were interrupted by a young man who asked her what she was thinking about at the moment. To her question about whether he had seen the previous crown princess, the guy answered in the affirmative, and then she asked what she looked like, to which he replied that the girl was beautiful and elegant. With her head drooping a little, Naevia wondered if she was really that different from her. Ash sheepishly reported that the past crown princess was indeed very different from her. Looking at her tenderly, the guy said that, unlike the former princess, his mistress cares about people like him. He sincerely added that he believes that she has an inner beauty that she hides. Suddenly, the doors to the room opened, and standing in the doorway was none other than the crown prince. Demian menacingly asked what was happening in his future wife's room, and why there was a man in it. The girl immediately tried to find at least one justification for the current situation. The crown prince approached her furiously and stated that he had already warned that if she wanted to remain the crown princess, then she should sit quietly as she should. The guy asked if she was really crazy that she brought this insignificant person to the palace. The guards looked around, found that there was no one in the corridor, and then went to pull the guy out of the room. Demian ordered them to immediately drag this man out of the palace and never let him in again. As he left her room, he stated that if something like this happened again, then her family would no longer be safe. Realizing the hopelessness of her situation, Navia fell helplessly to the floor and then began to sob. At the Duke's mansion, Ursha tried her best to beat Azriel at chess. The guy had already won it 8 times, so he asked if she was really going to play until the winner. The princess had never lost to anyone before, so she didn't understand how this was possible. In response to his words that he would be the first to win against her, the girl assumed that he was using divine power. Unexpectedly, Azriel declared that he could easily win even without sacred power. This went on for several hours. The girl was thinking about absolutely any move she could make, and the guy, meanwhile, was enjoying the time spent with her. After a few more games, she was still able to give him a winning checkmate. The supreme head of the temple said that he still lost because he was arrogant. The girl assumed that she just needed a little time to understand him, but this was still the first time she had met such a person. In response to his question about whether they could stop now, Ursha said that they would play until she overtook him in the score. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, after which the girl said that the guest could enter the room. The maid said that they had a little problem, but noticing a stranger, she came closer to her and began to whisper. The woman explained that they had received a message from Knight Ash, who was still in the imperial palace. She added uneasily that the message said that he had been kicked out of the palace. Ursha listened to her carefully and informed the guy that they would determine the winner a little later. The supreme head of the temple joyfully rose from his chair and then headed out. The girl and the maid waited until he closed the door behind him. As soon as this happened, the princess asked if His Highness had escorted Ash out of the palace, to which the woman replied that that was exactly what was written in the message. Ursha suggested that if the crown prince wanted to catch the people of the Pysantria family, he would have left him as a hostage. The maid explained that she had been told that His Highness had seen Ash with Miss Lurtella. Hearing this, the girl jumped up and asked if everything was all right with the guy, to which the woman said that Miss Lurtella had secretly sheltered him at her place. The princess suddenly realized that all this time he had been seducing the girl, and in the end, she fell for it. Ursha said that everything turned out well, so she should tell him that he should be ready. She also ordered the maid to find out absolutely everything she could find out about Navia, after which she released her, and then opened the window, outside which the autumn rain was dripping. The girl put out her hand to catch a few drops and enjoy the long-awaited coolness. In the same autumn rain, she and her brother watched as one of the aristocrats was hanged. People discussed that Viscount Mara was the criminal responsible for the murder of the aristocrat, and that many knew that he was only pretending, but he himself was doing terrible things. Someone suggested that the man coveted the territory of another aristocrat in order to accomplish his plan. The girl turned to her brother and said that they found confirming information about hiring killers in his documents. As soon as the chair fell under his feet, Ursha looked at her brother with concern. The guy quickly turned around and said that it was time for them to go back to the mansion. Sitting in the carriage, she said that before that they had discussed with Viscount Mar the problem of expanding the waterway, to which the elder brother replied that now control over this issue would return to them. Rias assumed that the work of renovating the Poor Street was finally completed. Through the window, she could see joyful people who were animatedly waving their hands at them. The girl offered to send them more grain, to which he suggested showing them at least his face so that they would know who they were praising. Hearing an unusual word, she asked if he was really interested in theology, to which he replied that he wanted to start going to church on weekends. The guy said that the crown prince must have had quite a headache after she left. Ursha said that most likely he himself had no idea what he signed himself up for. At the same time, Damien was furiously throwing the papers he had just signed off his desk. He shouted that he did not give permission to carry out the execution of the Viscount, to which the servant said that incriminating documents and dossiers on aristocrats were found in his house. The man added that His Majesty the Emperor ordered them to quickly resolve this issue so as not to create more noise. Now people were whispering that Viscount Mara had been on the side of the Emperor, but now the Emperor himself had finished him off. The ladies at the tea party talked about how the second crown prince began to behave unusually after returning from the war, and the Pysantria family sided with the temple. Some speculated that their family exported gems from their mines, which meant that Pysantria was truly the richest family in the empire. The crown prince imagined his ex-fiancée telling him that he was annoyed that he could not control what was happening. He knew that she would use everything she had in store for the empire to threaten him. Asriel wondered if she finally got what she wanted, to which she replied that for the sake of the development of the empire, it was necessary. The guy said that by her actions, she had destroyed the authority of the crown prince, to which she said that the collapse of the imperial family does not mean the collapse of the entire empire. The girl explained that their country is being destroyed only by a government that is rotten from head to toe. She said that she plans to start a lawsuit against the imperial family. Irsha revealed that the emperor and crown prince used their power against the people of the empire, so she wanted them to receive the punishment they deserved, and the temple was the only force opposing the imperial family. But the truth was that the saints never used their power properly. The supreme head of the temple informed her that she was hitting him right where he was sick. She explained that this was why she agreed to cooperate with him, because if the Pasantria family supported the temple, then she would have a power that the imperial family could not oppose. The guy suddenly realized that he had always thought that he was using her, but in fact, the girl had taken advantage of him wisely. Irsha said that the crown prince cannot help but understand this, so his next target will be the temple. Demian ordered the mercenary to drive into the temple and use explosives as a distraction. The next day, Rias finally started working with documents, because before that, he could not sit for a long time with a chair because of his back. The butler entered his office, saying that it was time for the young master to get up. Seeing the young man working, he assumed that the guy had not even gone to bed yet, to which he stated that he just wanted to finish the work, so now he could rest. The man asked if he had written a letter to his precious parents. Rias asked if he really needed to remember this right now, to which he stated that he asked to be told about this every time, because he constantly puts it off. The butler said that his job was to save his parents from unnecessary worries, so he constantly reminds him of this. The elder brother sighed heavily, thinking that it would be better if he went to bed. He began to write a letter in which he wondered if everything was fine with them, and then said that his younger sister had arrived at the mansion and was having a good time. At the same time, Irsha sat on a chair while her maids tried to straighten her unruly hair. The girl did not understand how long they would curl so much every morning. One of the maids said that she would have to style her hair every morning until it grew to her waist. Rias, meanwhile, wrote that Irsha, with her new hairstyle, became as cute as she was in childhood, so his mother would most likely call the artist again. After combing the hair, the princess went to the dining room, where she asked the saint why he was still not eating, to which he replied that he was looking forward to them, because when he eats alone, the food loses its taste. To his question about where her brother had gone, she replied that he had a lot of work, so they could eat first. Suddenly, the supreme head of the temple began to pray before eating. The princess thought that she should probably also pray to God before the meal. When Asriel opened his eyes and saw how hard she was trying to pray, he immediately laughed. At first he tried to restrain himself, but then he laughed so hard that he simply told her to start eating. The girl asked if he would really go to the temple tomorrow, to which he replied that they had not contacted him, but as the head of the temple, he should appear there. She asked if he would be busy after lunch, to which he answered in the negative. Then the princess asked him to play a game of chess with her for the last time. Hearing this, Asriel practically choked on his food and stated that they had been playing for 5 days. Irsha reminded him that she has 255 wins and 256 losses, so she still hasn't beaten him. The guy was very surprised that she remembered their entire score so accurately. He assumed that last time he put the knight on the wrong square because he wanted to win and broke the rules, which means that in the end, it will win. The princess immediately felt that he was blatantly lying to her, so she rose from the chair and leaned on the table. The girl said that she lost because she lacked the ability, but today she must definitely win. The guy thought that he was too carried away, so he played with her seriously, but this time he definitely had to lose. As soon as he thought about it, Irsha immediately asked if he was going to lose to her on purpose, to which he replied that she always tries, so she will definitely win this time. Their conversation had been observed for some time by Rias, who quietly walked towards the dining hall. He couldn't help but notice that his little sister was getting along very well with the supreme head of the temple. Angry, the girl gave him a piece of egg, saying that he shouldn't be so picky about food. The elder brother thought that unlike the girl she was when she lived in the imperial palace, she was smiling a lot now. The parents quickly received a letter from him, after which mother said that she began to miss them even more. The father suggested that they first see their children, to which she said that she wanted to finish things as quickly as possible and then meet. The duke wondered if she would really be okay going to the imperial palace alone. The The woman responded by asking if he knew anyone other than her who could resist the imperial family. The father noticed that his son spent the entire letter talking only about his younger sister, which means he has not changed at all. Mother laughed quietly and asked him to tell her what the letter was about. Rias wrote that Sia is not going to succumb to the emotions of love, which means that everything will be fine with her. Later in the evening, the girl suddenly smelled blood coming from the window. Opening the curtains, she saw the supreme head of the temple, who was again on her windowsill. The older brother wrote in his letter that he hoped that she would meet someone she could trust and then finally feel peace. At that moment, Ursha was thinking about why Ariel smelled of blood. The guy told her that he was in the wrong room and then asked if she was very scared. The girl responded by asking if he was wounded, because His Holiness smelled of blood. Asriel wondered if she thought he might have hurt someone. Ursha said, embarrassed, that church ministers were forbidden from killing other people. The guy approached her and said he was grateful that she was worried about him, but he was not injured. He said that he was informed that there was a fire in the temple, so he was going to go there. The girl suggested that perhaps there were victims there, to which he responded in the negative, saying that it would be noisy for a while. He explained that even though the fire was small, he still needed to return to the temple as soon as possible. Ursha said that he decided to go to the temple so suddenly, to which he reminded her that he planned to leave the next morning. She asked if they would now only see each other at the festival in honor of the founding of the country, since they had no reason to see each other before. Asriel looked at her in surprise, took a deep breath and told her to go to bed, because there was nothing good in working hard. The next second, the supreme head of the temple disappeared from her windowsill, leaving her alone with herself. The next morning, the girl, as usual, went to her office to sort out all her affairs. The butler joyfully entered her, saying that it was a beautiful morning. He involuntarily noticed that the situation was repeating itself, and only the person at the table had changed. The man said that the young master and the guest were offering to have breakfast together for the last time. Ursha said that she was very busy, so he needed to tell them that she would eat later. In response to his indignation that the guest was leaving today, the girl asked to call her Lilia. The man bowed obediently and said that he would immediately go after the main maid. After some time, Lilia entered the room and said that the young master had prepared what she asked for. The message said that now the girl is very hurt by the broken engagement, so she leads a reclusive lifestyle. Lady Eden did not go outside for several years, but now she has gradually begun to go for walks. In Ursha's memories, Sylvia created an amazing, bright atmosphere, and it was difficult to look away from her. She could control people with one word, so she incited everyone around her. In addition, her ability to guess people's thoughts also impressed her, so the princess wanted her to cooperate with her. The girl announced that she was going to secretly go to Count Eden, so they need to prepare everything. Suddenly, the older brother entered the room, who was a little unhappy that she had so rudely refused breakfast. The guide joyfully told her that His Holiness would soon be leaving for the capital's temple. Rias said that they could go together to accompany him on his long journey. At the same time, the supreme head of the temple stood next to her horse, affectionately hugging its head. After some time, the duke's heir approached him without his younger sister. He explained that Sia was a little busy at the moment, so she couldn't come to him. The guy assumed that the girl was so busy that she couldn't even go out to say goodbye. Rias sincerely wished him a good journey, and Asriel said that they would see each other soon. The door of the mansion opened, so he felt a slight hope that the girl would still come down to see him off, but instead he saw a maid. The woman brought him his divine robe, saying that the princess asked him to give it to him. Asriel calmly took the item of clothing, but did not know how to react to it. When asked by the duke's heir whether she really said nothing more, the woman answered in the negative. Putting on his hood, the supreme head of the temple declared that in this case, it was time for him to hit the road. All this time, the entire procession was watched by Ursha, who stood at the window in her office. She thought that she had long ago decided that she would no longer trust people, but now she felt completely different. A maid entered the room and announced that she had handed over the cape to the owner. Ursha asked them to erase all traces of the guest's presence in the mansion, and then the maid asked what they should do with breakfast. The princess did not answer this question because she was already beginning to regret her hasty decision. At lunch, she met with the duke's heir, but this time they were both silent. The guy suddenly noticed that all the maids in the castle were busy with something important. 2 maids walked past their door, carrying heavy boxes outside. The princess said that she ordered them to restore order throughout the duke's mansion. He wondered if this was precisely what she had been so busy with since the morning. The girl said that she was told that the Marquis, who had broken off his engagement with Sylvia, was behaving suspiciously, and the girl herself had recently begun to leave the house, so Count Eden and the Marquis conspired and turned to the Guild of Assassins. The elder brother asked if her own father was really going to kill his daughter, to which she replied that Count Eden was concerned about his reputation, so he was ashamed of his daughter, whose taste was publicly torn apart. Rias asked passionately if his little sister really felt that much for the poor girl. The princess explained that she was not sure, but she should meet her as soon as possible. In response to his question about where she was going to meet, the girl sweetly asked him to help her get ready to go out. He asked if she was really planning to go to Count Eden right now. Irsha playfully winked at him and said that they need to meet before they kill her. In Count Eden's castle, many whispered that the mistress of their territory was not at all like Lady Pysantria, who helped people in the slums of the capital. They discussed that their mistress had been abandoned by her fiancé, so she was still sitting alone, after which the two ladies were unceremoniously bumped into by an unfamiliar lady. One of them screamed that she should immediately apologize to her. Irsha turned and asked if she really had to apologize for the girl getting in her way. The two girls were a little dumbfounded that the unknown girl contradicted them. The princess said that they need to look ahead when they go somewhere and not be distracted by conversations. In response to their statement that it was she who crashed into them, Irsha tried to deny everything and confront them. Turning around, she saw that Sylvia had been watching them from around the corner all this time. As soon as she realized that her location had been revealed, the girl immediately ran to the exit. Irsha wanted to hurry after her, but one of the girls grabbed her hand and asked what family she was from. In response to her cries that because of such disrespect for her, she would have big problems, the princess quietly whispered in her ear that she was from the Pysantria family. The girl was very shocked that the subject of their discussion was right behind them. She almost fainted, so the second girl ran to her aid, and Irsha, taking advantage of the situation, ran after Sylvia. The girl ran with all her might, trying to catch up with Sylvia Eden as quickly as possible. Suddenly, she found herself in the middle of the city, where she got a little lost, because the girl ran much faster than her. She heard men's conversations mixed with a woman's weak and quiet voice. The princess did not imagine that the mercenaries would find their victims so quickly, and Sylvia, meanwhile, asked them who ordered them to do this. The robber asked if this was really what she would like to know before dying, and the other said that it would be a mistake to lose such a delicate flower so easily. The third took her by the chin and asked if she would have fun with them if they saved her. Sylvia suddenly realized that she knew very well whose hands it was, because her lover had lost interest in her. But since he was everything to her, she continued to cling to him. Soon, with his departure, she had no reason to stay alive. The girl could not understand why she was still alive, because she could have been killed long ago. Deciding that this was her fate, Sylvia broke off the brooch and screamed that in this case they would die together. The leader of the robbers dodged in time and then quickly swung his hand at her. At the same moment, Irsha ordered her maid Lilia and the knight Sober to begin action. The woman immediately plunged her blade into the bandit leader's stomach, causing him to immediately fall to the ground. With the next blow, Lilia repelled the attacks of the robbers who attacked her, who wanted to avenge their leader. Sylvia fell to the ground, not understanding where the saviors had come from so unexpectedly. A girl approached her from behind, telling her that such a dirty place was completely unsuitable for her. The princess was just about to tell her about who she was and why she had come for her when one of the bandits targeted them. Sylvia didn't even have time to react, and Irsha grabbed her hands in time and pulled her away from the attack. The princess covered the girl's neck with her hand, but in return received a dagger on the shoulder. At the same second, the maid Lilia fiercely thrust her blade into the attacker. As soon as her hat fell off, the girl immediately realized who exactly was standing in front of her. The princess nevertheless introduced herself that her name was Irsha Pysantria, and that she was the daughter of the Duke of Pysantria. The girl invited Sylvia to go with her to the carriage, after which they were able to talk. Irsha said that she was very glad that they were able to meet with her like this. The new acquaintance fearfully said that she was also very glad to meet her. The princess said that she could just call her by her name, to which she stated that she thanked her again for her help. The girl said that she didn't do anything like that, because she just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Sylvia confidently said that she would definitely pay her for this, because when she returns home, she will definitely tell her father about it. Hearing this, the princess unexpectedly took her new acquaintance by the hand, preventing her from returning home. The girl explained that she could not return home because there was someone who sent killers to her. Sylvia said she was well aware that her employer was her ex-fiancé. Irsha told her that there was another person, but she might not believe it, so she gave her the letter. The new acquaintance quickly became familiar with the contents, after which she began to tremble, realizing that her own father had ordered her murder. After reading, the girl cried, saying that her father could not do this to her. From powerlessness, Sylvia fell to the ground and cried bitterly, not understanding why life was testing her so much. Having calmed down, the girl thanked her savior again, and in the meantime, the princess asked if she had somewhere to go. The girl shook her head negatively and said that now she doesn't understand anything. Ursha enthusiastically invited her to go with her to the mansion of the Duke of Pysantria. The next morning, Sylvia woke up and thought that too many things had happened in just one night. She still felt like she was in a nightmare where her father wanted to kill her. She didn't understand why Ursha was helping her, so she decided to head straight to the princess to find out the truth. Walking out the door, the girl found behind her a half-naked handsome guy who was clearly getting out of the shower. Their eyes met, after which they realized what a strange situation they both found themselves in. Ursha suddenly heard someone loudly scream, after which the stomping of feet could be heard throughout the castle. Her older brother burst into the dining room, asking her what was going on. The girl said that yesterday she brought Miss Sylvia to visit them because she had nowhere to go. She added that they would all be living together for a while, so he should get used to it. Ursha stated that he should stop walking around the Duke's mansion like this. After some time, the guy changed into decent clothes, and then a new guest came to the dining room. The guy politely asked if she liked food as a profession, to which she answered in the affirmative. He asked to be forgiven for his morning tactlessness, explaining that no one had informed him that they had a guest. Rias looked at her carefully and said that this won't happen again, so she can feel at home. The girl thanked him, then began picking at the plate of food again. The princess said that she believed that the girl was still confused about what happened in the evening, so she should rest and collect her thoughts. Throwing down her fork, Sylvia stated that they had helped her, so she wanted to repay them in kind. When asked what they wanted from her, Ursha admitted that there was one thing for her. The girl suggested meeting after lunch, to which her guest said that she would do whatever they asked her to do. The princess noticed that Sylvia was very thin, so she said that she could eat and not be embarrassed. Calling the maid, Ursha told her to ask the chef to prepare more food. After some time, their table was bursting with treats, to which the guest said that it was too much. The princess stated that if she wants to help her, she needs to gain strength, so she will eat 3 times a day, at a minimum. The girl immediately began pushing her various dishes, which were still very hot. Watching everything happen, Rias revealed that he had misunderstood the difference between parenting and animal husbandry. After lunch, Ursha asked her new friend to come to her kitchen to help her. The girl explained that here were the ingredients for bread for 100 people. Sylvia could not believe that Princess Pysantria was such a generous girl. Ursha said that she hopes that the guest will help her bake bread for the poor, which they will then distribute. Without waiting for an answer, the girl said that it would take a very long time, so they should start quickly. The girls prepared bread almost from morning until late evening, so that they could then distribute it to the poor. At the end of the day, they finally finished, after which the princess announced that she would immediately go to distribute it. Ursha asked if she wanted to go with her, to which Sylvia asked if she was going to personally go to the poor area. The princess smiled sweetly at her and said that no one else but her would do this. On the street of the poor, people also lived in dilapidated buildings, but now they were at least somewhat fortified. Sylvia felt uncomfortable in this place, so she tried not to lose sight of the princess. Suddenly, the baby tugged at her dress, after which she handed him a whole loaf of bread, saying that he should grow up big and healthy. The boy joyfully ran to his mother, shouting that his beautiful aunt had given him bread. The poor people thanked Ursha for giving them grain and now bread, so they did not know how exactly to thank her, to which she replied that if they needed help, they would try to help. When they finished, Ursha called Sylvia over so they could move on. The princess stated that they could now go shopping to buy her clothes. Hearing this, the new friend began to say that she did not need this at all, because she already did a lot for her. Ursha confidently stated that she just wanted to do it regardless of her wishes. Extending her hand, she said that now they would go to the city center to go shopping. The owner of the clothing store happily told them that they had received deliveries of new goods in which they would look impeccable. Ursha announced that they would buy absolutely everything that her guest tried on. The hostess immediately began offering hair jewelry, to which the girl replied that they would take them too. Soon they began to talk among themselves, not paying attention to the one they were talking about. Sylvia tried to stop her all this time, saying that she bought too much. The girl suggested that at this rate her savior would go broke, to which Ursha asked if she really thought so. Realizing that she had said this to a lady from the richest family in the empire, Sylvia realized that the girl could not be stopped. Her maid came into the store to tell her mistress some urgent news. The woman approached her and whispered that she had been told that the fire in the temple had been dealt with. The princess asked Lilia to take care of their purchases so that they would be delivered to the mansion. Taking Sylvia by the arm, Ersha went out, and the owner of the store waved after them for a long time. Sitting in the carriage, the girl read the documents, and her new friend silently watched everything that was happening. Suddenly, she said that she felt like she was causing inconvenience to everyone in the mansion. The princess reported that this was not so at all, and then asked if she felt better. She explained that the girl did not know what to do or how to live further, and in such cases, it helps to be distracted by something simple and fun. Sylvia immediately realized that her friend had been trying to keep her busy all day for a reason. Seeing the understanding in her eyes, the princess stated that she perfectly understood her pain, so she knew a way to get rid of it. A new friend unexpectedly asked why she was so kind to me, because she perfectly understood that the girl would not act in such a way out of mercy. Ersha thought for a moment, then sighed heavily and prepared to tell her the truth. She revealed that what she really needs is her bright shine that steals the show. The girl added that she was going to start a lawsuit against the imperial family. Ersha told her that the girl would need to draw people's attention to the problem. Sylvia asked what would happen to her if she abandoned this idea, because they could win the count over to their side by handing over his daughter to her father. The princess calmly explained to her that she was not going to do anything with her, but would hope that the girl would not make her mistake. She said that thinking about someone as the meaning of life, and then losing him is very difficult and stupid. Sylvia told her that she was now completely confused about what had happened. Ersha took her by the shoulder and said that if she does not see a lighthouse on the road of life, then she must create one, whether it be revenge on her fiancé or her family. The princess asked her if she would use the Pasantria family for her own selfish purposes. The girl smiled sweetly, and tears of joy welled up in her eyes, so Ersha took this as a positive answer. Ersha suggested to her that they could start by choosing a menu for tonight's dinner. Then they drove for some time in complete silence, each of them thinking about her own. Driving past the lake, she remembered the day when she and Asriel went boating, which made her soul feel warm. At the same time, in the temple, the supreme head of the temple said that the time had come to reveal the truth. The guy told the clergyman that he must deliver this letter personally to Princess Pasantria. The clergyman said that the head of the temple had been waiting in the meeting room for a long time. Rising from his workplace, the guy went straight to be devoured by the old grub. Leaving his room, he offered his services to go and sort out all the issues at once. The next day, the princess was in her study when someone knocked on her door. A maid entered the room carrying a small tray with a certain letter. The woman said that her mistress received a letter from the temple, which was marked with urgency. The girl immediately began to unfold the letter, in which Asriel wrote that they had not seen each other for a long time. He said that by the time he returned to the temple, the fire had already been extinguished, so everything was calm there. The guy added that he was sure that she was already receiving information about this, but did not know whether she was waiting for a letter from him. The supreme head of the temple said that he was looking forward to it very much because he had once again thought about their contract. He wrote that he finally understood the reason why she was so cold towards him when he left, because she might think that he was dishonest with her. The guy admitted that everything went wrong from the very beginning because their contract was not fair from the beginning, and he had an ace up his sleeve all along, and although it was already too late, he still hoped that she would forgive him if he will reveal the cards. At the end of his letter, he wondered if she would then want to play chess with him again. After reading it, the girl embarrassedly asked the maid if they had kept the chessboard. The woman explained that she had absolutely no idea where they could have put her. The girl immediately decided that she was trying to hide the fact that they threw her out. After a languid pause, the maid stated that she had asked not to throw it away, so it was put aside. After asking her to bring her a chessboard, Ersha also stated that she could take a week off. The princess suddenly realized that if they were honest with each other, her heart would gradually melt. There was a meeting in the temple, at which the clergyman shouted that they would never do this. He was indignant because she did not want to publish her will, since this was the testament of the previous saint. Another stated that the imperial family kidnapped a girl from the oracle, but they returned everything to its place. The man angrily wondered why their leader wanted to tell the Princess of Pasantria the contents of the oracle. Asriel listened to him carefully and said that everything was exactly as he reminded them. He added that their act was so stupid that they failed to appreciate the significance of the situation. The guy said that the girl from the oracle is not a thing, so they should watch their language. He tiredly leaned his elbows on the table, trying to drown out the headache that was overtaking him in pulsating waves. One of the clerics asked if the Princess of Pasantria knew about all this. The guy honestly answered that she had no idea, but she might well find out, and if this happened, then no one would be able to stop her. One of them asked if she had not yet gotten married, since at the moment it was not the right time to reveal the whole secret. One of the council said that he was worried that they might make a mistake due to the rush, and in addition, they should also think about the oppression from the imperial family. He reminded them that the emperor had threatened to kill the poor, so they accepted his ridiculous conditions. The man stated that it was time to get rid of this collar, so they should not be afraid. Asriel explained that this is exactly what he means, because Princess Pasantria wants peace for the empire. He added that they also want the empire to develop in the right direction. The supreme head of the temple said that it was time to show all the cards and defeat the imperial family. After a short pause, he asked if they wanted to tell him anything else or not. Having heard nothing in response, the guy ordered the will of the previous saint to be brought. After some time, a servant burst into the room, talking about what kind of broadcast had disappeared. It was like a bolt from the blue, because he definitely didn't expect the paper to disappear so easily. At the imperial castle, the guard said that they had stolen the will during the fire. The crown prince asked if this was exactly the paper they were talking about. Hearing his affirmative answer, Damien began to shake with anger, and then looked furiously at his new bride. The girl felt his menacing gaze on her, but did not dare look into his eyes. The guy furiously asked if everything that was written in the will of the previous saint was true. Going wild with anger, he loudly and angrily asked why her name was not in the will, but it was written about Urshia. The girl began to cry, after which she nevertheless told how it all happened. In her father's house, she had to constantly take care of her younger brothers and sisters. One day, priest from the temple came to her and offered her one service. Naivia had never seen them before, but was surprised that they would condescend to help her. The clergy calmly said that one person wanted to see her, who would make a deal with her. She was taken to the place where the new supreme head of the temple was already waiting for her. One of the clergy said that he had heard that her sister was sick, but for the temple, there were no incurable diseases. The girl was very happy to hear that her sister could be cured, which means she would no longer suffer. The man firmly agreed with her, but added that they would cure her on one condition. So now Naivia sat on her knees in the crown prince's room and told this story. The guy sternly asked how she was going to explain her pink hair. The girl rose from the floor and stated that her grandmother was from a very distant place, and in that country, pink was a very common color. This explanation made the crown prince even more furious, and his heavy aura could be felt throughout the entire palace. Damien angrily wondered if she had decided to pretend to be the girl from the oracle, simply because she had inherited pink hair. Horrified, the new bride fell to her knees again and screamed that the temple told her they were doing this for the good of the country. Out of anger, the crown prince squeezed the glass in his hand until it broke into small pieces, and then he rhetorically asked if this was all the temple's plan. He ran up to the girl, grabbed her by the shoulders, and began screaming that everything he wanted so much had simply disappeared from his hands. Having controlled himself, he returned to the desk and thought that for the temple it was just a game. He then approached Naivia again and began to finger a lock of her hair, asking if she was really worth killing, but it would be better to kill her beloved brothers and sisters first. She began to scream bitterly and beg him not to touch her brothers and sisters, because they were not to blame for anything. In response to her cry that she would do whatever he ordered her, the guy asked if that was really all. He ordered her to return to the land of the Marquis and live there like a mouse until she received his order. Damien added that this would be a salvation for her and her younger ones, to which she replied in a trembling voice that she understood everything perfectly. Left alone, the crown prince sat down at the desk and leaned tiredly on it. A servant entered the room and said that he should go to the empress. The guy asked what happened and why such urgency, because it was already night outside. The man said that he was told that the woman might not survive the night. The crown prince never expected to hear such news, so he immediately went to his mother's room. At the same time, in the duke's mansion, a maid was opening the door to an overnight guest whom she had never expected to meet. The supreme head of the temple stood in front of her, dressed in a black cloak, but the woman quickly recognized him. She escorted him to the princess's chambers, warning her that a guest had come to see her. Urshia rose from the bed and then saw Asriel entering the room, who immediately removed his hood so that she could see him. She asked what was so urgent that brought him to the mansion of the Duke of Pasantria. The girl ordered the maid to prepare tea for them and invited him to sit at the table. The two of them sat down at the table, after which she again asked him about what happened. The guy didn't bother to drag out the conversation, so he immediately started saying that the will of the past saint was missing. The princess jumped up from her chair and asked how this could happen and who the culprit was. He explained that he had heard that someone was spreading rumors that the Pasantria family had become close to the temple, and that people were doubting the girl from the oracle. Ursha said that now Lady Lurtella had already been proclaimed the daughter of the oracle, which means there was no point in taking such a risk to steal the will, because nothing new was written there. Asriel suddenly remembered the day they first met her as children. Then he told her that his hair color is not the same as other people's. That's why they bully him. The girl then extended her hand to him and said that being different from others is the main feature. She added affectionately that this feature meant that he was chosen by heaven itself. Now, hitting the table with his fist, the supreme head of the temple said that he was going to honestly tell her the story he talked about in the letter. He stated that before he spoke about the will, he should tell her about how they met as children. To her question about whether they had really met before, the guy said that it was before the last saint died. Suddenly, a maid burst into the room, screaming that something urgent had happened that she needed to know about. Entering the room, the woman said excitedly that the empress had just died.